come in from your room. We've checked the feeds, we've checked the memes. This launch is a cartoon. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Your rocket's just a balloon. They filmed you in a warehouse. There's no rocket ship, there's no big plume. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm strapped in, feel the shake. The tower falls away from me. You can't deep-fake this quake. Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm way above your room, rising through the blue so fast it turns to velvet soon. You say it's all projection, but the windows say you're wrong. I'm floating past your story, and it's been wrong all along. Major Dumb, our charts all show you splashed into the sea. They dropped a capsule from a plane. You're still on Odyssey. Flurf control, I hate to break it, your script is out of date. The engines burn, the boosters turned, I watch the coastline fade. You talk about a snow globe sky, a ceiling painted cold, but I just watched horizons curve in every shade of gold. Oh, Major Dumb to Flurf control. The world's a swirling sphere. Clouds wrap round in lazy bands from pole to stratosphere. You say it's just a clever CGI veneer, but your world's become an island, and it's really, really small from here. You said there is a crystal shell, a cover hard and bright. I'm flying where your ceiling sits, yet nothing blocks the light. No glass, no grid, no glowing dome, just darkness deep and clear. Your dome was in your browser tabs, not hanging over here. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Our live chat says the pictures are all lies. Agencies just sell us tales, they're demons in disguise. Major Dumb to Flurf control. Your fears are getting loud, but I'm looking at an ocean that wraps behind a cloud. If stories had you cornered, I'm not here to shout you down, just asking you to tilt your head and spin that view around. Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm circling slow and clear. I see the night chase after day around this shining sphere. You swore there'd be an edge, a wall where colors stop, but every orbit proves you wrong. We're living on a drop. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Your signal's getting thin. If space is real, if globe is true, where do our stories spin? This is Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'll bring you souvenirs around Blue Earth in every shot, and maybe calm your fears. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Are you there?
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Unfornicated for a Sunday night. It's been a minute. I openly admit that. I hope you enjoyed my little rendition of Space Oddity 2. Major Dumb having a conversation with Flurf Control, and, well, it just seemed fitting. Marcus Leach, thank you for the inspiration. I could not let that go. Even though I'm a David Bowie fan, and even though I do love Space Oddity, I could not resist. So, I want to say thank you, Marcus, for that inspiration. I worked on it. So, um, I'm not sure how I like that style per se, but you know what? It works right now. So we'll take it and we'll go from there. Uh, just want to say thank you to each and every one of you who are here. Thank you very much. There's now 22 of you. So I appreciate it. Um, if you celebrate Easter or Passover or spring equinox, let me just say happy holiday. If you're like me, more of a heathen, we celebrate around my house as in it's the day to celebrate the random guy who won hide and seek in a cave day. It's a little bit of a mouthful, but I digress. Um, it's been an interesting weekend. I popped up on Whatcast's TikTok on Friday, I think. Maybe it was Saturday. I don't remember. But then I was on stream today on Sunday with him. That was fun. I enjoyed it. I tried to dog walk a Flurf through some things about light and the EM spectrum. But look, he said he's going to take away with it and go look at it. We'll see. I'm not holding out those, but I can safely say he wasn't an asshole, so there's a plus. Yes, deplorable. Happy Zombie Day. That's true. So what are we doing tonight? Well, we're gonna go. I put up a poll in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, see the about the channel links and find a Discord link there. If not, I'm sure someone will be happy to post it here in the chat for you. Artemis 2 launched on April 1st, and it is really, really close to the moon now. They provided some outstanding pictures, historic pictures, you could even say. We're going to discuss a little bit of those. We're going to discuss a little bit about the flat Earth cope that happened. Your favorite Flurf and mine, Eric Dubay, put out a video today. Or maybe it was yesterday. My days have run together. I had a rough week, but I digress. And we're going to, even though some other channels have covered it, obviously a lot larger than mine, like Simon, Dad, and Creaky, we're going to look a little bit about, I haven't watched those videos, so I don't know what they actually covered, but we're going to cover a little bit about Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss and their live reaction to, their firmament imploding. But, there were some good questions when I was on Max's stream. I was talking with Icy Spin. There's some great questions that came up in yesterday's afternoon press conference with NASA about the calm blackout and stuff like that. And we're actually not far from the calm blackout. If I had to check, hold on, let me go ahead and check now. Excuse me. We are just under 6 hours away from Orion entering the lunar sphere of influence. Here, let me just go ahead and transition this over to you guys. Let's get rid of that. And I almost just clicked end broadcast. That's the kind of day I'm having. So, it actually doesn't have when the blackout happens. So the blackout's going to be about 41 minutes because they're on the other side of the moon. So when you have a large mass of basalt between you and the Earth, radio signals don't work. It's kind of line of sight. But we can discuss some of those if you guys are so inclined and want to know what NASA hopes to fix for that going forward and future things. But before we get started with everything else, I have something to show you. You guys know that if you're here, I drink rum. And today, let me transition this back over here. Today, we have Gosling's Spirited Seas. Now, I haven't opened this yet. Recently just bought this. So, Gosling's is a black rum from Bermuda. It's used to make things like a dark and stormy. Geek here in the chat lives in Bermuda. We have conversations about Goslings and rum all the time. But this is special. See, they take barrels of Goslings and they throw it on a container ship, specifically the SS Oleander, which does trips back and forth between New Jersey and Bermuda. And for a year, this rum sits on that boat, sailing the sea. So we're going to try it today. I made myself a little, let's call it a Mariner Old Fashioned. Spirited Seas, and a little candied orange peel for a little taste. And we're going to try it, and I'm going to give you what my opinion of this is. Should be interesting. So, if you have your favorite vice or cup of water, juice, milk, beer, alcohol, by all means, let's toast to all of you for being here with me on a Sunday night. Cheers. Okay, that's not bad. It's actually like a little salty. I like that. This is what your super chats go to, guys. It goes to my rum closet bar or whatever. Actually, no, it's not what it does. Holy crap, that is some good shit. Okay. If you can find that and you like rum, I highly recommend that. That's all I'm going to say. And definitely put in a little candied orange peel, a little simple syrup to make it an old fashioned and call it a day. That is some good stuff. Let's talk a little bit about super chats real quick, just because I want to talk about what's coming up next for the channel real quick, and we'll get on with the day. What we're talking about doing is the next milestone for me and the Drunk Debunk Show is the Lowell Fest, the family festival they did last year. I'm going this year. And I might be bringing Olivia to help out. We'll have her man the stream, and Mike and I will do crowd control. We have a couple things that we want to do. One of the things that I was looking at doing was going to be, like some kid-friendly scientific method kind of things to teach. But then I had another idea. I thought, let's build a cloud chamber, get some dry ice, use an aquarium. I have a few months to engineer this. And we do demonstrations where people there, parents and kids alike, can look into this aquarium in this cloud chamber and see alpha and beta particles and muons actually falling through the atmosphere and showing up in the haze of the alcohol and dry ice. So, yeah, somebody competent in charge of the tech, about time. Big fish, you're not lying. But I hope that's going to be the case. However, that being said, I took the they logo from the they video and turned it into a t-shirt. And it's still hidden on the Unfornicated store, but I will be wearing that to the family folk festival, because why not? Oh God, that is good. It was a whim, and I thought about it. I'm like, a Navy veteran should have a sea-aged rum in their cabinet. So I digress. So here's what's going on. Because we have this time, building an aquarium, building a cloud chamber isn't too expensive. I'm not really worried about that. I'll probably have that covered. But all super chats from here on out will go towards funding the booth cost and the materials that Mike and I need to do our science communication and enlighten some children and hopefully give some good stuff. So if you'd like to contribute, great. If you don't or not able to, that's fine too. You're here, and that's what I appreciate most. So let's see. What should we talk with first? Let's go over the Hello World photos first, because To me, they are very important. In fact, I would even say historic to a certain extent, on par with the blue marble. Now, why would you say something like that? We have pictures of Earth from satellites all over the place. True. But what we have here is something a little special. One, you can see the aurora borealis on both poles. And second thing is the Earth is backlit. Now, the COPE forecast incoming is going to be it's CGI because how can this be this bright if the sun is behind it? I'm sure we've already heard it already, right? Or some stupid variation thereof. Well, here's the interesting thing. The camera they took it with is called a Nikon D5. It is using an ISO setting of 51,200. Now, if you're old enough to remember film cameras, you can usually get up to ISO 800 film pretty easily, maybe 1600, but there are trade-offs with it and stuff like that. If you wanted more than 1600, what we call faster film in the day, it's basically how many photons, how it's treated to be able to gather photons and things like that. So Nikon built this camera with the front end to to change the analog version of it before it gets digitized to allow as many photons in as possible. So yes, this is a backlit Earth. Yes, it's exposed for the dark side of the Earth, and you can still see the city lights on in this. And coincidentally, you can see stars. Now, if you didn't go to the NASA website, you wouldn't actually know that there's actually a one they took right beforehand. This is more of a night photo. Lower ISO settings, you can still see the stars, you can still see the sliver, you can still see the aurora, you can still see, well, there's no up in space, right? Because down here, I think you guys can see my cursor. Yeah, you guys can. Okay. Here's the Strait of Gibraltar, which means north is down here, south is down here, up here. Take your pick. And South America is over here. In fact, everyone over here, you see that little dot right there? That is Max waving with a flashlight. So either way. But I will say that this is a great picture, one of my favorites, and will definitely probably make my wallpaper soon. Yeah, so the metadata that is, you can actually, if you load this up into Photoshop or some other photo editing program, you can actually pull the metadata from that. I don't do Photoshop, and I'm not versed in that. Hasselblad on TikTok does, and I watched him do it. And sure enough, 51,200. It is the extreme range of the camera that they had, and the reason why NASA brought it specifically. Go figure. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed those pictures when they came up as much as I did. To me, they are absolutely great, and I believe they're historic, but that's just me. What can I say? I'm prone to a little hyperbole every now and then. But I would just like to prove to all the flat earthers that as you look at that picture, you notice that the U.S. is not the center of the world, apparently. Go figure. Oh, big fish. Yeah, you're right. If you zoom in enough, you can see sharks. You know, I don't deny that. And yes, we knew Flores would dismiss this. And we have the technical backdrops to sit there and say, this is how it was done. And they'll just say, nah, because that's all they have. And here's the thing. I love hearing them say, nah, or I don't know, or whatever, or I don't have a model and everything else. Because until they are able to provide a prediction, show their work, show their math, and do something besides just point and grunt at a screen or a picture or a video, without providing details, they have nothing. And I will go on hammering them on that idea that they know nothing, because that's just the way it is. Let's see what, something else that came up. I might be working with another content creator. He's down in Australia. His name is, I know his real name. I'm trying to remember his, hold on a second. Let me go to my email. I got to remember what his channel name is. His channel name is, Cartographic Projection. He is a cartographer in Australia, and he has a channel, and he's done some flat Earth stuff, and he's getting back into it. And we were discussing how best for him to do present some of his findings and stuff like that. So I was working with him on that, basically providing him the way I would do it if I were him kind of mentality. And he appreciated the feedback and ran with it, which I'm grateful for. I'm glad I could help, and hopefully something else. So, yes, my collaboration will be over on my OnlyFans, by all means. Yeah, I heard Mikey. Mikey's live stream today was, you guys harassed Mikey, but today he had the Mount Rushmore of derp on his channel. He had Flat Earth Reconnaissance, Matthew Hakim, and Mikey himself. You do not appreciate the amount of derp that can come out of 3 people until you see that. Wait, let me pause for a minute. Because Icy Spin sent me a link to him getting on Roger's stream last night, I think it was. And they make those 3 idiots look like geniuses. I don't know what to do. But we'll cover some of the cope. Deplorable says my last video is 4 flurs failing to work an Earth curve calculator. Oh, that's great. Yes, Brenda, I did see that you were there. It was so much derp. And I saw that you got timed out. I saw that Gurney got timed, or Deplorable got timed out. You know what? If they want to have a conversation, and I'll say this to any flurf, because there's a $1,000 challenge supposed to be done by a flurf, which happens to be right up my alley, regarding Larry Basinger and the moon landing recordings that were done from Louisville, Kentucky. He says it's impossible because he uses the wrong math equation. He understands nothing about RF and openly admits that he learned all about RF on YouTube, which I guess you get what you pay for. I don't know. Either way, so I might be hammering that, but I think I'm just going to turn into a video instead. On the subject of videos, yes, I have a shit ton of videos ready to record and everything else, and I have been dragging my feet. Work has been swamped, but I have now cleared the last hurdle on this project. I have 2 more days of this stuff, but it's during the day, not at midnight to 5 a.m. and making my day an 18-hour long day. So, and sleeping in the afternoon, that was weird. But anyway, let's see. What did I say we were going to do? Oh, I know what we're going to do. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Here we go. I think I need to recharge my mouse. This could turn into a fiasco tonight. We have Air Dubay, your favorite flurf and mine. He released a video a day ago. So, let's hear what stupid shit he has to say, shall we? Yes, Big Fish. Easy $1,000. And I was going to split it with Marcus Leach because he helped me run the math. And we went searching down rabbit holes and found out all sorts of really cool information. And here's the fun thing. We know they won't pay. So I've covered this last night. Oh, I'm sure he was a sycophant and was, neck deep in Dubay's ass while he went over it and probably muffled.
On April Fool's Day, NASA officially launched their Artemis 2 rocket, claiming to take humans back to the moon in 2026. Going back to the moon, however,
let me know if the audio is too quiet and I'll see what I can do.
Would require us having actually gone there before, which myself and many other researchers have debunked beyond any shadow of a doubt in several previous videos.
Have you? I mean, Eric, really? Have you really debunked it? Because you can talk about the Bert Seidel talking points of shadows, Van Allen belts, all the tired and true shit that's been being debunked left and right. And you have no evidence to show. So you're wrong on what you think is wrong, but then you have no evidence to show it was faked. No evidence to show it was done in any sort of warehouse, anything else. In fact, go back to the intro song and tell me where that was wrong. But what I have on the topic of Larry Basinger is a skeptical independent witness whose entire reasoning for spending a year designing an antenna and a radio was to listen in on the transmissions to see if NASA was hiding anything. Maybe a snafu, maybe a curse word, maybe it was a little too polished. He wanted to see what was going on behind the backgrounds. And he could do it and did it and recorded 35 minutes of it, including the Nixon phone call. And before you go too far off the sideboard here and say something about Nixon and the phone call, well, radio DJs have been putting callers on the air waves, which is very comparable to this, since the 1950s. So, not new. There's no cord that goes all the way from fucking the moon all the way back to Washington, D.C. He called Houston. He was patched into the radio. The radio sent out. Not difficult. So let's see what other stupid shit he has to say, shall we?
Showing that the original NASA moon landings were faked in a studio on Earth. So now, over 50 years later, with half a century of technological developments, Artemis 2 isn't even claiming to land on the moon like Apollo, but merely flying by.
Yeah, new hardware, new tests. We want to make sure we can get to the moon, and then also make sure we can get back from the moon. And what's the other thing? Oh, yeah. We haven't really been there in 50 years. We want to make sure that everything's copacetic before we do that.
So what proof are we being given that NASA is really sending people in orbit around the moon?
How about lots? In fact, I'll show you something because I think I know where you're going with this, Eric.
As usual, we are shown a rocket launch from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, which performs the same parabolic arc that every rocket, missile, and other projectile shot into the sky does. Rather than shooting straight upwards towards the moon, which would be far more logical and look much more convincing, every rocket launch arcs from vertical to horizontal, and most you can even see beginning to arc back down to Earth before leaving view.
Yeah, Eric, that's called curvature. Now, hold on, this parabolic curve you're talking about, I have a question for you. All right, hold on. Let me find up a new thing here and let me pull up a picture. Let's see. Here we go. Images. Oh, here. Okay. So I got a question for you. If you are wanting to go round, down this way of the highway, right? Would you just go straight up, bang a left and floor it and try not to get wrecked by all the semis? Or would you have a nice graceful on-ramp where you can pick up speed and therefore join everything? Because a rocket is not going to shoot straight up towards the moon, right? Because it has to use the gravity to get its speed up. It has an injection burn. So even if it was going straight up to the moon, it needs to follow the curvature to get it on track. Because otherwise, your margin of error is too small. By doing this, you have correction burns and everything else. So they did an orbit around the Earth, which is like an on-ramp. Not too difficult, except for you.
NASA's excuse for this is that they are purposely doing this parabolic arc with all their rockets because of a super high-tech gamer gravity hack where the rockets are being caught in a gravity well that works like a slingshot to help propel them better to the moon.
Yeah, it's called free fall. If you're free falling around the Earth, you're not using any fuel to do so. It's not a gamer hack. It's math. Or if you're British, maths, plural.
Yes, you heard right. The reason all these NASA rockets form a parabolic arc and look like they're about to drop into the ocean a few miles away is because going down is the best way to go up.
It's going down relative to you, but here's the funny thing. It's still going up. Like the sun and the moon, when they go below the horizon, they keep going. Like the rocket keeps going. You have a permanence problem, right? I mean, if you don't see it, it's gone out of your mind, right? Is that what it is? Are you really a toddler? Is that the problem here? Obviously, you're not spatially aware. That comes in when you're around 12. Maybe you skipped that section. Maybe there's a problem with understanding how I see and how I look, like a second grader does, before they start learning how to use real tools and real science to find out that there's things outside of what they can see.
So, all the NASA nerds will look down their bifocals at you, smugly explaining what their overlords told them.
Hold up. I'm not really a NASA nerd. I am wearing an Artemis hoodie, though, but that's for a reason. Strictly because A, it's cool, and B, it's for the stream. That doesn't necessarily make me a nerd. I'm not an orbital mechanics guy. I'm not a huge space shuttle guy. I did get to see it land twice in Edwards Air Force Base when I was a kid because of school projects. Let's see what else. Haven't been to any launches yet, unfortunately, but they are cool. Don't get me wrong. But I don't have a lot of time for all that stuff. But I do climb rocks and cliffs, so I know what gravity is the hard way.
About gravity and slingshots.
Yeah, and I take offense to that. I don't wear fucking bifocals. I do wear glasses on occasion, but they're reading glasses because, well, I'm 50 years old and I'm getting old.
Watch rocket after rocket launched eastwards from Fort Lauderdale, making parabolic arcs directly towards the Bermuda Triangle.
Is it eastward or is it more southeast, Eric? Because, hold on, new search. Nope, that's not what I want. That's a video I'm working on. Don't want to hold that one up yet. Where's Point Nemo? That's like down here, right? So, yeah. That's where the old parabolics went because we would dump, there would be a whole pile of boosters and stuff underneath the ocean, way down here where they fell back down. So that's the direction they fly into. I believe Kazakhstan flies in the same general direction. Why? Because we don't want to fly over places where there's, people living if we can help it, because wreckage is kind of a shitty thing. You have a problem because you lost everybody on the rocket, even though you don't believe we did. And then you got a problem with the wreckage killing other people. So whatever. I digress. Yes, deplorable. You're right. The hoodie will trigger flirts alone, so it's worth it. So yes, here, by the way, here it is. NASA Artemis 2 patch. Merry Christmas. A friend of mine sent it to me from Florida because he wanted to know if I was going to cover Artemis. I was like, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. And then the amount of cope that came up, I'm like, well, shit, I definitely would. So he sent it up to me and overnighted it to make sure I had it in time. So thanks, Dave. Anyway. Yeah, dropping stuff on people hurts. Not going to lie. So anyway, let me go back to this and let's see what other stupid shit he has to say. I think it's funny that the mythology behind the Bermuda Triangle is like it's where all the spacecraft go to die or to go hidden, or what else is in the Bermuda Triangle, or what the fuck ever. Take your pick. Oh wait, hold on, Eric. What about the SpaceX launches and the military launches from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California? Do those go to Bermuda? No? Oh, shit. I guess you're debunked then, aren't you?
Watch closely as the rocket goes from vertical to horizontal and out over the ocean, away from all observers' views. In one instant, it just disappears from view completely. Where has it gone? It goes from being clearly visible to there just being nothing discernible.
And we have absolutely no information on this video. Where it was shot from, where it was at, what the conditions were up high. Did it go behind a cloud that we are not able to see here because it's a marine layer? Is it? I mean, there's any number of questions we can go through on this, but yet he's just saying, look, it disappeared. Earth is flat.
Whatsoever, like it just vanished into thin air. Strangely enough, that's the second time a flying object just vanished into thin air that day. Watch this footage from just before the Artemis II was preparing to launch, and pay close attention to the airplane that flies into view from the right-hand side of the screen. Where did it go? The plane just completely...
So, maybe someone has an edited video here. Did you check that, Eric, or you just wanted to make sure that it fed your grift? Because the thing that showed this beforehand was this NASA using a green screen. You mean to tell me they had a green screen for the entire launch? Huh. You know, I have a friend who happened to be at the launch. In fact, I had a few friends who were at the launch. And one of them has 4K launch imagery of it. And I want you to be nice enough to tell me where the green screen starts and stops. Do you mind could you do that for me? Because I would love to know where that is. Because, oh, look, let's go to Astronomy Live. Let's see. Let's find the stabilized one because that's a little, no one needs to get seasick. Let's go back.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Oh, look, that's a pretty looking rocket.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Some humidity in the air.
8, 7, 6.
It's going. It's going.
Look at it go.
2, 1,
We're good.
0.
Holy cow.
Lift off of
Obviously, there's a little delay in his audio.
crewed flight of the Orion spacecraft. The first humans to plan a trip beyond low Earth orbit has taken off from.
Where's the green screen? Where does it end? Where does it go? God, Astronomy Live, I'm jealous of the size of your glass. Now, understand I said glass. Let me enunciate. I don't want any of you perverts getting any sort of ideas on something there. I see spin. It said to deceive on the boosters. Yes, it did. Whoa, Boston Concerts. Boston Concerts, my friend, welcome home. Appreciate it. Appreciate your efforts on getting everybody down there safely and back up safely and providing comedy relief. God, look at that. Okay, it's angling over, right? A little horizontal-ish.
Engine's about to throttle back as it approaches max Q.
Okay, they just hit max Q, so now they're going to throttle back a little bit. For those who don't know, max Q is like the maximum G-forces on the airframe during the launch.
Good confirmation past max Q. The R's
Okay, I'm not seeing the green screen. Where's the green screen at? Where's it go?
Now about a little more than a minute and a half.
That's right, it's going, okay, so, Cygnus, good point. So 2 minutes has gotten to this point, it's already aiming down. So that means within the next 2 minutes, it should be splashdown, if not faster, because it's falling faster, right? Because we're going against gravity going up, so we go slower. But now we're angling down and hitting the gas. We should be falling in under a minute. Let's see what happens in the next minute.
With solid rocket boosters, a little more than 2 minutes into the mission.
All right. There goes the boosters. Look, 2 giant middle fingers for the flirts.
Maneuver we saw
Right
earlier,
there.
intentional
2 middle fingers to flat earthers everywhere. Right there for them to see.
to put the crew in the right orientation as the rocket continues to climb uphill. And a good separation of those solids.
Holy shit, it's still going. And it's still going up. How do we know it's still going up? Because it's getting really small.
5 solid rocket boosters chock full of shuttle heritage, having carried this crew on the first
Why isn't it splashed down yet? Why is the telescope still pointing upwards? Huh.
75% of the initial thrust was those.
It's still going. Eric, buddy. I think you got a problem with your logic here.
Now approaching T+3 minutes into the
Where's the
flight.
green
Coming up
screen?
Next will be the jettison of the launch abort system. At
Oh,
that
there's a
point,
launch abort system that just got, ejected.
There goes the launch abort tower. Holy cow! I can.
The good news about that is they didn't need it.
Day.
That's the cool thing.
You can see the shape of it tumbling.
On board their Space Launch System rocket.
Look, it's still going.
There go the covers
Holy crap.
of the launch abort system. Now it has been
I tell you what, Eric,
10,
okay, so now he goes to a different camera instead of his telescope.
5, 4,
And
2.
obviously not as zoomed in because, an 11-inch telescope versus a D90. I don't know what his zoom is on this, but I'm guessing it's a smaller one. But look at that.
liftoff of the Artemis 2 mission.
Such a gorgeous picture. Astronomy Live,
Orion spacecraft,
you are my hero.
the first humans to
But let's see what... So I didn't see a green screen. I didn't see where a green screen would be. How big is that green screen? Is it the entire sky, including the fucking firmament dome? And where does it switch over to the underside so we can see it as it goes far, far away? Oh, and Eric, in case you want to know, there's amateur radio people who were actually tracking the telemetry who could actually find out and verify everything that NASA was putting out regarding distance, speed, and altitude. Funny, huh? Fletcher boy. Tori, that is a good point. Very good point.
Vanishes from view, as if it disappeared behind a giant green screen. Watch it again in slow motion. Another oddity is the following footage showing these cable cars lowering from the rockets during launch. These are known as the emergency escape cable cars, allegedly used to get the astronauts out in the case of an emergency. They sure look like they're being used here at this last moment. How do we know that they're empty? The astronauts could easily have just hopped into those cable cars to be taken to the next studio where they sit in harnesses pretending to be in outer space.
Okay, so how long would that have been exactly, Eric? How long? Let's grant you, even though you're wrong, let's grant you that they're in the cable cars, okay? So those cable cars they have to be collected, right? Then they have to be put into a van. They have to be driven to a studio. And obviously the G-forces from those cable cars are going to be pretty fucking extreme. And they're going to get set up in their new studio with their heart rates racing and being able to sit there and show everything, right? Yeah, okay, sure.
Did you know that NASA is the world's largest purchaser of helium? Helium is a stable and very light
Quantum
element.
concepts. Thank you. Yeah, that's the other part. The cable cars are wired and they're open air baskets. So anybody who was on that while the rocket took off, well, yeah, they would have been ash. Interesting.
Used for sending
Little awkward
balloons
there,
up into
Eric.
high altitude. NASA admittedly uses large amounts of helium to send up its satelloons.
No, but weather balloons. Do you know why helium is such an important aspect of NASA's operations? Because it's an inert gas. Do you know what inert means? You should. It's kind of like your brain. It's, it doesn't react with anything around it. So it's used to pressurize fuel tanks as the fuel is dispensed and being used and everything else.
What about these rockets? Look at this image of the Artemis II live on Fox News. What does that look like to you?
That looks like the same engine that was used on the space shuttle, where they are. Marcus, help me out here. They're the R230, not RS-232s. I'm sorry, I'm stuck in the telecom world. Anyway, they're the same engines, and that allows them to change the vectors. It's a baffle.
Honestly,
RS-25,
looking,
thank you,
without
Marcus.
bias, doesn't that look like a giant inflatable blow-up toy? Look at the seams and creases.
Yeah. Okay, that is a cover that prevents all the mechanicals from frying.
Once the rocket is out of the public's view, after a couple minutes of genuine launch footage,
Geek, don't start.
true to form, NASA always switches to CGI. We can never get full, live, unedited video focused straight ahead of the rocket.
Funny. Every SpaceX launch is pointed down at the Earth. Do you watch those, Eric?
Or with a view focused on Earth. All we ever get is launch footage, cut to CGI like this for an hour. Then
false. There was actually images that pointed down. There's images pointed straight ahead too. Guess what you saw? A lot of black. Like a lot of black. And you know why they cut to the CGI? Because we don't send up two rockets. They're showing you what's going on from the outside. It's just for demonstration purposes. And here's the funny thing, and this is what flat earthers will do. They'll cut this out right here, right? They'll trim it right here. In fact, let's do that right now. This is what they do. This is the intellectually honest thing to do. We're going to take this, and they will cut out this right here. Right? Or worse, they'll go ahead and cut it out like this. Just like they did for the Apollo 11 mission, where it said visualization at the bottom and say, look, it's CGI. It's not even good CGI. So why are they showing this to us?
whenever they're ready to restart the so-called live feed, here's what we get. Always a view with huge...
Because those are where the cameras are positioned, you dumbass. Oh,
then
I dropped.
long blue
I'm sorry,
screen
guys.
outages lasting for minutes or sometimes hours, only to come back with another similar video of another large section of the craft in the foreground. Look at the supposed Earth in these videos. Why is it shaped like that?
It would be shaped like that because... I don't know, maybe because it was taken with a tablet or a wide-angle lens. Who the hell cares? It doesn't change the hello world picture at all, which is a sphere.
In every other image and video NASA releases of the Earth, it is perfectly circular. Why is it squished here?
Why is your brain
How can
squished,
the Earth
Eric?
suddenly change shape this drastically? They always claim Earth is an oblate spheroid, but this is one of the only times I have ever seen NASA showing Earth actually looking that way. Also, where are all the satellites and stars?
Oh.
There should be tens of thousands of satellites floating around up there, but we
Oh, God. Here we go.
never see any of them whizzing by.
Okay, Eric, here, let me help out. Earth is big, okay? Whenever that, we have to know when that picture was taken, what their altitude was, right? You know, how far away from the surface of the Earth were they? And here's what else we need to know. Well, satellites are kind of all over the place, and they're all around the Earth. Which ones should they have been doing? Should they have been looking at LEO, MEO, geosynchronous? Which ones? You just want one randomly to fly by as it's going by at 17,000 miles an hour to see a satellite just swing by real close and show up on a camera? Yeah, NASA wouldn't plan for that at all because that close would be dangerous.
Another thing I guarantee we won't see is independent video from people filming with super zoom cameras capturing Artemis II during its slingshot around the Earth, nor during its trip around the Moon. P900 and P1000 cameras
Hold
are
up.
able to
Hold
zoom
on.
into...
I got to back up here. Hold on. What stupid shit did he say right here? I'm sorry. I was drinking rum.
But we never see any of them whizzing by. Another thing I guarantee we won't see is independent video from people filming with super zoom cameras capturing Artemis 2 during its slingshot around the Earth, nor during its trip around the moon.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? Hold on. Let me show you something funny about that. Let's go back to our buddy Astronomy Live. And let's go to his live streams because he covered this live. He covered tracking Artemis 2 and the cryo chamber during his, while he was tracking the same night that it happened. Right there. There's the Orion capsule. Oh, look, Orion capsule. Now, here's the funny thing, Eric. Astronomy Live, he's a pretty bright guy. He does a lot of math. He can find this trajectory, do the math based on its angular velocity and where it's at, and pointed based on the star field behind it, and figure out the telemetry without using NASA. Then he can compare that to JPL, Horizon, to find out what the telemetry says, and guess what? It matches. But what would cause this in the firmament, Eric? Or this one here? This one back here? Yeah, that's the cryo chamber that they were trying to pseudo-dock with and that they released, trailing behind it.
And I think that's what this guy is down here, now entering the frame. One of these is definitely Orion, and one of them is definitely ICPS. But based on the positioning, I think the top left one is Orion, and the bottom right one down here is ICPS, the upper stage of the SLS rocket that Orion has now departed from. So shortly after launch, they did some proximity operations where Victor Glover took over manual control of the spacecraft and evaluated its handling characteristics by maneuvering it very, very close to the upper stage and verifying that basically Orion is capable of performing docking operations in the future.
And it's funny, if you look over here, I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but I actually made a comment over there. I said, hold up, UFO coming up from the right now, because I saw the ICPS and he hadn't seen it yet. And that's when he pulled back and said, yeah, look, this looks like it's doing the ICPS and this will be the Orion.
But after they were done with that, they backed off from the stage and did a separation burn to leave it behind. Now, hours later, you can see how much separation there is. It's almost spanning the entire field of view of this telescope. But we do have two moving objects here. So I think what I'll do is I'll actually let Orion leave the field of view.
If you're watching this bar right here start filling up, he's taking constant 20-second exposures and having them go directly to his laptop so he can talk about them as they're going on. He's not pausing it. He's letting it go and talking in between the individual frames. So yes, an astronomer did watch it in orbit. So Eric, you're wrong. And whether or not you can see it going around the moon, let's talk about angular resolution, shall we? How far is the moon, Eric? Oh, wait, you don't know. Because you don't think the moon is physical or it's close or whatnot. But let me help you. It's far, 238,000 miles far. And because of that, angular resolution matters, and Orion's not that big. No, we won't see it going around the moon. We might see a reflection, probably not.
And we'll get some data for what this second streak is in case I'm wrong, in case this one's Orion. But we'll...
No, we are right. That was the ICPS.
P900
Later,
and
fish.
P1000 cameras are able to zoom into the moon with incredible detail. But I guarantee...
Yes, we're able to zoom into the moon with incredible detail. And how big are those craters that you're looking at, Eric? Any word whatsoever? Because one of the things that, and I hate to cut him off mid-sentence, but, you know, it's Eric Dubay, and I have to. Hold on a second. Okay. Artemis sent us this picture of the moon, which shows over here by the South Pole the Oriental Basin that has not been seen by humans or photographed by humans. Why are they able to do that, huh? If they were in a studio, how did they get that to go there unless it's a sphere, unless they were close by enough to take the picture? But let's see what else Eric has to say, right? Because it's all bullshit anyway.
We all train our telescopes and cameras to the moon when Artemis 2 is supposedly passing by. Not a single person will capture video of the rocket passing by
Because
the
of
moon.
angular size. But how many have taken a picture of the ISS transiting the moon? Oh, wait, I think I know somebody who did that. Oh, what was his name? Oh yeah, Red's Rhetoric. While he was filming Titan's shadow go across Saturn, he also picked up the ISS. And he's taken pictures of it transiting the moon. So as Jaron, back when he was a flat earther. Angular size matters. The ISS is 250 miles up, 250 kilometers up. I think it's 250 miles. Okay. Now you're going to see something half the size of the ISS at over 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times away. Ooh, rum hit me there for my math. Sorry. 1,000 times further away. You're going to think you're going to see it go behind the moon and come back around? Really? Eric, I think you're being disingenuous. No, I take it back. I think you're just being an asshole.
NASA has already started releasing new Earth images supposedly taken from Artemis 2, and they are just as dubious
no, they're
as
not.
ever. Again, they are showing us Earth as a crisp, perfect circle/sphere.
I bet if you measured it, it wouldn't be a perfect sphere. I bet if you took down the pixels, because this thing is a huge amount of pixels, you might be able to see that it's oblate.
Images. Yet just moments earlier in their live stream, they were showing video of a clearly smushed Earth, looking nothing like the pictures released shortly
Right,
after.
which could have been a tablet doing a wide-angled picture, which is going to distort everything in the picture because it's not a Nikon D5 with an ISO range of 50 to 51,200.
So let's take a closer
let's
look
do.
at these images. Where are all the continents?
Well, that's easy. We have Africa here, and we have the Straits of Gibraltar here, and we have Spain and the Iberian Peninsula here. And over here, we have Brazil all the way down to Uruguay. I think we have some of the other countries up here was French Guyana and some of those other ones up in here. We probably have some islands here you could probably see. Yeah, there's no up in space, Eric. So what's the problem?
We are seeing half of the globe in this image, and there is nothing but ocean and part of Africa. We are supposed to believe
no. What
that
about all this right here? That's South Africa. Are you missing that? And what about all this over here? And what about part of Europe and the Mediterranean? I think you're a little misleading there, Eric. Are you just doing this on purpose, or are you just dumb? I'll go with dumb. Oh, shit. It won't play.
we are supposed to believe that all of North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Australia, and Antarctica are just hiding on the other 50% of the globe.
Well, not South Africa or South America, because we can see South America here. And it's also called field of view. You guys have been told this for years, and yet you refuse to acknowledge it. So let's just say, A, you're wrong, because there's South America. A good chunk of South America. A large chunk of South America.
This is just like the famous Apollo 17 image, claimed to be one of the only real photographs taken by NASA.
Define real photograph. You mean by film? Yes. That other one was a real photograph because it was done not as a composite, but it was a digital image set to ISO 51,200. Fuck you very much. Cope harder.
If you're going to have Africa take up 50% of your globe, the math just doesn't work for the rest. And what about the lighting?
Oh,
NASA
Eric, do you not know how cameras work?
says Earth is fully eclipsing the sun
It
in
is.
this picture.
You see this big bright sliver down here on the right? Wait, Eric, hold on. Let me guess. You did your own research, but you didn't do your own research. Here's the exact same picture with different settings. Look, it's dark with city lights. Huh. How's that work exactly? It's almost like exposure settings matter, Eric. But let me guess. You just shoot videos on your little iPhone and call it a day and not worry about the settings, right?
Putting all of the light of the sun on the other side of the globe. So how is the entire dark side of the Earth shown fully
ISO.
and brightly lit? Or how about this one, allegedly showing the moon from Artemis 2? Why is the moon much smaller here in outer space
Low resolution,
than it
probably taken with a tablet.
is on Earth? I have never seen the moon that small, and yet
And if it's a wide angle camera, you would see it that small. Tell you what, Eric, go out with your little fucking cell phone, change your zoom, not from 1, but to 0.6, and tell me how small it is on your screen compared to this. I guarantee you this one is going to be bigger than yours. I'm sure you've been told that a lot in your life.
NASA claims this picture was taken by the Artemis crew halfway from Earth to the moon. The reality is, these
No,
are
they
not
are.
real photographs. In fact, you can take these new images just released from NASA and run them through an advanced AI filter to check for authenticity and see for yourself. These images do not even pass AI scans.
Eric, do you want to know what's at the bottom of ChatGPT? Hold on, let me help you. Let me help you because I want you to I want you to see something here. Let's say hello. ChatGPT is AI and can make mistakes. Check important info. You probably want a second opinion, Eric. And that does not mean a second AI.
For authenticity, and are all coming back as confirmed CGI images.
No,
People honestly should-
no. Hold up. It says this looks like a CGI, but it's wrong. It would be wrong.
And are all coming back as confirmed CGI images. People honestly should be able to discern for themselves that these Earth images are clearly
This image
CGI.
is not a real photograph taken from space. It is a CGI computer-generated imagery created by digital artist Anton Balaza. Well, hold on. Let's ask. I tell you what, chat, let's let you decide. Chat GPT. Oh, hi. Fuck. Nice to see you. Let's see. Was this created by a visual artist named, what the hell was his name? Oh, let's move this over. And by a Russian visual artist named Anton Balaz. Balaz. Okay, sorry, it's thinking. Whoops, hold on. Let's see what it says. Let's look it up. By all means, let's look it up. It's checking a lot of websites. but I can't confirm. Oh, it says almost certainly. Okay. Let's ask it. Could it be from Orion capsule and the Artemis 2 crew? Huh. Hmm. Let's see. Sorry, I'm on the extended thinking mode because I wanted to actually like find an answer. Oh, by the way, hold on a second. NASA images from Orion. Orion photos. Orion photos. Oh, that's not what I want. Hold on. I want Artemis 2. You know what? Hold on. Here's what we're going to do. Hello world photo. Nope, that's not what I want. Am I stuck on images here? No. More photos from Verizon. Oh, look, here's all the ones released by Orion. And oh, look, it has that image specifically. But let's see what ChatGPT says. No, this is very unlikely. Okay, but could ChatGPT be wrong? Please look at the NASA catalog from Artemis 2 to verify your findings. I believe, I won't even say it that he's wrong because, you know, AI is going to go around about pleasing me because it's basically a fucking, you know, gimp, a sub in a gimp suit at this point. Are you sure it was still created by Anton? What the fuck was his name again? You should probably search images. Yeah, you probably should. Uh-oh. It found the image. And this is why flirts fail, because they don't realize that AI could be wrong and they treat it as gospel. It is their own little minion that they go out to farm out information, but because they lack any experience and any sort of way to discern what is actually being put into it. Oh, look, it's in it. Earth from the perspective of Artemis 2. Oh, my earlier Anton Balazar call was wrong. I didn't prompt it. I didn't say it was wrong. I asked it to verify. But did Eric do that? No. And again, right here, right here. Let's zoom in because this is important. Right here. Do we see this? Do we see this? What does that say? Fuck you, Eric. That's what it says.
But if you don't trust your own discernment. Even AI is telling
No,
you
it's not.
that these are not real. From ChatGPT, quote, "This is very likely AI generated or heavily
Very likely, but it's not definitive. And again, as we said, AI could be wrong. There's actually a disclaimer on the bottom of every fucking page, right? But let me guess. That's kind of like the terms of service you never read.
composited. The window frame is unusually thick and irregular, with soft, almost melted-looking edges. Real spacecraft windows
Blackburn,
would
you're
be
absolutely
more
right. And that's exactly it. It's a new image just released. It looks like the same image that was done by Anton previously, which was composites. And therefore, it's equating it to an Anton picture because it looks similar. Even though Anton worked with composites, and even though this right here shown, when you give it to, when you ask it to verify, it says, whoops, my bad, I was wrong.
and consistent. The satellite outside is oddly placed and slightly stylized. Scale and lighting
Yes,
don't quite match orbital photography.
Well, I don't know about this
The
picture,
lighting
but
on
whatever.
Earth and the interior frame feels cinematic rather than physically consistent, especially the glow and reflections. The composition is too clean and centered for typical handheld astronaut
So
photography.
why would it matter? Like, could AI be interpreting that there's turbulence in space? Is that why? Because every picture I've seen from space seems to be pretty, like, spot on. Yes, it's moving at 17,000 miles an hour. However, it is high enough up to where it's not moving that fast, and yet it could get a still picture that's not blurry. You use a fast enough shutter speed, and you expose it for the right areas, and it comes out clean.
Also, look at the bright hot spot of sunlight shining at one specific point of Earth. If the sun's light is transferring through 93 million miles of space to reach the Earth,
Look,
shouldn't it be
you know how the Flurf crowd says do your own research. Well, Aldebaran took it upon himself to do his own research. These are stock photos from Anton Balaza. Those don't look anything like the picture we're looking like. Yeah. Eric, I think you should probably do your own research. Interesting. So you're using this guy as a reference because AI told you to, but you didn't go check to look what his pictures look like. You look like his pictures, and it doesn't look anything like it. Huh. That's awkward. It's almost like you didn't do any research. You just asked AI, which could be wrong.
be lit uniformly if that was the case? Why would there be a single bright spot as if
Oh my
being
God.
lit locally?
If it's locally, then where the fuck is the sun? Eric? If they're this high up to get this picture with this curvature and everything else, they're pretty fucking high. Where's the sun? It's local. It should be below them, right? Or maybe it should be above them, but we should be seeing a dome or some other kind of reflection also, right? None of that is in this picture. Where is the sun? It's local. It's within the dome. It's within our fucking snow globe that you guys want to pray to every day. Where is it? Is it way off screen? Like 93 million fucking miles away? Probably.
Watching otherwise intelligent grown adults being completely duped and stupefied by this
Watching
propaganda
otherwise grown
is
adults be completely stupefied by your stupidity is unnerving. And it's why I have a channel. Because of people like you.
honestly embarrassing and pathetic. Starry-eyed NASA fanboys are so excited by the prospect of living in their imagined science fiction Star Trek future that they cannot see the deception for what it is.
We went to the moon in 1969. It's 50 years later. 60 years later. Have we really advanced in the Star Trek world? Are we really fanboys? I'm a fanboy because we're going back to the moon. After 54 years, because we can count up to 72. But we're 60 years from the first setting foot on the moon. So where's the Star Trek world that you're talking about? Huh, Eric? You're just a disingenuous twat.
Science fiction Star Trek future, that they cannot see the deception for what it is. They hear about building bases on the moon and sending humans to colonize Mars, and these ideas, implanted by Hollywood, then fertilized by NASA, have taken such strong roots in their brains that they can no longer see the forest for the trees.
I'm sure that was a set of something or another, right? Funny thing happened on the way to the moon or something? Or maybe even something else? Like, was there a movie about this also?
For example, I watched the popular YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers talking about his excitement about this Artemis 2 launch in his recent The Artemis 2 launch video. The crazy amount of glee and happiness this man was experiencing during the launch, his permanent smile and glassy-eyed wonder, accompanied by his hopes of an off-world future where humanity lives on Mars, just made me sad for how duped the masses truly are.
Do you know what makes me sad, Eric? This guy is younger than me. I was not alive the last time we went to the moon. That was back in 1972. This is the first time we are sending people back to the moon, at least in the same fucking neighborhood. I'm excited about it. I'm excited that NASA's talking about a lunar base. I'm excited about the possibility that we will never be on Mars, but we'll probably send some people there eventually. Will it be my lifetime? Probably not. I can live with that. But I'd love us to set foot again. This has never happened in my lifetime. That's why people are excited. It's an engineering accomplishment. And as an engineer, I appreciate it for what it is. What's sad is that you have to hand wave it away and say it's all fake because you want to live in a snow globe, because you want to feel special, and because you have amounted to zero.
People want to believe they're part of some great exploration of the cosmos, and NASA gives them the ability to be backseat passengers with parasocial relationships. The last thing they want to do is honestly consider the possibility that they're being lied to about the Earth and outer space. So many never even look at the abundant evidence proving their entire worldview is nothing.
And there's so many flat earthers who look up at the sky and don't have wonder. If the flat earthers were in charge of NASA, were in charge of our exploration of the world around us, we would stay in the Stone Age. It takes dreamers, it takes engineers, it takes people with an imagination to do the next to impossible and make it happen. Eric Dubay, his impossibility is getting out of a paper bag like a cat without fucking it up. I'm glad he's not in charge. I'm glad he has nothing to do with any of this shit except to provide me with content because he's a douchebag.
Nothing but a patchwork of propaganda and lies.
Oh, Gravity hits hard. You bring up a valid point. By the way, thanks for being here, Gravity. We're going to make you a mod so you can post links as you see fit. We hang out with too many brats. Caller, you're not wrong. We really do. Let's look at the comment section, shall we? On April Fool's Day, NASA official. Oh, who the fuck cares? Yeah, okay. 18 replies. On April Fool's Day, right in your face. Technically, April Fool's Day ends at noon, but okay, let's say that. But it was April 2nd in Australia, so what does it matter? We're only counting where America is now. You got to be kidding me. Okay, by the way, what about the original window that was scheduled for September of last year? where they found problems. Or the window before that, was it February or March, where they found problems and like, oh, hold up, we have to go do this wet, now we have to go do this secondary testing of a wet rehearsal to make sure that shit's working right. And then they found the next window. The next window was going to go to the 6th. April Fool's Day, no one gives a shit. Really. The biggest hoax of mankind, says somebody who obviously knows more than everybody else. So it seemed that the stories behind about the Bermuda Triangle were meant to keep everyone out of the splashdown area. Yeah, I'm sure. They're mocking us at this point. Yeah, we are mocking you. There's no question about that. It's surprising how many people will be fighting mad at you if you don't believe in all the moon bullshit. No, what I get mad at is the denial of actual evidence. For people to sit there and quote, what is that guy's name that was on Toon a couple times who claims to work at the Chinese space agency that says China is blackmailing NASA, Dr. Shalikashvili or whatever the fuck his name is, the janitor at the Chinese space agency. I'm sure they quote him. I know Bart Seidel does. Deplorable, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. NASA always says images, never photographs. Would you say, come and look at my wedding images? Well, I mean, if you want to be pedantic, you should say that was done with a digital camera. And by the way, a photograph is part of an image. I just hope somebody took an iPhone with them and took crystal clear pictures and videos. You mean like the iPhone that was passed between the astronauts across, was the commander and the pilot were sitting. Someone let an iPhone go of their hand and it drifted across to the other hand with no wires. Let's see. I just hope, okay. So, Shill Rogan also dropped other podcasts with whistleblower, liar, Freemason, Bob Lazar to make us believe the alien UFO propaganda. Okay. That's whatever. If anyone trusts the government, they simply haven't been paying attention. Hey, I don't trust our government by any means, but I can verify my own project. What? What's the matter? Sorry, Olivia wanted a hug. The elites love and live to mock us. Yes, we do. And I'm not an elite. Go figure. At this point, you believe the globe and its lies. You deserve to be fooled because it's not hard to see. Yeah, okay. I can't believe people still believe this crap. It's sad there's such widespread ignorance. Yes, it is. Yes. Including the ignorance in this comment section. The NASA spell's been broken. Look at the comments in their videos. It's all you dumb fucks. That's why. My mother passed away a few years ago, and my uncle told me this story about how excited my mom got for the 1969 moon landing. She was 15 or 16 and rearranged all the furniture and was all giddy and making snacks and had a watch party long before that term was actually invented. It made me so angry and sad about how they duped my poor mama like that. Her whole life, she was a massive sci-fi fan, Star Trek, the whole deal, all from the impression that fake-ass moon landing had on her. I don't usually curse up in people's comments, and I don't know if they'll censor me or not, but fuck them, Eric. I fucking hate them, and I will for the rest of my life. People have asked me, why does the shape of the earth even matter anyway? Because my mom, that's why. That's an angry individual. Oh, NASA doesn't allow comments? Even better. Probably because they're tired of this stupid shit. Amazing how in 2026, with all the advanced technology we have, there's not a single camera pointing at the Earth as they fly around it. SpaceX does it. And one pointing at the moon as they approach it. There is one. Truly amazing. We have cameras everywhere, and some are the size of a pinhead, but none of the entire rocket. If we used a pinhole camera, you'd bitch about the resolution. Learn something. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement. A quote from Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's where I get all my philosophical ideas from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I've been waiting for this video. Well, I'm glad he could, help you in your time of short strokes and can get you to completion. Now roll over and go back to sleep. Another quote out of context. In the early 90s, I was on a boat and watched the launch from Florida from the water next to the pad. They kept us about 10 miles from the pad for safety. Duh. I was an aspiring aeronautical engineer, a pilot in training, and an avid RC pilot, and very familiar with how things work. I'm already getting ready to my bullshit flag, but let's see what else he has to say. The launch ruined everything. Not one adult can explain why they would waste so much fuel just to fly in the ocean. That's the epitome of stepping on a rake. You're an avid RC pilot. Great. Scale that up. You can't because you can't scale. An aspiring aeronautical engineer, something tells me you wouldn't have made a good one. I watched it just fly over us and land and into the deep ocean and went over the horizon. Did it go into the ocean or did it go over the horizon? Please make a difference. I didn't have a P1000 then. I personally measured the visibility of boats on the water at 5.5 miles and there was no curve. Everything was visible. Sure you did. Going down is the best way to go up. Yeah, okay. I guess Eric would know about going down. I'm speechless. Good. How about stop typing? How appropriate. On April Fool's Day, deception is placed openly before humanity, yet all still perceived. Oh, fucking Christ. Nixon about to get another call. Okay, that's almost funny. Except Nixon called them. But it's funny because Nixon's dead. But I'm sure they didn't mean it that way. God, this is going to make me drink way too much rum. All right, let's stop this. I appreciate that little side tangent there. Who was it that told me to do that? I don't remember who it was now. Gravity. Thank you, Gravity. I appreciate that very much. Diver Dan, how are you not a mod on my channel? You've been here a few times before, and I must not have seen it. My apologies, bud. All right. Let's go to the next stupid question, shall we? Oh, God. I'm getting buzzed already. I'm going to leave live chat up because, well, it's Mark Sargent.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Peanut. Hopefully he's watching. Okay, what we're gonna do.
Are you gonna deep throat your mic, Mark?
We are, and it's stuck at 10 minutes. I'm gonna run live for the hell of it anyway. So let's do this.
LEO makes no claims about Artemis at all. Oh, really?
Which one are we gonna use?
Hold on.
We're gonna use the NASA one.
All right, I'm going to fast forward this because I don't want to listen to them fucking pudge away and stuff like that. Let's wait till Dave Weiss gets on board here. Oh, there's Dave. Mr. Potato Head.
Ready to start terminal count. Arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that, thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
What's up, man?
We're not watching an hour of this bullshit, by the way. I'm telling you that now.
128 camera.
You heard
Here's what I did do.
Worked in real time.
Oh, I'm going to mute them a little bit here for a minute while they're dicking around with this. So here's what these two assholes actually said. Okay. I took a look at the transcript and I'm not going to lie. I put it through AI because I can't read effort of reading the transcript from an hour-long video. So I asked them to summation, for a summation of it. So here's what these idiots talked about. So their hour-long live reaction video here. Actually, I'll go ahead and let them talk, and I'll just kind of drop down the volume a little bit
ECL entity will be waiting
so we can hear them behind us when they start laughing.
ECL copies.
Weiss and Sargent
And for all
is
personnel, once we
rambling
get
for
that
like an
short
hour
bridge
long, and they can't
verification,
agree why it's fake or how it's
verify
fake.
that we
Thanks for
are
the
clear
crotch
to
shot,
go,
Dave. I
and then we'll
appreciate it.
proceed with the terminal count.
And they're actually disappointed the launch went well. They're openly pre-betting on sabotage.
I have never seen a 10-minute
explosions
counter
or
take
a scrub.
so long to get to. Yes, this is live. Beyond Diced.
ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
Ground launch sequencer operator
We lost Dave. Oh, there he is.
to go ahead and start.
Dave, is your microphone on? Toggle your microphone.
Launch
That is weird.
sequencer
I
is an
see you in
application
StreamYard.
software
I do
that
not
runs
see you on the
top of
freaking
launch
live
control
stream.
system in the firing room. Acts like a conductor of an orchestra.
What happened?
God, this is the best
executing
video I've
hundreds
ever seen of Dave
commands and
Weiss. I can't hear a
You
fucking
see
word
me,
he
right?
says.
You see me in StreamYard? Yeah. Toggle your microphone.
It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge
What
initiation.
the
All right,
hell?
copy that. And we're verifying.
Some
our
people
constraints.
see you, which is weird. Somebody said, "Oh, Dave's in here. It's great," but
Now
I
you
don't
hear me.
Now I can hear you.
Finally, you
It's
fucking
human
figured
error.
it out.
It's always human error.
Well, the thing was, I still don't see you. Like when
All
I
right,
go
where's
to
the
my
timestamp? Hold
my
on.
reaction page,
All right, and we're clear from
I don't
cutouts.
see you on the.
And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily.
Here, let me see
So,
what happens.
so let's talk about this.
We can resume the
Those
clock.
towers,
Yeah.
I saw somebody did a
TLS
thing
copies.
where there's a technology where they can have 3 towers that can project a real life looking hologram.
Sure.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
Right, it
Either
has to be
way,
in the dark,
there's
Dave,
So
not in
many
sunlight.
eyes on this.
Look,
as
she's
you know-
awake.
I'm awake.
Hey.
Hi, Mark.
How are you?
I'm good. I can't wait to be awake with you for a little while.
Oh, that's awfully nice.
We are now
All right,
counting down
beat it.
to lift off Artemis 2.
Clean the dishes. Hey, you know the difference between Iron Man and Iron Woman?
Yeah. What?
Now on, you're going to hear 2
One's a
voices on the
superhero, the other one's a command.
Everything goes nominal.
Nice.
Now
Okay.
Okay. Oh, so here's the timestamp that I want to talk about real quick here. Hold on. I just found it.
Measurements correct.
So yeah, we should take
we
bets
would have had
on what's going to happen. As you know,
10
DJ and
seconds
I
to get a second,
covered everything last
sample.
night,
Right.
where we talked about all the possible options, where it's going to launch and they're not going to get good camera footage, or they're going to. I'm going to turn this down. Give me 1 second.
Effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz.
All right.
LCC violation, I believe.
We talked about potential sabatage or blowing up on the pad. Either way, and I don't mind saying that because, hey, you know what? It's not real.
Right. Right. Let's just move on here and let's see what they have to say some more.
It's always the same thing. They have some birds that get scared when the rocket goes off.
There you see the
Those
cross
3
access
towers,
moving away.
we're seeing a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah. All right.
Can you guys
So-
hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
To
Yeah, we hear you.
ingress into the
Yeah.
rocket.
Looking fabulous.
What's up,
DJ.
Dave? I'm working. Some of us actually have real day jobs,
I have
know.
the over under on edits from ignition to clearing the tower at 6.
I just showed you one with none. From someone not affiliated with NASA. I can show you, I don't know, probably 1,000 more.
And they'll be
Okay.
arming that
Okay.
shortly.
Okay.
So you have to bet whether there's going to be more or less than 6
Of course,
edits.
the
All right.
board system. Great shot there.
7 minutes.
okay.
Retracting
Look, the
away.
price.
The launch
DJ,
abort system is
your
top.
sound quality is
That's what will
awful.
pull Orion
Yeah,
and its
your audio's
crew
cutting out.
off the top of the rocket in case of
Where are you, in the valley?
whether it's on the ground or in
All right, well, I'm back to work anyway.
hardware.
Okay, goodbye. Nice to meet you.
DJ, just mute your mic. Just listen. There you go.
Yes.
Your audio. I mean, you can put your face on there. That's fine. Just don't
Yeah.
do your audio.
Yeah, cam
You look
cuts
good.
are
This one
edits.
sound good.
There you go. Okay, so we are 6 minutes and
Starting
counting.
at 6 minutes. The GLS will start bringing that
Ah,
and other
what a
high-energy
time to be
systems
alive.
online.
I got a question. This was delayed twice because of helium leaks.
Right.
If they can't control leaks in air with air pressure, how do they not have leaks in friggin' the vacuum of space?
I don't know.
Oh my God. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Dave, okay, there's a pressure differential here, right? So the helium links are for pressurizing as the fuel goes down. If they have a leak, it's the pressure itself is pushing out on that. They would still have leaks in the vacuum of space. That's why they're not launching. They have to fix the leak before they can launch. That's how it works.
Hey, I mean, again, well, I don't know how much we're gonna, watch this, because once it goes into straight out of visual range, I've got to start thinking about the Trump speech. Although I'm not going to do a reaction to that.
So you see how high that horizon is? Now, if they give us a down low shot, that horizon will be down low again. But notice how hazy the sky is. There's literally going to be an atmospheric deck of opaqueness, maybe 30 miles out. So no one's going to see anything after 30 miles.
There wasn't.
It's over. They go right to cartoon.
Yep. Again, reiterate some of the points. Dave knows them very well from last night, which is, okay, you're doing this. What sort of shielding are you using to get through the Van Allen radiation belts? You don't have any.
Simple. I talked about this on Max Stream. It's an aluminum lithium alloy. That in itself will stop most of it. At the outer layers, when they where the layers are a little more, they actually have the way it's designed is all the equipment and cooling systems, everything else are around the astronauts. So therefore, no problems. And they're only there for an hour. They go through the thinnest part, hightail it out of there, call it a day.
Any lead or gold or a whole bunch of water protecting that capsule. You're going to and from the moon.
Foxworth, that brings up a valid point. If it was a hydrogen link versus a helium link, yeah, that's bad. Hydrogen, in case you didn't, know about the Hindenburg, is flammable.
And you're going to be slowing down on the way back. Your best speed is not even 20,000 miles an hour. So why aren't you guys going to be, irradiated like glow sticks? Well, why isn't that happening?
Because you have no idea how anything fucking works. That's why. Because your standard evidence is like, I don't know, so therefore fake. Anyone tells you differently, you're a shill. Or in Dave's case, you're a demon. And how many of you caught the Demons in Disguise line from the intro song? That's what I want to say.
Or the ridiculousness of putting 4 people in that basically as an SUV for 10 days straight without them killing each other. How much?
It's called psychological tests. They do a lot of training with each other. They get to know each other on a personal level. They're all friends, Mark. You don't have any friends. Neither does Dave. You guys might be each other's only friend. You learn to work with each other. 10 days. If I was with Mark in a fucking small capsule for 10 days, yeah, that's different. But people I've worked with for, let's say, the last year, I have a team of 10. I have no problem sitting with any one of them for a multiple of days because they're interesting people. Even my boss I would sit with for 10 days.
How much oxygen you taking? How much nitrogen are you taking?
Oh my God. My God. Mark, you are dumb as fuck. How much nitrogen are they taking? They're taking pure oxygen. There's also a rebreather and a CO2 scrubber. You don't have to bring all the oxygen as it comes up. It separates it out, adds a little bit that was taken out by each individual breath, and puts it back into the capsule. This has been done since 1969. It's been done since before then, because I'm sure they were doing it in Mercury and stuff like that. Here's the thing. It works under the same pretense as a rebreather. Rebreathers have been a thing since, shit, what was it? 1800 something. Hold on. Uh, 1876 by Henry Fluce, and basically it allowed them to carry oxygen, absorbs carbon dioxide into a like a catalyst, and it transformed underwater breathing. So it's the same pretense. You have a catalyst, which is a CO2 scrubber, takes the CO2 out, therefore it adds a little bit of oxygen to keep the percentages up. Voila. You have 100% oxygen, pressurized to 1 atmosphere, pushing out on a vacuum that doesn't suck.
Wait, they're going to be up there for 10 days?
Yeah. 5 days each way. That's standard moon mission stuff, by the way. 5 days each way.
And wait, where do they?
It's 3 days to the moon. 3 days back. What was it? 2 days of an orbit to get to injection burn, and 1 day around the Earth. I mean,
they poop.
Oh, they got this little bathroom thing, this little like a closet, and you have to kind of squeeze in there.
Here's the funny thing: the size of their bathroom is probably smaller than the one Boston Concert had in his trailer for the boys to go down to Florida in. But if you sit in an RV, you know that there's a shower and a toilet all in one space. This isn't fucking novel. It's been done.
Did you see how tight it is in there?
I know. Oh, trust.
Yeah, they want to fit a bunch of shit in a little bit of space as much as possible.
Me, I know. I didn't realize, by the way, that the big guy, you know, the really tall guy, you know, the when I started, he's only 6'2". He's my height.
Come on, Mark. Say what you wanted to say. You almost said it. Say what you wanted to say. You're going to use a physical descriptive adjective for him. But then you're like, whoops, I can't say that.
Right. Everybody else is,
so,
you know, 5'10", 5'9", and 5'4".
Are there windows on this thing so they could take pictures?
Yeah, Dave. You see this part right here? This fairing on the nose cone? It gets ejected, and there's windows underneath.
I don't know. We won't know until they get out there. But supposedly...
No, we do know because we've seen pictures of the Orion capsule as it's been built. We've seen it before it got put on top of a rocket. Do your own research, you fuckheads.
There's a bunch of external cameras. I'm hoping.
What if it blows up and they blame it on the Iranians?
Oh, yeah, we talked about that last night. That wasn't even one of my top 5 options. And that's not outside of the realm, and you know it.
And they're laughing about it. Because as far as they're concerned, this isn't real. Just like 9/11 wasn't real, just like Sandy Hook wasn't real, just like everything else wasn't real to each and every one of them, because they cannot wrap their head over the idea that people can die doing things and that people would risk their life to do something great.
You know, because that's exactly what we would do. It wouldn't matter if it was a mechanical failure. We would blame the Iranians if this thing...
Mark, what was the date of the year? The date, and well, what was the date that the first photo of the Earth was given to the American people by NASA?
It was a V2 rocket. I forgot what year was that? 47.
The first marble shot was Apollo 17, and it was 1970.
No, he said curvature of the Earth. Did you not?
Photo of the Earth was given to. Well, what was the date that the first photo of the Earth was given to the American people by NASA?
Okay, so
about 20 seconds.
The first marble shot was Apollo 17, and it was 1972.
But what was the date? What was the day of the month?
Oh,
April 1st.
Was it April 1st when they came back?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, you...
Okay, hold on. When was the first picture of the Earth released by NASA? If anyone knows that date, let me know. Well, there was August 23rd, 1966 by a lunar orbiter, 1. Huh. December 7th for another one. Yep. Yep. I'm seeing this too. The first full disk color image of Earth from geostationary orbit by ATS-3 in 1967, and the iconic blue marble photograph taken by Apollo 17 astronauts in 1972. Okay, so what was the date of that one? Blue marble was December. Yeah, I don't know what he's getting at, so I'm calling bullshit.
You knew the answer to that?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, I had no idea. But that makes sense, right? And yeah, so the blue marble shot, the blue marble shot was taken on April Fool's Day.
No, it wasn't.
That is
December
not
7th,
lost on me
1972. Go
at
fuck
all.
yourself.
All right, 3 minutes.
Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector.
With any luck, whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
Is the mainstream news talking about this at all?
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
I mentioned it to a couple of random normie friends I had. They're like, "What? We're going to the moon?" No one had any idea.
But they didn't cover it till today.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, this morning I had mainstream news on all morning, and they were kicking into it because why not, right? It's either that or the Trump speech, and the Trump speech is going to be a big deal. I'm thinking the Trump speech, he's going to use this as a kickoff point no matter what. He'll either say, "Oh, congratulations."
Look at those. Look at the.
I know.
Look at the thing that's moving there.
I know.
It's called an engine, Dave. It's called vectoring, Dave.
It's like a cushion.
Now we're going to start moving.
It's a baffle, Dave. Oh, damn.
I
It's
know.
like baggy pants.
I know.
The upper stage and the lower
See you
stage
later,
of
Gurney.
It could be completely flame retardant. It could be.
And look at that big PVC pipe on the bottom on that thing. Like that's aerodynamic. I think of the SR-7.
You're thinking about this pipe right here is aerodynamic. What about the rings? Are those aren't aerodynamic? And I'm sure the fins somewhat for stabilization. Those aren't aerodynamic either. I'm sure they all have, like engineering fixes to them, Dave. But you wouldn't know that because you can't do math.
71 Blackbird. It is slick as a razor blade.
Yeah.
Yes, Dave, because the SR-71 has to fly in atmosphere. This just has to get through the atmosphere. That's it.
This thing has got
upper stage,
PVC pipes, square angles, and it's going 10 times as fast.
Yep.
Core stage coming up at T-1 minute.
Mark, how do people still believe this?
Dave, why do you not believe it? Because you don't fucking understand shit.
Because they want to believe it. I've seen
The SR-71 flying this way through the atmosphere is going to generate heat, more heat than a rocket going this way outside the atmosphere before starting to turn and going horizontal then. Simple. Very, very simple. And I made it as basic as possible for you to understand.
seen it in their eyes. The space fanboys, they have been holding out for so long, and they just dismiss the fact it's like 54 years. 54 years. Nothing's happened in this.
No, a lot's happened, Mark, in 54 years. We sent probes to various places in the solar system. We have 2 spacecraft that are out past the heliopause of the solar system, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. We have the Cassini pictures from Saturn. We have all sorts of numbers of probes, including some on Mars, who took pictures of random things of that planet that's our nearest neighbor. We've also been to asteroids and landed probes on. Granted, it didn't end too well. We've also landed various different things on the moon itself. What do you mean we haven't done anything? That's not even considering that we had ISS, Skylab, the Chinese, a new space station going up. We've had, it's ridiculous.
In this arena. And they just wave it off. It's like, well, it's too expensive. Well, it's this. And it's like 2026. Now we're doing this?
Yes, because it's a space race of sorts again. with China. And here's the other problem. After you go to the moon 4, 5, 6 times, the public didn't care anymore because Vietnam was going on. And they wanted money to, they thought the money was better used for other things. So NASA's budget got cut. The reason why they got a shit ton of money was to beat the Russians, and they did. Mission accomplished. Sorry, you lose your funding now.
Why? You know why? It's America 250. We're
Yeah,
going
Dougal,
for it.
what
We're
has the
trying to
Romans done from
establish
us?
total American dominance, and this is one of our things. And Trump will be talking about it tonight. By the way, if you guys didn't already know, Trump is giving this speech to the nation. It's going to be broadcast on everything. Can't wait to see what he starts talking about.
What time is that?
In 2.5 hours. It'd be 9 o'clock.
No one gives
your
a
time.
shit, Mark.
For Trump's speech. Did I just hear her? Speech. Did I just hear her?
Now, shortly after liftoff,
I'm not staying up for that.
What pajamas you wearing
his
tonight,
wife.
Paige?
You know, I was going through the cartoon list of pajamas. My God, that thing's huge now. It's monstrous.
All right, here we go. Turn up the volume. Trump's volume.
NASA has ever launched.
Dun dun dun. What do you want?
Let's hear it. Let's hear their.
Oh, you want all the audio?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff.
1,
The crew of
2,
Artemis 2 now
3,
bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
4, 5, 6.
Roger, roll pitch.
I'm there. It's a
7.
cut.
Houston now controlling the flight of
What's your over/under?
Whatever. I said 6.
It already cleared the tower before you got to 4, you dumbass.
What was that glitch? 8. Look how low it is now. Wait, the height. What was that glitch? 8. Look how low it is now. Wait, the height is wrong.
Different cameras, you dumbass.
Time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate deco. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the main engines. Space launch system.
They're gonna have to cut to the crowd eventually inside the lobby.
Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
9. 10.
You know what we also didn't get with this? Yeah, what's that shot?
That's the launch pad, you dumbass.
You know what we also
That was the launch pad, Mark.
didn't get, which we got with where were all the drones?
Mission last time.
Where were the drone shots?
After Harvey was reporting they had like serious helicopters and stuff, making sure nobody was hiding in the restricted area.
Have you the same?
No, but I mean, where was NASA?
So here's the thing, you two idiots. Why don't you watch someone like Astronomy Live, who actually has an uncut, unchanged version from 2 different cameras for you to watch with no changes? Yeah, it's mission control, not the lobby, you dumbass. They want to go to the lobby because they're dumbasses. All right, I don't want to listen to these idiots. Deplorable brought up level Earth observer. Actually, you know what we're going to do? Hold on a second. Here's what we're going to do. Icy Spin, are you in here? All right. Icy Spin. If you are in here, jump into the live channel on my server. Go to the party time channel if you're there. Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody, hey, I see. Hold on a second. Somebody sent me something else. What is this? Oh, yeah. Hold on. For those who don't know, let me show you something. Geek is going to know about this. The GOES satellite, which is a geostationary satellite, was nice enough in its, when it takes pictures every few minutes. It got a capture of this on the day Artemis launched. What could this be? Oh, it looks like a launch. Thank you, GOES satellite. I appreciate that. Hey, I see you there. You're muted. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, I'm not going to put you on
Hold on
screen.
one sec.
I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to go back to our conversation. I'm going to load up the link that you said. So,
Just a sec.
no problem. I'm going to preface this for everybody. Now, I want you to remember these are generational thinkers we have here. So, Roger was having a cope session with a bunch of people. And by doing that, he let IC spin jump up, and then they started playing 20
Can you hear me?
questions. Yep, I can hear you. So IC spin was able to be brought up by Roger, and they were doing a cope session about Artemis, and IC spin was basically 3-on-1 or 4-on-1 actually.
Just a sec.
And he had to beat them all back with a bat. But I want you guys to kind of listen to this because it is completely like inept how it goes. I need to find my notes anyway. Hold on. Give me a second here. Nope, wasn't that. Was it named that? Maybe. Nope. You there, Icy? All right, I'm still waiting for him to hop on. I got to do a search now. Hold on a second. Nope, wasn't there. Nope, wasn't there. I think this is on my laptop. I'm going to see if I can kind of remote into it for a second. No. All right. So basically, they're asking a bunch of questions about satellites and all this other things too. So, oh, I know. I'm in the wrong computer here. Hold on. Let me go to my phone. I made phones. There we go. So I see spin. All right. So I'll when I see spin jumps back on, we'll take a look at this real quick. So he sent me this. This was him coming on, and they have some questions for IC spin.
All right, there you are. We can hear you say something.
Good evening.
So,
All right.
so are you?
So okay.
Good to see you, Scott.
So,
Good to see you, JJ.
is there any proof that you have?
I'm gonna
Like, that,
disappear for a minute. I'll be right back.
okay, go ahead.
We'll see you tomorrow, Russ.
But no, I mean honestly, like, is there any like actual real proof that you have that like there's actually a rocket going to the moon right now and then it's gonna like go around the moon and come back?
So I'll let IC answer, and then I'll provide my own answer to this.
Any type of real proof, like good, actual evidence, like really good evidence. Like, what's the best thing besides something? Go ahead.
Well, my question is this: is that a question that has an answer that I can give that's not bullshit?
What do you mean?
Scott?
Like, because you believe it, right?
It's loaded.
It has nothing. It is a loaded.
It's not
question,
loaded. I mean, I'm just saying, like in your opinion,
If
what I'm saying.
if I say that there's a live stream of them on a rocket right now, like, what are you going to say?
No, that's not. Yeah, because it's obviously.
That's not enough evidence.
So
Dude.
it's an unanswerable question.
It's not like that. I'm saying, like, what's your best, like, kind of, like, what in your opinion? Because you believe it a lot, right? So.
Well, I mean, I watched the rocket.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Definitely. I think a rocket does something that looks like a rocket does take off that you can look from 10 miles away, right? You were 10. Did you see it? Right, 10 miles away. 11 miles away, right?
Can you hear me down?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So yeah. Besides just seeing that happen, that doesn't prove anything. Like.
So I'm at the part right now. Can you hear my stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Blackburn saying that I have a bad echo?
You might, and that's just because I have the gain turned up too loud. So I'm gonna have to turn you down here real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me go to the room. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Oh my God, come on. Let me turn you down a little bit. All right, now say something.
All right, cool. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, and you're not showing up on my microphone, so you're good. Thank you, Blackburn.
And one question. Are you able to share your OBS over here or no?
Yep. Let me share over there. Okay. I'm gonna have to mute probably this one. Oh, nope, I can't. Let's see how this works. If there's a bad echo, someone just needs to tell me what it is, and I got to figure out how to get around it. But let's see what happens.
Besides just that you saw something take off from a launch pad, right?
Right.
So what is like in your opinion, like the kind of person like you, like what would be like the oh man, look at what they showed, like that totally shows like they're really doing it. You know what I mean?
So as we showed earlier, we showed an uninterrupted video of the launch from Astronomy Live. We showed Astronomy Live actually tracking with this telescope at night the Orion capsule and ICPS. And just so everyone else is aware, there are thousands of radio operators everywhere who all over the world who are doing this. And specifically, there's a person in British Columbia named Scott Tilley. Scott Tilley is tracking everything and actually doing the calculations for Doppler shift and can show how far away he is using graphs and how it compares to the JPL Horizons model. And his is the data in blue and the gold is the JPL. And look, it matches the same. So what does this mean? It means that the Doppler shift is actually showing him at different time frames and everything else from the Doppler shift what the distance is. There's your evidence. Merry Christmas. You don't accept NASA? Accept that. Because after all, Roger understands everything about radio and radar, so he should be able to follow this and knows exactly what he's talking about, right? But it gets worse.
If you want to kill the video feed, that's fine. They're saying there's an echo. I can just follow with the audio. I remember how everything went.
Okay. Let me stop sharing that. Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. All right, cool.
I mean, the gold standard. Let's go with that.
Yeah, just any kind of evidence, like really good evidence.
Well, there's two things that stand out to me.
Santero's such a childish douchebag.
Hey, that's pretty good, Santero.
He's got a good one. Yeah.
So there's two things that stand out to me, and I'm just going to say them quickly so I don't get cut off. But number one, we don't have evidence of things crashing back into the ocean. Number two, we have evidence that shows things floating when they're purportedly on a mission headed towards the moon, taking pictures of the moon that we haven't ever seen before, so on and so forth. Like, they have a lot of good evidence of things floating between the three, like between all of the astronauts, things that seem to be legit to me, right? So those would be my two first things that I would
Yeah.
look for.
So let me ask you a question. So you know how there's how many satellites in the orbit?
Like a couple hundred
Thousands,
thousand,
right?
maybe.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you ever see any of those? Like when the, like you know, like or are they worried they have to like go through all of those to get to the moon? Because like that's pretty scary, right?
Yeah. Do you know how airplanes, like when they fly,
By the way, I see this answer is absolutely perfect, and they don't get it. So here's comes IC's answer, and this is like absolute perfectly a way to give an analogy that they should be able to understand. Now, should is a
good thing.
Is giving them credit here. I think that they obviously show that they don't deserve.
Fly at different heights and altitudes.
Yeah, we know about those. Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah. Airplanes.
So
Listen,
I see.
Santero,
Can I ask you
Santero,
one second, Scott?
Santero.
You've been talking all day.
Santero, first of all, you're really loud. I mean, I'm sure I'm loud too, but like, really quick, it was a very simple question. It was a very simple question.
Put it
It
down now. Sorry.
was a very simple question, though. Listen, okay, airplanes, they fly in low, like in the, that has nothing to do with satellites. Airplanes have nothing to do with satellites, guy.
Satellites are a fraction of the size of an airplane, but airplanes can fly at different altitudes and not run into each other.
A fraction of the size of an airplane.
Yeah,
Dan, you're getting an
satellites
echo
are-
through your gain.
Okay, hold on a second. It's because you're quiet on them for whatever reason, and then they're all loud.
Just Ben, you know what a cult of
a
personality
small
is?
sedan at the very biggest.
You know what a cult of personality
So they just somehow just escape Earth.
Fucking dude, Scott level realm is just so loud. Jesus.
And they don't even hit any of those damn satellites that are all.
I have this
floating
like
up there, huh?
conspiracy. I don't know if they did it or not. And you might be playing something right now, so sorry.
No,
if
go
you are.
ahead. Go ahead and talk.
I think that they bumped my volume down. I think that Roger, he might regularly do that. I have no way of proving it. I don't know if he does it in the back room, but I know he has controls over it. But my mic was at 100, and I don't know if I'm coming through good right now, but it's literally the same setup as I was last night on his program, and everyone else seemed louder as me because I listened back to that segment, and I don't know, it's just kind of silly if that's what he's actually doing.
It wouldn't surprise me that's what they were doing because that's how dishonest they are. So here's the interesting thing that they talk about like, oh, aren't they afraid they're going to run into these things? Well, and you allude to this here in a minute is that all the orbits of the satellites are tracked. They're they have a trajectory and everything else. So the reason why there's launch windows is because that's when it's all clear to go. It's a 2-hour window spread over certain days. So it was like, it was like 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. on the first. It was 8:30 or 8 p.m. to like 10 p.m. on the second. And like there was windows staggered throughout it because that's the only time that they wouldn't have to do this. But there is a collision avoidance, system on it. They call it COLA. So like every launch has a launch window, and it's calculated to ensure that the flight path doesn't interact with any satellites. And if there's other satellites that are up there, and you allude to this with the whole air traffic controller, like most LEO satellites are in, like LEO satellites, LEO is classified as 160 kilometers to 2,000 kilometers. Okay. And if we say that 85%.
That is a huge range.
Yeah. And we say
I didn't
85%
realize
of
it was that big.
right. And if we say that 85% of the satellites are in there, right? So right now with LEO, there are only about 150 to 200 active satellites in a volume of space that's 1,000 times larger than LEO. So that's that's MEO. So 88 to 90% of all satellites are in LEO, and that crowding is almost entirely between 500 kilometers and 1,200 kilometers. That's still an immense amount of range. You could have a kilometer between the two. You'd have more than that, but you could have a kilometer between the two or more. It's ungodly. But here's the funny thing. Artemis is traveling at 11 kilometers a second during its departure, which means it's only going through that zone that's basically 500 kilometers to 1,200 kilometers for 90 seconds. That's it.
Yep. And I was way off on my initial. I said between 100 and 200,000. I was way off, so I just wanted to correct it. I'm seeing different sources. I've seen anywhere from 6,000, like between 5 and 6,000 that are active, all the way up to 15,000. So I think I said between 100 and 200,000. I don't know where I grabbed that from, and it was just on the top of my mind. So if anyone has like a specific, yeah, it's a lot. But the other thing that I wanted to briefly touch on was oh God, it left me. Yeah, we're getting old, so yeah. So I'll let it ride. But
Here's the other thing. That's just LEO. There's also satellites in MEO, which is medium Earth orbit, and there's also geosynchronous. So, like, these are all different levels at different locations. We all know where they are. That's how they calculate the window, but they can't understand that. They think it's like traffic. They think it's like a traffic cam that changes by the minute.
Yep.
Let's hear what else they have to say here.
On a path that's been designed by the people that put them out there, right?
I have a question for Mr.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, that's funny. I like it. I like your answer because your answer is garbage. Anyway.
Yeah. Mr. Icy.
Well, how? Hold on a second. How is it garbage, Scott? Do you have something that proves me wrong?
What do you mean? Like, if there's geostationary and there's also not geostationary. Like, they're actually moving very fast, right? So you're like. Yes.
It's called LEO and MEO. My God, get a fucking book and read it.
You're telling me they just weave? They weave in and out of them?
Your timing.
Well, they know that
it's just timing.
Trajectory is what he's trying to say. Yeah.
Well, the trajectory, the altitude, yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, the comparison between aircraft and satellites are really weird because they have to have air traffic control to make sure they don't run into each other.
Of altitude. Yeah. That's the only reason I mentioned it, because they.
Sorry, I keep muting my mic because this idiot here is way too loud. They do have air traffic control. Satellites who are maneuverable will make corrections to get out of the way of debris and things like that all the time. It's just part of the realm of things. Now, can a rocket do that going up? Well, if they have enough warning, yes, they could vary their pitch by a half a degree or something like that. But they're more often than not, they're calculating the windows to where there's nothing in the neighborhood. It's not difficult.
I think the major issue, Dan, and you'll be the first to correct me, but is that space is really big. It's exponential. I mean, not exponential, but maybe when the further that you go out, it's not a linear relationship, right? That you have more room on the X, Y, Z axis of the surface of whatever altitude you're at, right? So I think it kind of falls back to Flurfs can't think in 3D.
Basically,
but it doesn't seem like they ever seek critical thought in this arena. You know what I mean?
No, they don't. And that's the thing. It's like they don't understand, like, your analogy of flight levels, like odd going one way, even going another way for east, west, and things like that. Like, that's a perfect analogy. You have satellites stacked up, and even if they were stacked up on each other, they still have to be spaced sideways to be able to transit because of line of sight and stuff like that. But you're talking about millions of cubic meters of atmosphere that it's in. And a satellite is what? Maybe, I mean, they vary in size, but you're going from anything from 10 meters to a CubeSat, which is less than a meter. A CubeSat
think of
is still a satellite.
Like a mini microwave that you might have had in your dorm for college or something.
Yeah.
And then up to like the size of a sedan or something is the way I think about it. But
yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, this gets worse. It definitely gets worse because Santero's going to now come in and try to play the entomology game, which is funny. He says that because I got something for him on that too, because it's surprisingly interesting.
Yeah, he puffs his chest real nice.
Oh yeah, he does. Because you called him out, and he can't have that.
In order to get an altitude, you have to have an angle, right, to get an elevation above it.
It's just air pressure in
Oh,
terms of airplanes.
do you agree it's above like sea level, right? You have to have an altitude above sea level, right?
Right.
Yeah. So in order to get that you have to have the prerequisite of having sea level to begin with, right? In order to get to an altitude, to measure it even, right?
Well, we know what the barometric pressure is at sea level. So
Well, barometric pressure has nothing to do with measurements, dude.
Pressure is a
Height.
measurement.
That's how they get the altitude.
That's how they determine how high they're. But I mean, if you actually measure the distance between that and there's feet that are actually in that measurement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're so many feet above sea level, correct?
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm going with measurements here, dude. We're going to stick with the measurements.
Yeah, but barometric
not calculations.
Pressure is also a measurement.
They also do radar ranging and things like that to verify their distance and make sure that they can still do things. So go figure.
Yeah, it's a measurement of how. Yeah, keep going.
Are you telling me that you can't measure the pressure at a certain altitude? That's
yeah, you can, but I mean, you have to know what altitude you're at to begin with.
Technically, though, Roger is right. Roger's right because
they're altitude you're at to measure the altitude.
It's like a guess. It's a guess. It's a guess from pressure. It's guessing how high you are.
The pressure right now. You can open it up.
But I mean,
yeah,
the only way
it doesn't
to
prove
measure that,
it doesn't prove how high you are, though.
How you are.
I didn't say it did, but you can measure it without knowing the altitude. Is my point.
Because it changes.
Go ahead.
Pressure changes.
This point isn't going anywhere at this point, but we can move on.
We can do this wrangle dangle all day. Yeah.
Damn it. Astronomy Live is in the chat. Hey, Astronomy Live.
yeah,
I was using some of your videos today. I hope you don't mind. Particularly your 4K stabilized launch and your tracking of the ICPS and Orion capsule you did the first night. So hope you don't mind. But
I got to tell you, Astronomy Live, and fantastic CGI effort that you put into that, bro. I'm really loving the final product. Looks great.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
I loved being part of that live stream where you're doing it and jumped in and like, oh, look, there's a UFO behind it. And you had already, I'm sure you already caught it at that point when we saw the ICPS coming in behind it. It was funny. It was great to watch that stream because I just can imagine the butthurt screaming in the background going out, around me.
Yep. I had a great time. While he's here, I might as well tell him, he stopped by our site about, 20, 30 minutes. We had a quick little chat. It was just prior to the launch. And he's a super nice guy, super knowledgeable, super courteous, but I enjoyed his company. We had a quick chat, shook hands, and then I guess we both wished each other Godspeed. I guess the whole group did, and then he took off and would you believe this son of a bitch got really, really close to the rocket? Well, you saw the video earlier.
Yeah.
So, man, we were jealous of that. We had the cheap seats and was right there in the seat at SeaWorld, right where Free Willy will cover you in water. That's where Astronomy Live was. I'm really happy for him. He got some great footage.
If I went to that, I would have got me an Uber. I would have left you guys at across the ocean there, and I would have paid $300 to go sit and singe my eyebrows.
That's right. We had this discussion briefly the other night.
Yeah.
And I'm right there with you.
Yeah, you and I can do that next time for Artemis 3 or Artemis 4 and stuff like that. We'll go singe our eyebrows together, and we'll stand there naked and just end up without hair all over.
I'll speak for the other guys, Boston Concerts, Red's Rhetoric, and of course Mike from the Drunk Debunk Show. They're definitely into. So we're all going to singe our eyebrows off.
Oh, well, then it's going to be a party. I'll bring the rum.
Oh yeah. Bring the rum and we'll bring the more rum.
Yeah, I'm already like 3 drinks in, and it's going to be a long night, I think. But no, I mean, I first met Astronomy Live on X, and I met Reds on X, in the same derpitude, streams. And comment sections and stuff like that, replies. And I got along great with both of them, and then found out they had YouTube channels. And then when I started a YouTube channel, and found out that they're both really cool guys. I'm like, yeah, I need to meet up. I need to figure out a way to get to them, to meet with them and stuff like that. So
I remembered what I wanted to say a minute ago, and Astronomy Live, you're the only one not allowed to comment because you know the answer. First person to tell us what the delay was in chat gets a bonus flout from Wesley if he ever shows up.
What delay are you talking
What
about?
what was the delay for the launch? Was there a delay? Was there, and what was it if there was one? Dan talked about a launch window earlier.
Right. I heard that there was a caution with the communications because they missed a window, but it usually only causes a delay if it hits 3. I believe there was
Patch Von Braun nailed it right off the rip. 10-minute delay. Yeah, it was a really simple delay. We thought, okay, well, let's see how this plays out. I'd never been to a launch. Astronomy Live's been to every launch that's ever existed, so there's a discrepancy there. But I'm like, all right, well, let's see how this 10 minutes. I'm sure they're going to roll in another 10 minutes, and then another 10 minutes, and then another 10 minutes. Nope, 10-minute delay. Boom, there it was in the sky. So it was pretty nice.
I did not hear the delay. I did not hear that it was delayed. I did hear him talking about the communications, which obviously is my, that's my lane. So I was, in tune with that. I didn't realize it caused a delay. I knew they were holding at T-10, but that makes sense because when they were talking to that group, I forgot what it's called, CGS or something like that. They were saying that they were explicitly saying on the live stream that yes, it's a caution, but it's only raises an alarm if we miss 3 windows. This only missed 1, so it's only a 3-second delay. That we had an outage on, but everything's fine now, so we should be ready to go.
Yeah, and I guess if we're going to split hairs technically quickly, there was the 10 minutes that they added basically to the clock, but they also kind of had some, what do you call it? What's the extra time in soccer? Yeah, they had like some extra time before they started the clock again or whatever.
Right.
And
hold up.
so it was probably 15 minutes overall. But
Astronomy Live, do you want to break some news? Yes, Astronomy Live. Do you want to pop onto Discord real quick? I'll give you an invite and you can break some news.
Ooh, I like breaking news.
I like breaking news. Hold on, let's go to my server. Let me send you an invite here. Invite Astro. There he is. Invite. Come on in, Astro. And you can break the news yourself. And I'm happy to think that you know how to do this. I'm happy you're doing it on my stream. You could do it on your stream, but I'm happy you're doing it on my stream. I know it's not you're getting married because you're already married. It's a secret. Uh-oh.
I'm scratching my head right now. I probably know. But Mike and I were 2 drinks deep when we said our hellos, and he probably said it then. It's somewhere up there.
Astronomy, am I going to take a trip to Florida now because of this news?
No, I don't think so. Hey, Icy, good to see you. So, I think Icy knows this. Maybe he doesn't know it's a secret, but do you know why Reds needed to stay in Titusville to view the launch?
Oh, yes, but I thought the plans had changed, and I don't know if there was actually something I was not, privy to, and the plans changing when they left. So I thought they'd left a day early. Then they wanted to be there for capturing a little bit of an extra. I think that's what you're alluding to, right?
I guess so. Yeah,
The trip back around.
No.
Oh, okay. Then I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay, so the angle that you guys were viewing from in Titusville had an advantage that the angle I was viewing from did not. The other limitation from my perspective with the car pass is that I was only allowed to be on site. Originally, they were saying 2 hours before launch, and then they suddenly last minute changed that to 3. but that's still not good enough because something very special happens 4 hours before launch. You know what this is, Icy?
Oh, yeah. I do know this.
Oh, are you
I bet
talking
you have
about? I think I know what this
firsthand,
is.
account that's crystal clear for the rest of us.
So I posted the link in chat. So Dan, you could break this on your channel.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Now there's a caveat here. Reds wanted me to make sure people like are fully aware of like the situation here. So let me lay the scene. You know that this was filmed from Titusville, about 12 miles away from the rocket. You know, not close, but on public property that anyone can view from. And Reds brought his telescope, an 8-inch Celestron, and filmed it starting hours before launch because at T-minus 4 hours before launch, the 4 crew members show up to the launch pad.
Yep.
They arrive in a van, they get out, they get an elevator to come up to the top of the platform of the mobile launch platform. That's what the big launch tower is resting on. Then they walk across that to get in another elevator to go up to the level where there's the crew access arm. So he was filming 4 hours before launch to catch them going across the crew access arm. Now, he has posted the video of that segment, and yeah, you can see some shapes going across the crew access arm at the exact moment we see them on NASA TV going across the crew access arm. So we have independent filming now, thanks to Reds and the team, of the astronauts boarding the vehicle to go to the moon.
Check the group that we're in right now on this channel, Dan. Grab the link that. Okay, you got
That's
it.
what I was just doing.
So-
I was actually going to go look for it, but if we have the link, even better.
And be advised, there's a ton of wind noise. You probably just want to mute that video. It's just a
Okay.
ton of wind noise because it's very windy. But at about 1 minute 56, you see them start to appear, and they go across very quickly. They don't dilly dally. One of them, I think it's Reed. I can't tell. One, it's either Reed or Hansen. It might be Hansen. Kind of dallies at the very end of the arm, and he looks over the edge, and he's looking down on NASA TV while Victor Glover and Christina Cook are coming across, and you can see that happen if you watch carefully. As they come across, the first couple forms come across the axis arm. One goes basically straight into the white room, but another one hangs out there at the very end of the arm, and you can see that happening as another one is coming across. That's Victor Glover taking up the rear with Christina Cook.
So is it the top
Can I ask
gangway
you-
or the middle gangway?
Quickly, Dan, check your
It's-
quality settings and see if you have it bumped all the way up, just for this specific shot. It might be helpful. You might already have it at the top of the.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's the very top with the one with the white hose on top of it.
Yep.
That's the crew access arm.
Okay.
It's hard to see, but you if you look carefully, again, yeah, you do need it like quality set to max. And they start kind of crossing about 150 something, about 155, 156.
Okay, we'll
You
jump
can
ahead
see
here.
dark forms moving across from left to right across that axis arm.
It's gonna be sexy.
Is this one Red's got fully erect and had to excuse himself for a little cry session?
Well, see,
Right there.
unfortunately, he didn't
Right there.
have. Yeah,
Right there.
he didn't have a good monitor to actually see it live. He didn't even know what he had until he got home. He had to get home to bring it up on his full-size monitor and really see what he had.
Yeah, look,
But
we
he
just
got
saw
it.
two. We just saw two go across, maybe three.
Yep.
Yep.
Here comes another one.
Man, that atmospheric, I guess you just call it refraction, just that waviness is really something you got to deal with, huh?
It is. I mean, we're looking over a river there in Titusville and looking
Yeah.
12 miles out to the rocket. So there's a lot of humidity, and it's nasty stuff during the day.
A night launch would have been nice.
Yeah, it would have been. But on the other hand, I mean, hard to argue with the quality of the footage from both Reds and me.
Right. No, you guys did great.
I think the key
I'm
is that
sad I
at
missed
least
out again.
one person, I think we can all agree that at least one person got on that bitch, right?
I counted at least three, if not four.
Yeah. We could even say, I mean, yeah, at least three. At least three. But
Yeah,
It
if you
seems
if you
like right
watch
here.
NASA TV's, yeah, if you watch NASA TV stream like Christina, she's real short.
her head, or like her forehead is coming up to that cladding. So she like peeks over the edge and it's like right at her eye line. So she'd
Yeah,
be
it
real
looks
hard
like
to
she's
see.
the first one, actually.
No, she's the last one.
Oh, she's the last one? Okay.
That's why she's so hard to see. She's very short, but she's bringing up the rear.
Yeah. And there's someone
Astronomy,
sitting right there. Yeah.
Astronomy Lab, are you sitting down right now?
Yeah.
Okay. You might hold on to your table. Just don't smash your face into it. But speaking of breaking news, I was on a server earlier today and I got sent a picture of Christina. I don't know how to say her last name. Is it Koch?
Cook.
Okay. Christina Cook, and right next to a lady by the name of Krista McCullough. You know what the question that was posed to me? Astronomy Lab was?
No, I need my face. I need my face palm protection for this. Let me grab it. Okay, I got it. Okay.
What do you think about this, IC Spin? Does this look like the same person to you?
Oh my God.
Yes.
They don't look at all. They look completely different.
It was 40
Isn't
years
humanity
ago.
in a state of
She'd
pure
be aged 40
sadness?
years.
Oh God, I was so upset when I heard that question.
God,
I'm not
she'd be
gonna
like
dox the
70 some
person
odd
that
years
asked me.
old.
Yes, 77 or something. It was not a great question.
Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's where they're headed, I think. It was good to hear it, I think, on the first day of I assume it's like the first day of inception, because I'm like, man, that is some wild shit right there. And I said, no, that is not compelling at all, my friend.
What server was that? Please tell me it was queue up.
No, it wasn't queue up.
Okay.
But it was a server that you might have been on. I'm going to sit on it for a minute. I'll let you
All
know
right.
in a little bit, and we can chat about it.
I'm going to move you guys
I want to
off
see if
screen.
he might have been putting a feeler out, this particular person, so I don't want to necessarily pen this to him. It was an embarrassing question to ask.
But seriously, Astro, no, that you guys, you, Reds, Boston, IC, Mike, you guys all did fantastic work. I was immensely jealous since that I went to bed at like 5 o'clock in the morning that morning, and I had to wake up to, for the launch. So I had to work really late after an 18-hour day, and I still got up for the launch, and it was the high point of my day. And knowing I was trying to watch Mike's stream, which obviously was a fucking
We hit a record,
yo-yo.
I think. Of all the people that I've ever met, I've never seen 15 streams in a 4-hour window. So
I think
I'm
the
proud of
most
him,
I
man.
did was 3 or 4, and that's because I was having drop packet issues.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
But
man,
yeah,
if you
that
would have
was
seen
that
our
was pretty
screen,
brutal.
it was a constant. Just the little. You're familiar with that little triangle with the exclamation point, the yellow triangle box. That thing popping up, and then just saying reconnecting, and then it just the packets just going from 0% to like hitting 80% consistently.
Starlink
But every now
would
and
have
then we'd
been
squeeze
a
in a word.
huge improvement,
Right? We
unfortunately.
talked about this. So, God willing,
Well, I'll be at the
God
next
willing, we
launch,
can push
and I'll bring
forward.
Starlink. Fuck you all. How's that? I'll
Fuck yeah,
contribute.
Dan. We're holding you to it. I'm not thinking twice about it now.
Because I'm not
Yeah,
missing
that would have been
launch. I
huge.
missed too many space shuttle launches. I got to see space shuttle landings at Edwards, which was its own kind of coolness because of the sonic booms as it came down. And you get to see, and even as a school, you had to get far away from the runway, but you're still close enough because you're on base. You can see it come in. You can differentiate the windows and everything else, and you can be watching it land with the parachute coming out and everything else. It was just the coolest thing.
Boston Concerts. I saw you a minute ago. I assume you're still here. What do you think about you got enough space there on the roof to mount a little Starlink for all the guys?
I'll
Tell
sleep in
everyone
the
else
cab.
to
I
piss
don't give
off
a
when they
fuck.
ask for the password. But yeah, that would have been a huge benefit. I actually thought about it at the beginning of it, didn't say a word, but then it was mentioned like right after it because you're going through it, at the time.
Yeah.
How was your internet situation, Astronomy Lab? Were you trying to stream anything, or was it all
Oh
local?
no,
what you were doing?
I learned long ago not to go down that road unless you have Starlink. I learned long ago, don't even try it, especially on a major launch when everyone's just jamming up the area. I tell you what, we were my dad and I were on base with the car pass at the ITL Causeway, which was kind of a hidden gem. Most people probably don't even know what that is. but it's a little bit closer than the more well-known NASA causeway that most people pick, because you could pick one of two sites for the car pass and stuff. We looked back, the people on the NASA causeway are having to look past us pretty much to see, at least on part of it, to see to see the launch pad, and there was just a huge mass of NASA buses, just every NASA bus in existence, just laid out in a row, and then there's cars, and there's huge crowds of people, throngs of people out there viewing this launch. And so even on base, like, it's just so crowded. So there's no way, like, the cell networks are just jammed up.
Yeah.
I learned long ago not to try to. That's why I don't even bother with trying to stream launches. I just film them, and then I'll upload them later when I get home and get on good internet.
Well, Icy and I both agreed that we are willing to drop $300 to get as close as possible, because I mean, you're only gonna. I mean, I'm probably only going to go to one or two. You know, in my advanced age.
Funny,
So
we spoke to Eric Burns, and now I don't know if you spoke to him at all on Astronomy Live, but he told us top tier tickets are like 300, and then second tier are 100. And that's for like kind of like right there in that, you know, that sweet spot where you can get as close as possible. Is that true?
So yeah, you're talking about like the visitor center passes.
Yeah,
I think so. I think that's what it was referring to.
Yeah, so those they usually call it like the Feel the Heat package, which means you get to view it from the Saturn V Center, which is the Banana Creek River viewing site. That is a good viewing site. Reds and I did that one time for DM1. It's tricky to get out there with photographic equipment of any significant nature, because you're just getting onto a bus and you're with a crowd of other people. So we somehow pulled that off. I was a younger man then. I don't even think I could pull that off today. But that was probably about $250 these days is what those go for. I would say if you're going to spend money on one of those, go for that one. Don't go for any lower tier. They're not, in my opinion, just my opinion, they're not worth it. You're better off viewing from a public site if you're not going for the top tier Feel the Heat package, just because a lot of the other viewing sites are just not as good. Maybe the 39 gantry. You're not going to see a 39A or B launch from there. They won't let you. That's too close. But
I have one more serious question for you, Astronomy Live. How are your eyebrows doing? Are they starting to come back in?
They're starting to grow back. I mean, so I volunteer at the museum out there, right? That's how I get the car pass. So that's free, and I'm not allowed to charge money for that, but I can bring people with me in the car with that car pass. But the problem is they don't always hand those out. Like, this is the first car pass I've even seen distributed in probably over a year now that I've had, volunteer duty and stuff. Like, they haven't been doing public viewing for, at least not for us little peon museum volunteers, in over a year. This was like a last minute thing where it's like, oh, hey, a few days before, you guys want a car pass? We're going to open it up Sunday before the launch. So it doesn't really help anyone who's trying to plan ahead.
I forgot, I think we were on a stream or we were talking we were talking about the after show from the orbital velocity stream that we did. You mentioned that they came out at the last minute, and you're like, yeah, I hope to get a pass, and then I know you mentioned you got a pass, so I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, exactly. So you never know with these things, and obviously you can't plan, especially if you're coming from out of state, you can't plan a trip around a maybe like that. But when it pops up, obviously I'm gonna take that opportunity if I can, and I couldn't resist, and I think it worked out well. I feel a little bad for Rez that he didn't get to come with me on that, but he did get to film the crew boarding the vehicle, which was something I absolutely couldn't do.
Sure did.
Yeah, I absolutely would have dished you all for a $300 ticket in the Uber and said, "See y'all later. I'll get you guys
said he
later."
had an extra slot. That was
you could have piled in the car. Yeah.
Oh, I would have.
You might have had to lay on some equipment.
I would have been like, "See y'all later, losers. I'm going to Astronomy Live."
You might have had a few camera boxes in your lap, but you could have piled in the car.
I would have been an extra set of hands. I don't care.
You
could tie me to the roof.
Mike usually starts the sentence and he hits the first part of the joke. I think that he's, I had to help him with the last part of the joke on it kind of worked well, I think, for the live stream, which didn't go out live. God, it was just irritating for the last 45 minutes to an hour. We were just sitting there twiddling our thumbs like, all right, this is not going to be live, but at least we have all the footage.
You guys had a bunch of people coming up and like talking to you guys. I could hear a bunch of background
Yeah,
conversation.
dude.
There's another guy
Grand
named
Central
Mike or
Station,
something like that came up and was
Yeah,
talking
he
to
was
Mike,
cool.
and
His
there's
wife,
like a bunch
no,
of
his
people.
sister. For some reason I keep calling him his wife. Boston Concerts will correct me, but
Yeah.
his sister, Carol, she jumped into the chat a little bit, and I thought it was Calder saying something smart, and I told Calder to piss off, and then I was like, "Oh, damn it, that was Carol." No, Carol, stay around. Sorry about that.
Oh, you
I
mean
was
Kathy?
yelling at Calder.
You talking about Mike's sister?
I think it's Carol. No, Kathy was in the chat too early on.
Okay. Oh, you're
And
talking
she
about
might have
Mike's
been there at
sister-in-law.
the same time. But no, yeah, the other Mike, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
we're crossing streams here, but yeah, the other Mike that sat down and had conversations.
Oh,
What we did with a lot of the people that were cycling through, Mike came fully prepared with 1,000 flyers to hand out to everyone.
I gotta get started on that.
And I'm actually lying about that. He came with like 3 flyers, so we were immediately out of flyers. And so we kept one so that we could be like, "Yo, bro, step up here and scan this QR code. All right, you're good. All right, so now you know where we're gonna be, and you can like watch our live stream." We lied to everybody because the live stream just completely went down, right? But the funny thing was, before it crashed, like this guy Mike that came up and had a cool, interesting story to tell. Stay tuned. Mike is going to be putting out content here in the next several days, I'm sure.
He just released one an hour ago.
Lot of great. Yeah, and that, I kind of caught that in the background before I came on. It was a really good summary of the trip. But as it comes to like all the sort of interview style where people were kind of checking what we were doing, and we were it's really cool. It's like a really cool venue where you meet a lot of different people that are in some of them are in aviation, some of them are engineers, some of them are just family men that just wanted to drive down, whatever, and they all have a story to tell. And so Mike sent the link over to his sister Carol, who was somewhere not there, but she jumped in the chat, so it was cool. You got a new sub out of that at least there, and several other people kind of jumped on here and there, so it was a neat experience, I'll say that.
Yeah, I definitely am and have FOMO for that. I wish I would have been able to go. I mean, if it really got delayed from this one, like from that week, I would have been able to go. But no. If it got delayed past the 6th, and the next window that came up, I forgot what it was, like the week later or 2 weeks later, I would have been able to go to that one. I just couldn't make this week.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, man. That's a shame. Would have loved to have you there.
Bottom line is, Astronomy Live, I think I said it earlier, has been to 189 launches since last February. That was my first launch. I love the hell out of it. Astronomy Live will probably tell you that there's nothing like, being where he was, and even being where we are, and seeing just the manliness before you that we're able to do as humans.
Yeah.
I imagine that it's just as exhilarating as the first time he did it. Is that right, Astronomy Live?
Oh yeah, like it's always special, especially when it's a historic mission like this. Like this set a new high bar for that for me. Like knowing and feeling that energy of this is the first time in my lifetime that
Right. I
sent
mentioned this. Yeah.
humans to the moon. Yeah,
I
like
mentioned
that.
this because Dubay was making a big pissy hand about everyone being fanboys, and I'm like, I was born in 75, and the last time we were there was 72. So yeah, this matters. I'm sorry.
Yep. Man, wouldn't trade it for the world.
85 has a valid point in the chat. He says Fleur said 50 years to prepare something for this launch, and still came up with nothing.
That's a good point. 85.
Let me tell you a little story. This is going back to probably the 90s, when I was buying Sky and Telescope magazines, and I've got an issue that had a picture of Apollo 13 and the explosion taken by a ground-based telescope. And
Oh, wow.
little kid me, probably 15 years old, was blown away by that. Like it hadn't even occurred to me as a concept that maybe ground telescopes could actually see the spacecraft during the transit to the moon and back. Like that thought had not even crossed my mind. I was still new to astronomy as a hobby. And then I saw that photo in Sky and Telescope, and I said to myself right then and there, like, okay, if we ever go back in my lifetime, I need to be someone who takes a picture like that. Hopefully not of an explosion, but
Right.
of a spacecraft going to or from the moon. Like that set me on the path. And here
So-
we are, 2026, and now I fulfilled that goal. To me, that's a bucket list item checked.
Right. And this is something like I showed Eric Dubay saying, because, the douchebag that he is, he was saying that no one will show the rocket going behind the moon and coming back across the moon and coming back to Earth. And it's like, okay, well, angular resolution is a fucking thing. You're probably not going to see it because Orion's so damn small.
It's not even
Is that
about
correct?
that. Like that's not even the problem. I mean, yeah, you can't resolve it as more than a point light source, sure, but it's still reflecting sunlight, and so therefore it appears like a star as a point like light source in the sky. That's how I'm able to see it now, this morning when it's over 80% the distance to the moon. In terms of the moon's average distance is about 384,400 kilometers. This
Right.
sucker was like north of 300,000 kilometers already. So it's effectively at the same distance as the moon already, yet I can still see it. The problem is, even just comparing yesterday to this morning, you could see the difference immediately, was the moonlight itself. As the moon gets closer, or as the spacecraft gets closer to the moon, you get more glare from the moon, and at some point, the background light level just from the moonlight becomes brighter than the spacecraft itself. So then there's nothing you can do unless you get rid of the atmosphere.
Right.
And especially you're here in Florida, there's a bit of haze in the morning, some fog. It just makes it all worse. So yeah, already this morning I was starting to struggle with that. Like I was still able to pick it up, but I'm figuring even if I weren't dealing with the weather, and now I am, like it started raining today, it's going to be cloudy and rainy probably for the rest of the week. So I'm not going to have any opportunity to even try to see it tomorrow. But even if I could, I very well might not see it even with the 11-inch telescope at this point because it's buried in so much glare. And you can kind of fight that with bigger and bigger telescopes with longer and longer focal lengths that have the effect of reducing the background light level and letting you pull that back out. But this is, I've already got an 11-inch scope. Like that's basically as much as I can do as a one-man job,
Right.
So I'm at my limit at the point. But I've already
Size
tracked it,
matters.
though.
I mean, let's be honest.
Size matters. Right. But so the limiting factor is really this. It's really the spacecraft brightness versus the amount of glare you're getting from the moon as it approaches the moon. So that's the limiting factor. Is if it were in a low lunar orbit, tightly orbiting the moon, it would be really, really, really tricky to do. Maybe if you like got behind a building and got the moonlight as blocked as you could, I don't know, maybe, but it's really, really tricky. So the fact that I was able to accomplish this and get it out to 80% the distance to the moon, like again, like that's all I can ask for right there. And from that data alone, I can trace it back and show that it came from Earth. And I can run it forward too, and I can show, look, it's on a free return trajectory. It's going to go around the moon, and it's going to come back to Earth.
Now,
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, I see.
Okay. Just for the common man, right? We've got some people in chat. We've got 37 watching. Can you give us the elevator pitch of what you're actually doing Astronomy Live? I want to drop the link too before you hit the road here. But just so these guys know what you're actually doing, because it's pretty remarkable. I've taken a look at your stream, and I think people kind of get it, and there's probably a lot of people that have looked at it, but maybe a good summary for someone that's watching it back might help the crowd understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, sure. So like one of my objectives for my channel, and this really started even before I did any kind of debunking per se, but really it was to document the history, the future history of spaceflight and the return of humans to lunar missions. That was a big key moment for me. I wanted to capture and document as extensively and thoroughly as I could. So that meant not only recording the launch, but recording the spacecraft on its journey to and hopefully from the moon. And so what that means is using telescopes to track the spacecraft. Yes, it will look just like a point-like light source, meaning it's so far away that you can't resolve the shape, but you can still detect the light and you can determine exactly what the coordinates of that light is. And if by measuring that over time, you can trace out the orbit, you can figure out what orbit fits and explains that data. Furthermore, if you have multiple telescopes observing it at the same time from different parts of the world, which, by the way, I kind of alluded to this in my streams, but I did that. I've got data from multiple telescopes simultaneously. So not just my scope here in Florida, but a telescope in Utah using that on the iTelescope network, I was able to get simultaneous observations of the spacecraft. So that means I have direct measurement of its distance. That eliminates one of the variables, or it really reduces the uncertainty, because you can trace the line of sight. You know what angle you have to the spacecraft from one site. By tracing that over time, you can figure out what orbit fits that data. But if you have multiple telescopes at the same time, well, now you can look at where those lines intersect, right? And now you have almost immediate information on the distance of the spacecraft, and you've reduced the uncertainty. So by getting all that data, now I can look at where the spacecraft is going, where it came from, document that historically. So one of the things, for example, that I can do with that is, you know, that picture of Earth they took just after TLI, where the Earth is illuminated by the moon.
Yeah, I showed
They're
that.
Right. They're in the shadow of the Earth. They are seeing the Earth illuminated by moonlight, with a basically full moon lighting up the Earth for them. And they're doing a long exposure. I think it was a quarter of a second, something like that.
It was a quarter of a second, ISO 51,200. So 64 times the amount of light of normal film.
Right. Yeah. Really, really, sensitive picture in terms of the amount of sensitivity to light. So we can see the stars around the Earth with that, right? So one of the fun things I want to do is take my orbit solution, once I process all the data, and look at where my data predicts the Earth should have been relative to the stars. Because this is one of the claims that space deniers have, is the reason they supposedly don't show stars in these photos is because if they did, we would figure out that it doesn't match up. Well, if that's true, we should see some, serious discrepancies there, right? Well, I can independently verify that because I have the orbit solution that I have from my own tracking of the spacecraft. Nothing to do with NASA. Like when I located it this morning, I didn't call up NASA to ask where NASA said it was.
Right.
I brought up my own data from previous night's tracking and predicted where I should see it today if it's in the orbit that I calculated. Well, guess what? It was in the frame immediately. So right there, that's proof. That's a prediction that was successful, that was accurate.
Well,
and
you do the math yourself. Like you said, it's like one of those things where, again, you're intelligent enough, you understand the mechanics enough to where you can sit there and actually derive what the orbit is and where it's going to be. And sure enough, it's there. So there's proof of your hypothesis to begin with, but it's completely independent of NASA, JPL, and everything else. You use them more or less just to confirm your math.
Yeah. So, it is using my math. And really, for me, the confirmation was reality. Like the fact that the spacecraft's in the frame.
Right.
But now, so one of the things that allows you to make that determination more precise, more accurate, is simply time. Getting observations over a longer span of time. Last night, I was able to track it for 2 hours of time after I located it. That's a good for a start, at least to make a prediction for the next night, but you really want that next night's data to then refine it further and really nail it down. And ideally, if you can get data from multiple sites, well, all the better. So now I have all those things, and now I can put that in. So now I'm buried under the mountain of my own success there. I've got a ton of data to process. But ultimately, that's my objective, is to make a video documenting this whole flight from my perspective, and showing what we can learn from that data, including things like, let's see if that picture of the Earth, if that matches up with where we see Earth relative to the stars in that photo. And I'm going to predict now that we're going to see it matches up quite well.
Well, in astronomy, just for you, and I haven't really mentioned this, as something I've been contemplating for a while, and seeing you do your night streams where you're tracking it and things like that kind of confirmed it. I'd like to do this on an RF level. So being able to track the S-band, do the Doppler shift and stuff like that. Steve Tilley in BC is doing that. He's the one who found one of the satellites that was mysteriously offline and no one knew where it was, and he was able to locate it. I want to do that at the same time.
Yes.
For, like, say, Artemis 3 or Artemis 4, and be able to, via RF, be able to do that at the same time and actually match it up with yours at the same time. So maybe that's something we can collab on So we can say, here's the RF version, which is not visible. Here's something that's visible light. Here's something that's not visible light. And between the two, what do we have? Oh, look, it matches what it should.
Yes,
Scott
absolutely.
Tilley, yes, thank you.
Scott Tilley, yeah, he does a great job. He did a great job on Artemis 1. Now he's doing fantastic work with Artemis 2.
Yep.
Tracking it, confirming the Doppler data matches up precisely with the orbital velocity it's supposed to have, which is just awesome to see.
Who let this asshole in the room? Reds, how you doing, buddy?
You know, stuff and things, and sometimes, on occasion, even stuff.
I've seen him do stuff. He's not lying.
Great work, by the way, on your launch footage, and we actually just Astronomy Live let us know about the gangway watching the astronauts go across. So we just watched that on stream, so that was pretty cool. Thank you.
Oh, not a problem. Yep, I was happy to at least give it a shot. I pushed my equipment to its absolute limit for that. So yeah.
Could have asked for a little better day, but hey, you accomplished what you needed to.
We saved all the equipment. Well done.
Yeah, tell me about it. The day was awful. You know, we were dealing with rain and wind and all that stuff, and
I thought you were going to get delayed. I'll be honest. When I saw the rain and everything else, I thought you guys were going to get shit out of luck.
Yeah, but you know, the heavens opened up and the launch happened. So I'm very happy about that. I also want to give a huge shout out to the Good Samaritans of Florida who came to our rescue and gave us, like, you know, plastic tarps and stuff so that we could cover our stuff. So that was pretty cool of them.
It was amazing. It was much needed. It was very much needed. And it couldn't have happened at the exact right time. This guy literally, something opened up in the heavens and said, hey, bro, you need to stop at this Home Depot and pick up a roll of plastic tarp. You're going to need it. Don't ask questions. And
don't ask questions, just do it.
Yeah. And it was right place, right time. We hunkered down. I'll send you a video here in a minute, Dan. It might be worth showing or not, but it's just us literally standing over the equipment. And it was pretty cool. But yeah, we had to be on that duty almost a full two times. The second time the clouds just kind of broke up and said, like, just kidding. And that was nice because it was like an hour before launch. But the first one we were definitely socks were wet. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, socks were wet, and we were tired. We were exhausted. We were covered in ant bites. Yeah, that's another thing we had to fight was the ants. So that was fun. I do want to say to the individuals that we paid for parking, you know, the actual owners of that property, could you all, like, take that money and invest in some, you know, ant killer? That'd be great, just for future reference, because my ankles are chewed up, my hands are chewed up, everything's chewed up. I'm in, well, I wouldn't say pain, but let's just say mild discomfort.
You're going to be in small claims court there in Titusville before the year's over.
It's because you're such a sweet guy. They love the taste of you.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to be going there and be like, Your Honor, I am suing these guys for emotional abuse because of all the ants that they let crawl all over me.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure you didn't sleep that night because you kept feeling them on you too.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that kind of thing. That was awful. And let me tell you something. A shower is like worth its weight in gold when you're on the road for 3 fucking days in each direction. Oh my goodness. And having access to a toilet that doesn't look like it's been destroyed. So
yeah.
Oh wow. Let me tell you, rest area bathrooms. It's an experience.
Yeah.
And
you get hepatitis just walking in.
I learned how you keep a septic system working on a house with wheels. So that was a lot of fun. Boston Concerts. Appreciate the demo and the you know, the full Monty, as it were, of human nature, because we're humans, right? But yeah, that was man, that was so much fun. You guys had a lot more time together, obviously traveling thousands of miles. I was only there for what seemed like a blink, and with all things said and done. But Boston Concerts, super super dude, very very hospitality oriented. So, and then obviously reds. What did we agree on? Strawberry and vanilla. Like, man, the aroma from reds is just striking. I can't even.
Yeah.
That's the only word that comes to mind. But
I will confirm that Icy Spin took a nap on my jacket, and I will never wash it again.
this is true. Yes. Yeah. You're welcome.
So that was good. So if you ignore the ants, the weather, and the 3 days there and back, so 3 days in each direction, it was actually pretty good, and I can't wait to do it again. It's going to be awesome. We did have a little hiccup with the tracking. You probably saw that in my video, but we figured out what the issue was, and I just need to upgrade my stuff. So, or not upgrade, update my stuff. So that's what happens when you don't touch that laptop for 3 years.
I was going to say, Reds, it's a little ironic. You wanted to stay on the old version because you thought the tracking would be smoother. It actually would have been smoother if you'd taken my new version that I was offering you.
Yeah, I know. So I should have just said screw it and gone to full manual, honestly. Like, I could have taken it on, but,
one thing you guys know about Red's rhetoric, and if you don't, you will shortly. He's a perfectionist, right? Nobody in this chat, right? Put 1 in the chat if you thought Red's rhetoric was awe-inspiring, erection-inducing. I'm trying to think of other ways to say it. And that you didn't notice one fucking issue with the thing.
Oh, I heard him
Reds
reaming
is
you
gonna
guys.
find every little bit. It was beautiful.
I heard him reaming you guys asshole about a joystick. Someone kept hitting a joystick or something.
Yeah. So it was now Astronomy Live. What exactly occurred? Explain to me like I'm 5.
Which one? With your tracking or with the joystick?
Yeah, no, with the tracking. So why did it like hiccup like that?
So the way the tracking works with predictive tracking is that we download the trajectory data from a website called flightclub.io, which is a great site. Definitely recommend. It gives you the prediction for basically any launch you could ever want to view, and you can do things like, let me see where in the sky this launch is going to be from my location, or let me plan my camera shot. Or you can just straight up download the trajectory data, and that's what we do to load it to my software to then tell the telescope, here's how you need to move to follow the rocket. Now, historically, this all started because I asked the developer of that site if he could offer me the ability to download the data to be able to do this, and he agreed. And the way it worked initially was the files were designed just as a comma separated values file, and each row corresponded to 1 second of time. So it's just second by second, here's what's going to happen during the launch. As this website continued to be updated and things changed a bit, there came a point where suddenly the data was no longer necessarily 1 second per row. Sometimes the data rate would suddenly change to where each row corresponds to half a second or 1/10 of a second, and then it goes back to 1 second per row. And I still don't understand the reason for that, but it's something to do with the way he's calculating the trajectories. So more recent versions of the software, of my software, account for that by looking at the time column and making sure that basically it's just calculating the angular rate based on what the actual time column says, instead of just assuming that it is being delivered at 1 second per row. But the version you were using, Reds, because it was a little bit older, didn't have that in place, and so it was just assuming that it was receiving the data 1 second per row. There were a few spots, maybe 4 or 5 spots in the data that you were running on that, for whatever reason, suddenly the data rate changed to where the next time step wasn't 1 second in the future, it was only half a second in the future. And because of that, the program thought that suddenly the rocket had changed its angular rate by 50%. So you immediately lost half the tracking speed, and then it resumed. And it did that to you a few times because of that.
Yep, 5 times.
Yep.
5 times. You kind of hear it on the on my video, especially when I'm using the headlight mounted GoPro, where I say, God damn it, like why is it doing that?
Yeah, and that's why I didn't do that on mine, because I've now corrected for that. Like, the program accounts for that. but you were running an older version. And to be fair, you were running an older version because the new version also has to account for the fact that I have to use a Wi-Fi dongle. I have to communicate to the telescope over Wi-Fi because Windows 11, basically. So I have to use a different program, and the Windows 11 doesn't want to communicate over like old-fashioned serial ports. It's not so great at that. So I have to use a Wi-Fi dongle. That limits the bandwidth quite a bit because it's a very old style Wi-Fi dongle, and I can't send more than about 10 commands per second to the telescope, or things just get backed up in a queue. And basically, let's say I push up on the stick on the joystick, it'll take 2 seconds and then it'll do it on the joystick. Like it starts backing up real bad. So I have to throttle the control rates so that I'm only sending a max of 10 commands per second to the telescope, which you can feel that sort of chunkiness of only being able to get 10 commands in a second to the telescope. And Reds wasn't so on board with that idea. So basically, I need to set that as an optional setting instead of a mandatory setting. Right now, it's mandatory just because that was the easiest way to program it. But I need to separate that out as an optional setting for people like me who are forced to use Wi-Fi communication to our telescopes.
Is that like a buffering issue with the Wi-Fi or what?
Yeah, it's basically a buffering issue.
Okay.
It's very limited. I don't know why, but the dongle's got very limited bandwidth, and it just backs things up quite badly in buffers.
And the Drunk Debunk show is dealing with that too because of the twin USB thing. But I just want to say that thank you very much for explaining that. So if you guys do see any flaws in my video, it is 100% Astronomy Live's fault.
Absolutely.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Yes, perfect. So Astronomy Live, I just want you to know that that I forgive you this time. I expect everything to be perfect the next time, and keep in mind you owe me, and I base that debt on absolutely nothing.
Right. So what Reds is saying is that if anything goes wrong, it's my fault, and if everything goes right, it's his victory, and I get no credit. Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah.
You're learning. I'm very proud we had this conversation.
And I've seen the agreement. It's in writing and beautiful cursive signatures from both of you guys. Live, I was really impressed with yours. It was old school, a really loopy J that you had on this. Oh, wait a second. I don't mean to dog you. Very, very good cursive, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. So, but yes, despite those issues, I'm very happy with the footage. But the one part of my video that I am the most proud of is booster sep. Oh yes, injected straight into my veins. That booster sep shot.
I haven't seen yours yet, Reds. I'm going to, but I saw Astronomy Live's.
It is erection inducing. I'll just leave it at that. It was beautiful.
It is amazing and beautiful and gorgeous and epic, and you should totally like it and watch it. And
I'm sure I'll be in short strokes while I watch it later on tonight.
Yep. All of our streams, sort of the audio, kind of like I've sent my video out to a couple people. I mean, listen, it pales in comparison. I'm no longer sharing my video, by the way. It's just Reds and Astronomy Lives. But you can hear Reds go, "Look at my screen, look at my screen," and then just do me a favor, guys, and pay close attention for the next 90 seconds of his screen, because yes, you'll get there, and it's not hard, and you don't even need to touch it.
Hey, what's up, guys?
My
goodness gracious.
Hey,
long time no
home.
see.
Yeah, it's been all of slightly more than 24 hours.
I just couldn't handle being away from you, Reds.
Thank you very, very much. Yeah, we spent a lot of time together recently, and I want you to know that your body warmth is still radiating against my skin to this very moment.
Likewise.
So you guys got really close.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, he was on the top, so
I was on top the entire trip. I can confirm this.
yeah. And the last day I gave him a cream pie, so
Yes, it was awesome.
Oh my, wow.
Very
He just came
tasty.
out and said
Wow.
it. He just came out
That
and
was
said it.
something I did not need to.
No, it was an oatmeal cookie cream pie. You never had one of those
right, from the
before?
gas station. That's right. I
Oh,
remember
you mean the
that.
little
Yeah,
Debbie
yeah.
ones? Okay, yes.
You get two for
Jesus
$2.
Christ,
Yeah.
what were you guys
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, that's
I
right,
don't know.
DC. That's right, DC Unfornicated, you pervert.
Hey, look, if you've watched any of my streams, you know damn well my mind's always in the gutter. I mean, I'm drinking rum for Christ's sake. Where do you think it goes?
Yep. But here's a question though. Here's a question because I haven't actually had a conversation with Astronomy Live and Astronomy Live. When you were on base and you were that close to rocket and once it took off, you know, when you're feeling the pressure waves like hit you from that close, was the thing going through your mind, wow, I cannot believe I just screwed over Red's rhetoric this part of this experience?
You could have come with me, technically. I mean, you know.
Well, you guys missed the other part of it, Reg. Reg, you guys missed the other part of it where I openly said I would have screwed you all, left you all there, jumped in an Uber and joined Astronomy Live and said, good luck, guys. I'll see you all later.
I mean, Astronomy Live, do you realize, like, we would have all of us had to take out insurance policies. If Reds would have left the Celestron for more than 90 seconds, like, yeah, AIG is going to be involved in this equation. Like, he's not leaving that bitch. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no joke.
I will say you guys missed out on an opportunity just to film and live stream the entire trip down there. Like people would have watched you sleep.
Yeah,
watch the sleep. Yeah, pretty much. That would have been top-notch content right there.
Yeah, but they would have done it. They do it to FTFE. They would have done it for you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that is kind of the thing now with, you know, Project Hail Mary. So.
Well, I tell you what, I would have live streamed and just sent it over. How's that? I would have covered it while you guys are sleeping, or so to speak.
Yeah.
The funny thing about it is, people thought for the longest time they're like, "Yo, Mike, why are you wearing a bra, bro? Like, what's going on here?" And
it was my it was just my GoPro, my chest.
What's your raw footage collector, right?
Yeah, my raw footage. Yeah, I wouldn't have had all that footage, you know, that I just spent the last 18 hours going through to make an 18-minute video. I would have been able to make all that. Oh, thank you.
It was.
Yes. And I also allowed Mr. Mike from the Drunk Debunk Show to house my 6/8 SE telescope mount so he can get things working. And then the next time we have a launch of Artemis, for, you know, Artemis 3, he will be actively tracking, hopefully with his better pair of joysticks than mine.
Yeah, and Astronomy Live, I was running into that same issue. Like, I didn't know there was an option to throttle the data.
And it's not an option. It just happens? Required. Yeah. Well, it's built into the version, the newest version of my software. Like, that is baked into it because I don't know yet, and Reds needs to test this for me. I don't know yet if it's truly a limitation of the Wi-Fi. I think it is, but Wi-Fi is the only way I can talk to my scope. So I need him to see if it does the same thing over USB. But right now, until I know that, it's just baked in there onto the current version of the software.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I was definitely running into too much data all at once kind of situation. And
yeah, because it was forming a queue and you could like see his movements, but it was
so because you were running on the one that Reds had, right? You were running on that version.
Yeah, well, I had version 12 and version 13, so I don't know.
Yeah, those are well, 13. Which letter?
V.
You have Astronomy Live there with like 75 different fucking versions.
Yeah, there's too many versions.
It's because he's a perfectionist and he wants it perfect.
Is it ever going to get out of beta, by the way? Or is it just always?
That's the fun of a beta, isn't it? You can always have excuses with the bugs because it's in beta.
I mean, this is what AAA games do. They give you a beta, you test it, you play it, and you use it, and you provide them with free testing. This is how it works.
Yeah.
It's good that it's in beta, actually, because if anything goes wrong, I could just blame Astronomy Live and not be full of shit.
But so to get to what you were saying there, Mike, is I think that's your issue. You were probably using the version before I discovered that issue with CPWI. So it sounds like maybe that really isn't a Wi-Fi thing. Maybe that's just a CPWI thing. So yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Listen, it was a lot of fun to try and figure out a workaround. That's for sure.
And now we will get everything buttoned up, like I said, for Artemis 3. But on that note, I think I have an idea on how we can make everything better. And that is next time we will be investing heavily in a Starlink internet connection because the networks were so saturated I couldn't get one frame, not a single frame of the NASA live stream to see the countdown clock. I literally had to call Kenny It's Not Flat, who was in, I think, South Carolina at the time. And he had to tell me over the phone how much time was left on the countdown.
So
That was the only way I could
actually
get any
volunteered
information.
to pay for and work with Boston Contras to mount that shit on the RV or the truck.
Oh
Yeah,
So-
Boston Concerts was actually the one to initially come up with the idea. He was like, "Fuck yeah, let's do a Starlink." And let me just say, Boston Concerts is one of the coolest motherfuckers you'll ever have the privilege of knowing.
I'm surprised you guys
He
did not
is-
stop at a Best Buy and said, "You know what? Fuck this."
Well,
I'm not gonna
Boston,
lie.
if you want to
Here's-
pop in, dude, I can send you a
we
link if
had
you don't
we
have.
had a problem. We had a problem, and that was that Artemis 1, Astronomy Live and I were there for Artemis 1, and we live streamed that, and it was perfect. It was a perfect live stream. Although now that I think back on it, I remember it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and people don't like to wake up.
Yeah.
So the networks weren't as saturated for Artemis 1. Artemis 2 was in the middle of the day. And that just mean that there was like, what's the, how many people? Like 500,000 people, all of them trying to clamor onto the same cell network. It's like, yeah, that it's not happening today. So
As a guy who
because-
sets up the data throughputs for cell networks, yeah, you were fucked. I could have told you that.
Yeah, it was
From the
fucked.
beginning.
Since this launch happened in broad daylight and everyone was there to see it, yeah, absolutely, the networks were absolutely saturated. There was no way to get any information out there for our live stream, so that's why it kept dropping. So we may just invest in a Starlink and say we're not dealing with that noise ever again.
Let me just put it this way. One of the cell carriers is one of our customers, and I was able to look at the throughput of historically of that of that area, so to speak. So I could look at it like a day before, a week before, a month before, and everything else. The amount of and it's on my work computer, otherwise I would show it here, and also proprietary bullshit. I don't want to dox myself. It went from being a a middling kind of like, flattish line to a direct spike straight up and pegged to where you're dropping frames, basically, is what it
No
was.
way.
It was seriously contention. And I probably should have been aware of that and warned you guys ahead of time, but I wasn't really paying attention because I was busy.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
It's okay. We all what we learned here today is that it is all your fault, Unfornicated. So we accept your apology.
If they don't pay for it, I can't look. If the interface is 10 gig, I can't give them more than 10 gig. That's just the way it is.
Listen. I understand that you're feeling very bad about totally ruining it for us.
No,
but
I
we
feel bad.
forgive
I have
you.
FOMO. I could care less how bad it was because I know you guys got great footage. I have FOMO for being there just like Titan, but unfortunately work had to prevail, and I'm pouring myself another drink. So if you guys are cheers.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that contracts actually mean things and like
Yeah.
sovereign citizens? They like say, you know what? I don't contract with you because I don't care about the corporation of the United States, all caps name. I'm just traveling, bro. Like that.
Well,
doesn't
here's the
mean
problem
anything?
though. So this carrier would have to change their interface specifically for this to 100 gig, and we have to put in new equipment and everything else for them to do that just for the launch, and then for them to just go back and like, oh, we don't need this for the rest of the year. We just need it for today.
So it's like New Year's Eve syndrome, right? Like,
Yeah, we've
there's
kind
only
of
gonna be a
done that
bottleneck.
before,
We know
but it was never like we've done that for like the Super Bowl. We've done that for various other sporting events, but never for a launch. And I don't think anyone actually contemplated. I don't think the carrier knew what they were going to be looking at. Let's put it that way.
It was like 500,000 people all descending on one spot, and it's like, yep.
It doesn't happen a lot.
I mean,
right
it's
now.
one thing if it's a 10 gig interface and they only pay for like 100 meg, right? Yeah, we can
that's
easily just do a couple of, simple line commands and boost it up to 10 gig, charge them extra for all the extra data that got passed and call it a day. But they were already at 10 gig and pegged. The only way you could do that better is to jump to 100 gig. And they weren't going to do that for a day.
I don't know how to say this lightly. I think I mentioned it earlier in the show, and I know I'm going to make Astronomy Live blush when I say this, but Astronomy Live rolled up. He had 3 ladies, the most beautiful blondes I've ever seen. I mean, I can't even believe it. But he walked in, dude. He had the Ray-Bans. He had the hair slicked back. He looked like he was going to a Kanye concert. I'm not even kidding.
Was
Like it
that,
was.
did he? Was that the night where he showed up in the Rolls Royce, or was that the night where he showed up in
No,
the
no,
Bentley?
no. It was the Bentley. Yeah,
It
yep,
was the
Bentley
Bentley.
night.
Okay.
Yeah.
But and I know I'm putting you on blast, Astronomy Live, so I apologize. At least people can't see you right now. I know you're blushing, so you stop. It's fine. But the
Battery's
point is
fighting
this:
off
is
the
that the
wife, one of the
demand.
two.
You've got to pass this along, Dan. Like people are showing up like it's a Kanye concert. Like there is a demand for this sort of bandwidth. We require it. So just tell the higher
Hey,
ups. Like you can
They
take me at my
know
word.
it. We've done it before. They know it's there, but the problem is they're gonna have to pay for it. That's just the way it works. It's capitalism. I can't change it. And nor am I high enough on the company to say, you know what? This is a big deal. Let's go do this for them. I don't get to make that change, unfortunately. I can't even up the speed of my house because I can't get fiber to my house because I'm a fucking lowlife who was stuck with a different carrier than what I work for. So I know the other carrier that has my internet, and I know how much they suck, and I have no other choice. So at least if I was a
You
network
get
engineer for
benefits
my
in a
own,
different way.
yeah, if I was a network engineer for my own thing, you'd better believe I'd be like paying for 100 meg with a 10 gig interface and absolutely going in the next day going, I'm going to jump my speed up.
For sure.
Let me just say real quick, let me
The,
cut in real quick. Poor Claire, well, actually, let me back up. I see Spin with the $2 super chat who said, are you not entertained? I hope you guys all are, and being able to get this rundown from the Nerds Are Us, that is the 5 of us, and talking about the trip down to Florida. Also, poor Claire for $5. Oh my God, I just saw I'm a moderator. I've never been one before. You're more than welcome, poor Claire. I've seen you here more than a few times, so you absolutely deserve it. This way you're allowed to use links and such. And in the case I don't see any of the trolls that come in to start saying stupid stuff, you have free reign to beat everybody else into timing them out and play whack-a-troll. Just the only thing I request is don't get overly twitchy with the hidden comments, because sometimes I prefer to do that part of it myself. People like Dick Wayne are hidden for a reason, but some derp I do allow because it's fun just as a thing. But she also says, thanks. You should know I'm not very knowledgeable about most of what you talk about. That's fine. We're here to learn. We're here to teach. We're here to share ideas and everything else. But for Mike and Reds, you guys weren't here when I was talking to Astronomy Live. For Artemis, what he was doing optically, I want to do via RF, and hopefully we'll be able to do that as well. And I told everybody about this, Mike, earlier, the conversation you and I had about the cloud chamber for the Lowell Family Film Family Festival that we're going to be doing. So we can show kids alpha and beta particles falling from the sun. Again, more citizen science stuff, and that's kind of what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm super stoked about that idea, by the way. When you dropped that on me on the way to
Florida. Yeah,
Florida,
you had just left. I think you were like 2 or 3 hours, or you guys were White Plains or something like that. And they were like, hey, while you're driving, let's have a conversation.
Yeah, dude, I'm super stoked. And you have another idea too?
No, I mean, I have a couple of other ideas that I'm kind of framing, because one of the things I was talking about was on Whatcast today. Because he was talking to Lift the Veil, who is actually, he's from TikTok. He's not exactly the most rude and obnoxious flirts. He was actually pretty pleasant to talk to, and it's actually nice to have a conversation. And he was having a problem understanding light traveling through a vacuum. So one of the things I was thinking about was, how do we verify that light travels through the vacuum? Well, one, we could put a cell phone in the vacuum, and if you can see it, that's light. But I thought maybe something a little better would be that if you take a flashlight and you shine it from the side of a vacuum chamber through the vacuum chamber, it comes out the other side. So you see a beam on both sides of the vacuum chamber, but you don't see the beam inside the vacuum chamber, but you still see it coming out the other side. So you know it's traveling through it.
That's so cool.
That's
cool. We can set something up like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different things I'm trying to get. I'm trying to think of like what would blow kids' minds to help them understand that like STEM is fun.
STEM is fun. I say so. Let me change the subject real quick. So Unfornicated, you will be joining us for Artemis 3, right?
Yeah, I'm going to make sure that no matter what, My boss knows. Oh, so the new company has this new PTO policy of unlimited PTO, up to your manager's discretion. My manager and I, my manager is also a director, but he and I get along very well. And me and the vice president, who he reports to, get along very well. So if I tell them I was going down to do a launch for my YouTube channel, they'd be able to be like, have fun, bring us sweatshirts. So I actually got this from a friend of mine in Florida. So thank you very much, Dave, for the Artemis sweatshirt.
What does that mean, IC Spin?
I'll tell you what that means, Reds. It means that MC Toon has to come. There's not even a doubt in my mind, because if Dan's going to be there, MC Toon's going to be there.
I'm trying to figure out if Toon and I can get together to do the radio experiment on the lighthouse in Minnesota, on Lake, is it Lake Superior or whatever the lake is? That we can do that same RF experiment from the Shiva experiment that I proposed that the Flirts didn't want to do because it would have proved them wrong.
Yes, but what I'm hearing is that you are guaranteeing us that you'll be making it for Artemis 3 and that I won't have to guilt trip you this time.
Yep, and I will be paying for the Starlink. Let's put it that way.
Ooh, we were talking about that on the way back. We're like, who's going to pay for the Starlink?
Yep,
Your guys' ball sacks dingle just now too.
I'm thinking, and to be honest, Mike, I'm actually thinking that it might be something I purchased earlier rather than later, because I think it's something that we could use for LOL.
Yeah, it is.
That would be awesome. But I have breaking news. Excuse me, Mike. I hate to cut you off. Real Cygnus has made an extraordinary comment.
Hold up. I call bullshit.
Oh yeah, Witset's live.
Is he really? Is it,
Yeah,
is it good?
he's back. The title of the stream is "I'm Back."
I call bullshit.
Who gives a fuck about Witset? Fuck that.
I agree.
It says "I'm back." Period.
I just got back from watching history in the making on top of a giant fucking rocket. Quite frankly, Witset can go fuck himself. Okay,
I agree wholeheartedly.
That's fair. That's fair.
So yeah, Mike, I got a couple ideas for us. I think we just have to limit to see which one's the best one, because if we do a vacuum chamber, we're gonna have to obviously make sure it's a vacuum, so it's gonna have to be plugged into the power station. We might need a second power station with something I've been debating anyway, so such is life. And at the start of the thing, I told everybody super chats that were coming in, we're going to go towards our costs for the STEM enrichment of the next generation at the Lowell Family Festival. So I'm sure you're going to be doing the same thing on your end as well.
Yo, let's go.
Did you see the number of power stations we had at our disposal?
You guys had what, 3 or 2?
Yeah. We had enough electricity to power a small city.
We charged 47 speedboats. We were only charging $30 a boat, which I thought we could have gone to at least 50. But and we still had like 85% of battery after 3 days.
I think Reg, you have one now, right? You have the Anchor one, right? Or you have the no, you have the Jacksie one, right?
Jacksie, Jesus fucking Christ. No, it's called a Jackery, and I have 2 of them. Yeah, I have I had a Jackery 240 and a brand new Jackery 1000. Thanks for taking care of it, Astronomy Live.
Can we borrow that for Lowell? Or wait, first question, do I have to guilt you into joining us at Lowell?
You don't have to guilt me to join you anywhere. I mean, I've been wanting to spoon with you for a number of months, and to be invited would be...
Be honest, it's a couple of years now since our time at X together.
Yes, it has been a couple of years, has it? It has been a couple of years. Okay, but no, you don't have to guilt trip me into joining you.
I was going to have them join last year, but they frowned upon bringing large backpacks in.
Yeah.
So how much electricity would you actually require, I guess is the question.
So 2 laptops. I'm going to run at least 1 webcam through the laptop. So call it 1 webcam, 1 laptop, and a vacuum pump.
Okay. And how long would you be utilizing a continuous draw of all that?
See, this is the funny part, because this is what goes into like the video I'm doing on why we don't have a live stream of Earth from the moon and what it would take to do that. Because there's math involved, you dumb fuck Flirts. Anyway,
there is math involved, yes.
I don't know, Mike. How long were you out there on any given day? Was it 8 hours or what?
For what? For using the let's see, probably like 8 hours. I don't know. It felt like a gajillion hours each day, but
a gajillion.
Yeah,
It was
8 hours a
was
day is what we're looking at. So we're looking at roughly probably about let's call it a 20 amp draw just to be safe of because I'd probably have 2 laptops. One of them is just for notes and like my tablet.
I'll
So
just say
call it a
fuck it
20
and
amp
bring
draw.
all- I'll just say fuck it and bring everything.
All right, definitely, dude.
I'll bring all the things. So
Mike, we're gonna need
so
2 slots at this point. You understand that, right?
Mike will need.
Can we
Mike-
get?
Mike will
Wait,
need to
can you
bring his,
purchase
I will bring
2
mine,
slots
I'll bring the
together?
smaller one.
Wait, what?
Mike, can you actually
What
get
hap-
2 slots together?
No, they're separated.
No, I know, but can we pay for 2 slots and have them together next to each other?
Oh God, I don't know.
Because I will send you a PayPal right now to offset the cost for us to do that.
Oh God. Well, let me. Well, don't send me anything.
Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not dumb enough to give you, that amount of money in one go.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
not
go
Jack
buy
Fetter or
hookers and
Jim
all
Daniels.
with it.
Unfornicated, you can send me all the money you want.
I am not Jack
Yeah.
Daniels, or am I Jack Fetter? So, or Jim Daniels and Jack Fetter. Fuck, I can't even, dude. I've had way too much rum already. I'm not going to be giving you that much money, but if you tell me that that's what it's going to, we can have 2 slots together. I will send you over the cash so you can put the payment in,
Yeah,
and then I'll
so
start
Boston
begging everybody in the
Concerts
audience to
also-
send me super chats. And I do have a super
Boston
chat to
Concerts
read.
also said in the live chat, 3 power stations plus a 2,000 watt inverter to charge the power stations. Yep, the generator that he had was kicking ass and taking names until T0.
gas?
So I think we shut down the generator. What was it, like an hour before launch or something like that?
It was quite a bit of time before the launch. I remember, but then like every time we checked the power stations with all 6 of my plugs were used plus 2 of the USB ports on it, and like after maybe like an hour, 2 hours, I was only at like 86%.
Yep. I used I think 12% capacity of my big power station, so I had plenty left in the tank.
So,
People made this. People made those.
let me just read a super chat real
Right?
quick. CK with the Apple funded $5 minus the penny. Hope the carnitas were delicious. Yes, they were. I actually, my Olivia loves my carnitas recipe, and no, I won't share it. Just making it home, but have to get ready for work tomorrow. Well, I'm glad you made it home. I'm glad you made it to the stream. Thank you very much for the super chat. And yes, you know what? Maybe I'll bring carnitas up to you, Mike, before I head out. I'll do it the night before, and I'll teach you guys a little California food.
All right, sounds good.
So quick question on the future plans. So you're gonna come with us for Artemis 3.
Yep.
And all that stuff, which is going to be absolutely awesome. You are also going to drag MC Toon kicking and screaming, right?
Okay, you guys make it sound like he's on the way. You guys remember, I'm on the way for you. MC Toon is nowhere on the way for both of us.
All I'm
Can we
hearing
guilt
is
him?
excuses.
Yes.
Is that what you're hearing?
I'm hearing
Okay.
a whole bunch of quitter talk.
Do you think Toon listens to me? Come on.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Listen, anything is possible with duct tape and propofol, okay?
That's right.
Okay, look, if it comes to that, by all means, we can, the 3 of us can pick him up, throw him in the truck, wave at his wife, and say we'll have him back in a week.
We're gonna get her the biggest bouquet of roses
That's
she's
right.
ever laid eyes on.
Well, last time he went to Antarctica, his Toyota died or whatever. The car he had died while he was in Antarctica. So, I'm not sure he wants to leave anymore because something else might happen.
It'll be fine. We'll fly him
Snapping
down.
comes in.
No, I'm all about guilting Toon. I'm all about here's the funny. Globian McGlobeface from TikTok is actually in New York. He's out on Long Island. I don't think he was actually down there for the launch as well. He met up with Hasselblad from TikTok. These are 2 of the bigger Globers that are down there. And they were down there for the launch and actually ran into each other or met up with each other at the gift shop and some of the other tours that they were doing. So there's a couple of social media platforms that we can bridge through here and turn it into a nice big globe fest, so to speak.
I would love
Offer
for it to
tuna
be
challenge. You
to
won't
be
be able to
globe fest.
refuse. That might work.
Yes, offer tuna challenge he won't be able to refuse. Yeah, the challenge of waking up from a drug-induced coma.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well, I
and he
mean,
gets to meet Reds. That's a bonus, right? Like, and have his face melted off according to.
Well, he's
Calder.
already met you, hasn't he?
That's the biggest bonus. So what? Meet me again.
Well,
I'm fine.
again.
I've met Reds like 4 times now.
I know.
The
You get
allure
directions
has
all
not-
time. Oh, every time. I know, Mike.
And
Be
every
clear,
time
Mike.
it's a pleasure.
Yeah, the allure
Every
has
time-
not the allure has not faded away, Mike. You have
No.
to that caveat. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. No, I mean, I spent an entire week with him, and that wasn't even close to enough for this lifetime or the next.
Actually, can't wait to see the guy
Damn
again.
fucking right.
Oh, hold on. Wait. We have a quick update here from Charles. He popped into Witz's chat, and everyone is talking about Witz being a compromised shill.
So
Nice.
good.
Lol.
So
Did he go globe now, or what's going on?
He's still flat earther, but his
Oh.
revenue dried up because now they're not all giving him money because he's a
Well, maybe
compromised shill.
he got his mommy's house.
Why did you go to Antarctica and get evidence that was against us and like not just tell Weird Duffy to like go fuck himself and now we have to come up with some bullshit about how everything was filmed in the sphere and
No,
in
wait,
Las Vegas.
no, it gets better. Remember, right before he left for Antarctica, he said, and I quote, "If the sun sets, it's a win for flat Earth. If the sun's up for 24 hours, it's a win for flat Earth. Everything is a win for flat Earth."
Yes. By the way, you guys will be happy to know that Witsit still has a contract with Nike. He's flossing their gear and supposedly
Does he have the
profiting.
arms cut off again?
Undetermined.
Okay.
We can put a pin in that. I think probably yes. And Boston Concerts currently has photographs of Reds for sale. And he's asking to have DMs personally. I didn't want to put that out there, but Reds, did you have anything to say about that? Or
Yes, actually, did you know that the cost isn't just monetary? It's also in sexual favors.
Yeah, spooning and cuddling and pillow
Let's
talk
just
afterwards.
say, in order to get those photos, you have to be very flexible.
I actually had to have 3 different lawyers look over the NDA. It is very intense. Yeah.
Charles, hold on a second. Charles Mod comes up again to say that, hey, Dan, it looks like he's going to be covering current events. That's great. Here's my thing. I would trust Witsit with current events as much as I would trust my dog to watch an infant. Because here's the thing. Current events is probably centered around Iran, and I'm sure his anti-Semitic rants about Israel and things like that. And again, and I want to preface this. There's a very difference between anti-Semitism and being against what Israel's actually doing. It's 2 very different things, by the way. One's against the government. One is because of their religion. It has nothing to do with their religion. It has everything to do with the government. I don't trust someone who's never served, someone who's never understood what it means to serve something other than himself, to be able to provide any sort of insight of what's going on in current events because he has no fucking clue. And I'll say that just as an aside.
Yeah, and also I'm speaking personally here. Witsit can strep go fuck himself. There you go. We have
Very well said.
we have more important things to do, and plus, I didn't see Witsit there taking in the awesome experience that was Artemis 2. I mean, here we have history in the making, and we went out of our way to make sure that we filmed it and documented it and everything. And Mike from Drunk Debunk just uploaded a great behind the scenes video. And I just uploaded my video finally after all this time because Jesus Christ, getting an internet connection and editing on the road is not fun, not easy. So I didn't do it.
To say the least. No, I attempted to edit like for a few minutes, and I was like, no, I just can't. I can't.
You get motion sickness.
Well,
like I was trying to edit on the road, and I got like some parts done, and I felt like I was going to spew chunks. I go, nope, we ain't playing that game today, brother.
No, Rez, I'm right there with you. When I have to start reading or doing shit while someone else is driving, forget it. I rather like play with my laptop while I'm driving. It makes it so I don't throw up.
While I'm driving? Yeah. Please don't do that. But
it was crazy.
Maybe it was because you're in the back seat, Reds. I think it was because you're in the back. If you took the front, I feel like it'd be a lot better.
As long as you can look up and see a horizon, that will make you feel better.
I was also trying to make sure that my shit didn't go flying because the roads were shit as soon as we hit New Jersey.
Oh my God. It's I-95. What do you expect, dude?
At least a little bit of maintenance.
Okay, maintenance.
Let's go ahead and just leave the grand fucking
wait.
there.
Hold on, back up. How much maintenance is done in Massachusetts on I-95? Let's start there, where you guys started from. How much maintenance is done on I-95 there?
Unfornicated, I'm going to say this. Still better than New Jersey.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's pretty bad.
I was going to work my way down to New Jersey and just say good fucking luck. That's all I was going to say. New Jersey as itself is a pothole. The entire state is a pothole.
New Jersey,
for Mike.
You can ask
New York. New Jersey and New York, they came together and said, you know what? What if painting lines on the road was optional?
Yes.
Oh yes, yeah, that was fun.
Absolutely optional, especially during the rain, because that makes it more fun. And by the way, and here's the thing, New York and New Jersey has this thing where they will not entirely pave a whole road. They'll just patch up where potholes are. So when the next winter comes and the plow comes through the first time, you now have your pothole back again.
Let's see. Quick question for Mike. I know the conditions weren't ideal on the way down. But on your way back, I was hopeful. Did you guys see any curve?
Oh, no, never once did we see curve. I mean, when I looked out over the ocean, you could clearly see that the shoreline was missing from the launch pad island. But
that's just perspective.
That's perspective. It was a giant tidal wave that never came to shore that just so happens to match 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, but hold on.
And also, Mike, there's conspiracy revolving around you right now.
Really?
Yep. And the conspiracy is this: my mom bakes cakes. How can debunks, Mike, have seen reds? Anyone seeing reds would die, as seeing reds face violates the Geneva Convention.
So
true.
Whenever I'm around him, I actually wear these contact lenses that automatically use AI to blur his face, so I can't actually see his face because it's blurred out for me.
Didn't you say that the AI replaced my face with your favorite actor? With your favorite actor?
Yes, the guy who plays Thor.
It's Brad Pitt. No, it's Brad Pitt. Don't you even start, Mike.
Mike, aren't those called beer goggles?
Your contact. No. It just it's really smart. The contacts, they just blur out people's faces that I don't want to see.
I tell you what, people's faces get blurry the more rum I drink, and it's actually kind of advantageous because I don't have to worry about remembering anyone's name or my own.
So when you told me I look like Seth MacFarlane, you were totally full of shit, huh?
Oh no! Well, no. You look like a handsome Seth MacFarlane, like Seth MacFarlane from the original The Office.
We're off to a great start.
Yeah, Seth MacFarlane wasn't in The Office, so we're just gonna smile and nod.
No. I was thinking the UK. I was thinking I was mixing up that other guy.
Ricky Gervais. That's
Ricky Gervais. There we go. They both kind of look the same to me.
So wait, Boston Concerts. Hold on. Wait. Boston Concerts just said that we got better gas mileage going north than we did going south. How's that possible? Going south or going downhill?
Well, I said the same thing.
You
How's
see,
that possible?
Boston Concerts. No, I understand. Boston Concerts was a little lighter on the throttle because we hit way more slow assholes that were in our way.
Well, and let's be fair, you guys really, really, really wanted to hurry up and get down there so you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, he
Coming
had
back up,
a
it's one of those things like, fuck, I gotta go back to work, you know?
He had a lead foot going down and not so much of a lead foot coming back up.
Does
It's
anyone really
amazing
have a
how
lead foot
just
coming back from vacation? I mean,
behavior-
seriously.
behavior is enough to impact your gas mileage.
Yeah.
Fair to say that as little food that you had consuming on the way down in your cage, Reds, you had even less on the way back up. So that could be a contributing factor also, right?
Well, we ran out of sausages.
Oh, that's right.
I seriously doubt that with the four of you or with the three of you guys in it, or because Icy Spin wasn't there on the drive back, but with the three of you on the way back, I'm seriously doubt you guys ran out of sausages.
I had fucking cat food.
We
So
ran
that
out of
festival was amazing.
Edible.
That
Edible
sausage
sausages.
festival, I have never seen.
The box they threw in the bigger box, the box that I was in said kibbles and bits. Fucking
Actually,
horse
Mike,
shit.
that might make the drive go better next time. It's like, just imagine like a whole collection of edibles that we can feed Boston Concerts while he's driving.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dude,
that would
could
be
dude, it
that'd
would be
be
like
scary.
ludicrous speed on the way down. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Okay.
Aerodynamics have no power here.
God, it's so silly that like people actually think they're like Mikey gets offended when you say uptown, right? Or like downtown or like over there, right?
Yeah.
Like it's so silly. I'm
Dude,
just
it's
shaking my head.
Kids drawing phases. Jesus Christ. Okay.
By the way,
cool,
he's
Boston
live
Concerts.
again. Mikey Smith is.
Why does
Mikey's
Mikey
live
get
right now?
upset about uptown, downtown? Okay. What? Why
Mikey's
does he get upset
about a lot
about
of things. Just say Mikey's upset and leave it at that.
Yeah, he hates it when people call south down. Like you're not
okay.
going down south, you're going over south.
Right.
He apparently doesn't understand, the lingo that he himself supposedly speaks. Anyway, quick question, Astronomy Live, before I fuck off and finish the rest of my items for this evening.
Fucking time.
Have you?
I mean,
have you
sorry,
noticed?
go ahead.
Have you noticed that on the bridge video, the crew access arm video, that you can definitely see some dust spots on the Barlow? That was definitely on the Barlow. You have said to me before that it's best to not clean that. So what you're saying is I'm fucked and I'm just going to have to deal with it now until the end of time. Or is there a way to get rid of those?
Yeah, the way to get rid of them is a flat field subtraction.
How do I get rid of them without doing that?
Well,
that's fair. I think I heard. Yeah, you can get rid of those because you just use magic. That's what I heard. Is that what you heard?
Well, what part is it in though? Is it interior or is it exterior?
I don't know, and and I'm scared to find out.
Because, like, I mean, I'm obviously talking from ignorance here, so maybe I should just shut the fuck up, but I'm not going to, because it's my live stream, so I can do what I want. No, they have those little squeezy. It's a brush on one end, and it's an actually like air bulb on the other end, so you can actually like blow and brush at the same time for DLSRs for when you're dealing with the sensor.
I mean, if you
it turns out,
if you can send me a link to that, I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Boston Concerts has a very good suggestion. Mike, can you read that?
Oh, Boston Concerts?
Yeah.
Haktua.
Yep.
Oh,
that's the
spit
solution.
shine. Yeah. Well, I don't want to cheat.
Oh, okay. You just got to spit on that thing.
Yeah, you just got to spit on that thing. Astronomy Live, do you recommend I spit on that thing?
That would not be my first course of action. No, I'm sure there was, but not on the optics, please.
You guys hear the voice of reason that it's just killing my buzz right now. Like,
dude, my buzz is not clean. It's not dying by any means.
Well, at the end of the day, I just want to say that it was a fun trip. I enjoyed every second of it. It was awesome. Hanging out with Mike and Boston Concerts, so fucking good. And meeting up with Icy Spin was absolutely amazing. He looked like a colossal fucking douchebag in those glasses, but it was awesome nonetheless. But I mean, just total douchebag look with those glasses. The Oakleys were like 100% douchey, but my God, it was great meeting up with Icy Spin, and I hope to do so again. And yes, I will not be washing the jacket that he slept on until the next time, and then I will proceed to not wash it after that again. So So yeah, there's that. The footage that we captured is amazing. It's awesome. It's beautiful. Hopefully the live stream for Artemis 3 will be better because we'll have Starlink, and hopefully Astronomy Live won't ditch us this time. That'll be a nice nice bonus.
Hey, if there's an opportunity I can ditch you guys to go hang out with Astronomy Live to be closer, I'm sorry, but you guys are all fucked. I'm out.
Just leave the Starlink, all right?
No, I'll leave the Starlink. Just make sure you guys come back and pick my ass up and don't leave without me, or I'll turn
Oh,
the
no,
Starlink
no,
off.
we're leaving your ass there. You can walk the fuck
I will
back.
turn the Starlink off, and you guys will be stuck using that T-Mobile modem,
You'd
whatever
probably-
shit that Mike had.
You'd probably cover more ground walking than you would driving anyway.
I heard
You're
that,
gonna
and I'd
pull
be
a
happy.
Witsit? You're
I'd
gonna
be
pull
fine
an-
with that. I mean, I do the work like Mikey does. I'm not above walking.
Yeah, okay.
You're gonna pull a Witsit withhold the password in Antarctica on us, Dan? Is that what you're telling us right now?
Basically, yes.
Yeah, I know. I
disrespectful.
know. I know. They pronounce it Starlink, not
Starlink.
Starlink. It's
No,
Starlink.
it's Starlink.
Look, the more rum I
Starlink.
drink, the more my Boston accent comes out. And I think Boston Concerts was the first one to call me out on this shit when I was drinking one night.
Oh,
Uber your way
man.
home.
It's
Like the guy
great.
in the white pickup truck did.
Guys, by
Ugh.
the way, like Mike and Boston Concerts and well, Reds to a lesser degree. I think he's probably evolving into a Massachusettsan some degree, but they really
I thought they were called mass holes.
Yes, they are called mass holes.
What did I say?
Obviously,
Did I say something different? I'm sorry.
Yes, obviously, Icy has never lived in Massachusetts, otherwise he know the term. So he's obviously from the
Bro,
South, so he just
I
called us
literally
Yankees.
I used the translate feature on my AirPods and I just turned it on to Bostonian and I could understand it. Prior to that, I was like doing a Sudoku that
Oh,
that you would
absolutely.
hand to a 4-year-old child. It was ridiculous.
Mass
Oh,
hole is a
man.
badge of
I had a
honor.
blast,
Let's
dude.
put it this way, Icy. If you, I mean, I was not born and raised there, but I lived there about a decade, and it is a term that I am happy to wear here in New York because I still drive like I live in Boston.
Yeah.
Yep.
You wait till the last second to merge onto the highway.
Oh, dude,
fucking
no,
hate
I
that.
straight
Y'all
bang lefts
motherfuckers
in New
don't know how
York,
to
and I
zipper.
get pissed off people like you wouldn't believe because it's not a common thing here. And for those who don't
So
know,
your
banging
middle finger
left in
just
Boston
stays-
means this. When the light turns green, you don't just floor it if you're going straight. You wait about 5 seconds to see if the guy across from you is going to bang a left because at least one car will get across before the light turns red again.
That's right.
Yep.
I noticed when we
so-
were driving that all of their fingers, like they're resting in the middle finger position.
Yes,
They can just
absolutely.
immediately lift
That's
their
how-
arm and not even. It's weird.
That is our way of saying hi. Like
That
this.
is what Jesus would have done in a similar situation. And with that, I'm going to call it a night. So all of you incredibly sexy individuals, I will talk to all of you later.
Hey,
Thank you
Reds,
very
it's a
much,
pleasure
and
as
have a good
always.
night.
I'm glad you made it home. I'm glad you guys did some great work. Thank you for the footage. I will be using it, but don't worry, I'll tag you in it to make sure that you knew that I used it.
Just let me know where you want me to send the good quality stuff and not the stuff that you have to, download off of YouTube illegally. I'll send
No,
you
I
the good
would
shit.
definitely ask you for that. I would not use I would not use subpar shit and claim that it's worthwhile. So actually, the your 1080p upload of the gangway was actually not bad. It was actually pretty good. You could still see the shadows and stuff. So
Excellent. All right, peace out, guys.
All right,
take this, bud.
bye. Then I'm gonna hop off too. I just wanted to hop in because I saw you were live and I wanted to promote the video I just put up as well, if you don't mind. Is it
No,
okay?
by all means. Dude, you have I don't know, 8 times as many subs as I do, so I'm sure everyone here is already subbed to you. If you're not, why the fuck aren't you? Is the first question I have. And second of all, go sub to the Drunk Debunk show. And make sure you're part of the Derp Avengers that is enlarging as a
Yes.
group.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we're getting bigger and more powerful. The more megawatts we have, the better. But yeah, I just want to stop in. I just spent a lot of time on just like a behind the scenes kind of video. I just uploaded it at like 8:30, so go check it out.
Yeah, I saw that it
after
came
this
up.
stream, of course.
Oh, Mike, I think it was Cygnus or maybe it was Big Fish or maybe it was one of our normal community members that we share. When I mentioned that I might bring Olivia with us to the Lowell Festival to man the stream while you and I are like doing crowd control, their
Yeah.
initial comment was, "Oh, great, somebody who can finally do the tech." So There's that.
I love that. I love it. I love it.
I'm gonna keep my lips sealed on that one, but
listen, I did the best I could with what I had. Okay, our
I will say,
we had a
smallest
battle station.
anecdote. I'm gonna provide
You should
one
have asked
small
the network
anecdote.
guy, Mike. I mean, come on, you should have asked the ISP guy. You really should have.
Listen, I was fighting for the people, right? We were 4 minutes and 13 seconds away from launch, and I go, Mike, do you care if I try to connect to the internet again, bro? And he goes, fuck that. And I said, okay, sounds good. So I fought for it. But Mike had the IT brain and the wherewithal to understand that we were shit out of luck. And we watched 2 ducks go across the scene, and it was beautiful. And then the rocket went into the air.
Oh, hey, Mike, if you didn't notice chat, Leo went out of his way to, he saw you put up your video and hyped it for you. So you can thank him.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I need to start making
Appreciate it.
actual fucking content and stop doing live streams.
Well, I mean, mine are few and far between. I thought I was going to have time to do it, but
I
it
got
just
10
takes so much
scripts ready
time.
to go, and I need to start actually recording, but I've been working like 18-hour days, so I haven't felt like recording shit. Except I'd sit here and curse more than if I was drinking, and I would finally just get pissed off at hearing myself talk for 3 hours while I try to edit it, or 8 hours while I try to edit it, and not high my list.
Yeah.
If you have not
No, I hear
ever
that.
edited your own video, try it sometime. You will hate the sound of your voice.
Yeah, it's why.
the end of
It's why. Oh yeah, dude, the sound of my voice, dude.
It annoys me to no
whatever.
end. Like, what the fuck
Like,
am
I
I
hear it
talking about?
so
How do I
much.
clip this out?
And then you're not only listening to your voice, but you're listening to your voice do the same thing over and over and over
God,
again.
yes, it's like, how many times have I said this? I'm like, why am I still stuck in the same 5 fucking seconds?
By the way, Boston mentioned a good comment here. I don't know if you want to tell the short anecdote, Mike, or if you want me to, but
Hold on, let me read. What is
we
it?
had a little porpoise catastrophe. Do you remember?
Oh
that?
yeah. So unfortunately, it was really sad. There was a dolphin that was cradling a dead, like a baby dolphin
think
on
so,
on its nose.
Well, no,
and kept,
don't bring down the stream. There's enough of this shit.
Yeah,
if
it
it's not
was
dolphin
adorable.
safe,
It was-
don't
I know,
go
I
in. That's all
know.
there is to it.
Damn it, Boston! Why'd you bring that up?
Look, don't bring down the stream. Why are you guys sabotaging me?
Look, it was a nice moment, right? It was a sad moment, but it was a nice moment to just show that we all mean something to each other, right? You gotta put a bow on the whole trip, and it just showed that there's people have meaning. The trip was meaningful. It was such a good trip to meet these guys. They had a blast. I had a blast, and we were able to come together IRL, as it were.
Yeah.
Look it up if you're a dunce. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I wouldn't have traded it for the world. I would have canceled 6 weddings and 9 funerals for it.
You know what? You're making me feel even worse for not going. Thank you. I see you fucking suck now. I'm gonna boo you.
No, I mean I agree. It like the whole thing hasn't like hit me yet. So like I'm just waiting for me to like just sit there one day and just be like next week and be like, holy fuck. What did we just do? We drove for 40 plus hours to go down and watch a rocket launch with awesome freaking people. Like it was I know it's gonna hit me and then I watched a fucking rocket launch. You know, it's gonna hit me one of these days. But right now it's just like it still feels so surreal.
I would just like chat to realize that, and I'm sure that they will agree with me. It's 100%. Had I gone on the caravan of chaos that was there, because we originally planned this with DP debunks. Had this gone through, it would have been live streamed the whole time, just because I want the views, and because I'm petty like that.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to run a live stream. So I feel like
you don't have to tell me no shit. I mean, I'm running this one. I haven't fucked it up yet, really. Well, a couple echoes, but that's about it.
I mean, we brought out all the
here's a plus,
contingencies here.
Mike, real quick. So what was I just gonna say now? I completely forgot. Fuck. See, this is what happens when you start drinking rum on a live stream. It goes haywire.
yeah, no, I'm a whiskey guy, but right. I was gonna say goodbye because I actually have to go. Because I need to get a good night's sleep for my interview tomorrow.
Oh, hey, congratulations on that.
No, you don't even know the rest of it.
Don't say where this one is. You can text me later and tell me how it goes. Well, I would say you would text me later and tell me how it goes, but you won't, but whatever.
I have to brag about it. Are you kidding me?
Oh, okay.
It's the Boston Museum of Science. I'd be their
Oh, is that the one you got the interview for? You
Get
bastard.
the fuck out.
Dude, that would be so
This is
sweet.
breaking news, people.
Yeah,
Dude, if you
imagine
somehow
me-
land that, dude, you and I are going to have like so much fun because I'm going to just drive to Boston just so we can go play with everything after hours.
Yeah, dude, like I would have full access to the Museum of Freaking Science in Boston. Yeah,
And
so
for
my
those who
interview's
don't know,
tomorrow.
this is the museum that sits on the Charles, right between Somerville, Charlestown, and Boston, right?
Yep, and right when you walk in, there's a giant Foucault's pendulum
Yeah.
just swinging in your face.
For those who don't know, it's the one of the coolest museums of science ever, and I got lost in there. And this is before I even got in debunking. This is how much of a nerd I am. I was in there for I got there at opening, and I was there until the end because I also took a duck tour.
Oh, of course, you got it.
Yeah.
When you went in Boston, right?
Well, I was living there at the time, and I still did it because, well, I just moved there, bro. So I had to at least say I did
Yeah,
it.
so you're still in the
Assholes, dude.
tourist
That was the
mode.
line. Do us the assholes, dude. Sorry.
All right, so Mike, I want to wish you good luck on your interview tomorrow, and also don't fuck it up.
Thank you. I will
You better
not
fucking land that shit. We love
dude.
it.
If I don't land it, I'll no. I don't want to say things like turn.
Dude,
like,
just
change-
imagine how
got
many
this shit.
ideas we'd get for
Deleting
citizen
my
science
channel.
stuff that I can actually
listen.
put in the field notes.
Dude, look, we had this conversation. Mike, you're the guy for the job, dude. Just sell that
Thanks.
shit, dude. You've got every fucking thing behind you, and you've got all the support in the world. You can play it however you want to.
Use me
But
as a
everything's
reference.
fully
I'm happy to
behind
back you up.
I'm gonna play it by winning it.
Fucking win that shit.
Here
bro.
you go, Mike. Use me as a reference, and I'll tell them how I worked with you as an internet service provider, how you're knowledgeable, and everything else. And we,
Ooh.
we troubleshoot all sorts of things. So there you go.
Yo, let's go. All right. I'll.
You
I'll,
already have the cell phone number. Just warn me that
I
you're
do.
doing it so I know to answer. Because if I don't recognize the number, I don't answer. 'Cause
Same.
I'm an asshole like that. If I don't know you, I don't pick it up. You go to voicemail.
Yeah, you go to voicemail. I actually have the app. The iPhone has the built-in secretary, so you can actually have Siri pick up for you, ask who it is and what they're calling for, and then
that explains why you don't answer any of my texts or phone calls. I get it. The only time you answer a phone call is when you're on stream. I get it. I see how this works now.
just don't call me now. I'll actually ignore it because I'm going to bed. All right. I love you
Good night,
guys.
dude.
Thanks.
All right, take it easy, Mike.
Excuse me. Thanks for having me. Astronomy Live. It was incredible meeting you and seeing your genius in person. So yeah. What's up?
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's really sweet. No, it's good to meet. It was great to meet you too.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
And to be
man.
honest, astronomy, like I mentioned, I've known you and Red since we were on X together in the same fucking stupid ass comment sections with Flirts and with Brian Sweet and all those idiots. I guarantee you and I meet up, you're getting a hug. That's the way.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, absolutely reciprocated. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I gave Astronomy Live a hug. 2 hugs, actually. So
You did, yeah.
Get in line.
And
Get
astronomy,
some sleep,
you and I
get a
have
nice
to get
tall
together to
Keurig,
try to figure
Mike.
out this RF thing.
Yeah.
I'll drag Marcus Leach into it and stuff like that because I want to start figuring out how I can do this not only remotely, because obviously I have to have a drive or a flight between being in Florida and being in New York, or I'm just going to stay in Florida the whole time that they're going in that direction so I can track it at least for multiple days, stuff like that. But we'll definitely work it out.
Absolutely, sounds great.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
All right, take it easy,
I'll
Mike.
talk to you guys soon. All right, bye.
See ya.
bro.
All right, dude, we've been doing this for 4 hours. Do we want to go back to the Roger Dirt because that was actually pretty fucking funny.
I mean,
I mean,
am
look,
biased.
I mean, we haven't got to the entomology about satellites yet, which is fucking hilarious in its own right.
Let's run this shit. I think people are in.
All right, hold on. All right, so here comes the douchebag.
Yeah, well,
You've been doing
let's
it for
advance
10
the
years,
conversation.
apparently.
What is a
Fight
satellite,
about it.
ICSP? Where does this, what
An
is the
orbiting
origin,
body.
the etymology? No. What is a satellite?
He wants the word.
Give
It's an
me
orbiting
the
body.
word. Give me the word. No,
It's an orbiting body.
it's an orbiting body. Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Yes, we're pretty sure about that.
Where does the word satellite come from?
I have no idea.
Yeah, you have no idea. That's why you say you have no idea about anything you
So
say.
that makes the Earth flat. Like, come up
No,
with, like, give me
it
an
makes you a
argument.
That's what he's
moron.
afraid
You saying that, oh, yeah, it was right. I don't know how the word satellite came through. Therefore, Earth is flat. That was perfect. I love that.
Yeah. What the fuck? Like, dude, they always try to get you in a gotcha on some bullshit. Like, he even does the same thing about, oh, do you know what this means in the Italian? And I'm like, no, of course I fucking don't, you idiot, but I can look it up. Like, give me a break, bro. Like, you understand where I'm coming from. Like, I'm not being disingenuous. Well, we'll get to it. I'm not gonna get there, but that's basically where
Let's let him run for a few minutes, and I'll pause it at the end of it, and you and I can have a talk about the entomology about satellites, because I got pissed off hearing this. I'll be honest. I went down a rabbit hole, like, where did this fucking come from? So I started like doing a bunch of searches and everything else. Coincidentally, not through AI, because AI can be wrong, Eric Dubay, but I digress.
Santero.
Talking about
Santero.
stuff you don't know. You know
What
what
is
it
the
means,
root?
satellite?
What is
You know what makes Earth
etymology?
flat?
What's the
Satellite
etymology?
from the French, meaning gardening body, meaning
Okay, A, he's wrong. It's actually from Latin, but not French, but whatever.
bodyguard. You know what is a satellite?
Bodyguard?
You are a satellite, a bodyguard of the globe model. That's
What's
what
your
you are,
source?
man.
Santero,
The
what's your
source. Look it up. Look it up.
I did.
My
An
source is
artificial body
books.
placed in orbit around the Earth or
Ay,
the
ay,
Moon or
ay.
another
Where you
planet in order to
looking?
collect information.
Look
I
at the
literally typed in define
etymology.
satellite.
Etymology.
Aye.
Etymology. You don't even know what the word etymology means? Can you think
No, he does. You
about
have
it?
You
to,
said
right?
look it up.
You know what
literally said look it
etymology
up.
means,
I was
right?
reading the definition.
Let's go to Merriam-Webster
Okay,
and get a
Monsieur
definition.
Satel. Okay. Yeah. You don't know
It
nothing.
means root form of the
Santeri,
word.
good job. You wrecked me. Good job. You got
I
I'm not
always
trying to wreck
me. It's very
anybody,
easy.
dude. That's
It's
not the
very
point.
easy.
It's just
It's
logic,
Yeah,
very
you
easy.
know.
don't
So-
jump
so
on
slow.
him.
Wait.
Guys,
So if I
guys.
don't-
There's
if
like
I don't know the
there's
Adam
four of
Hammer-
us and one of him. You know.
All right, let me pause it there. So yes, the entomology is actually from Latin for satels, and it was a person who accompanied a powerful figure serving as a bodyguard or as an attendant. It's from Latin, not French, Santero, you dumb fuck, but hey, let's not let that stand in the way. So interesting enough, again, therefore, an ancient word from ancient Rome, therefore Earth flat. That's the connection we're working with to begin with.
That's right.
So Icy, here's something funny for you that I'm actually, and I just learned when I started doing this, because when I heard this, when you sent this to me, what was it, this morning or this afternoon, I was like, what the fuck? So in the 17th century, we had this little known guy who really didn't do much. His name was Kepler. So
that guy.
that guy.
Yep.
Yeah. So in 1610, okay, after Galileo discovered the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, because again, we're talking about not exactly high quality glass at the time, far from what we have on Red's little 8-inch or goddamn Astronomy Live's 11-inch scope.
Right.
Yeah. So Kepler wrote him a letter. He didn't want to call them moons because there was only one moon at the time, Earth's moon. And he didn't want to call them planets because they weren't planets. They were circling Jupiter. So he suggested the term satellites because these bodies attended or traveled with a primary planet like courtiers around a king. So you can blame Kepler for taking an ancient word, which wasn't as ancient in his time, and applying it to an astronomical scale. So
that makes sense. And
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, it reminds me of a guy by the name of Terrence Tao, who talked about the
that guy.
universe ladder.
He didn't never amount to much.
Right. If you guys haven't seen him, I will drop a link. Watch it later.
Are you talking about the ladder to the AU video?
And yeah, absolutely. It's a great place to start. If you're wondering how people like Kepler and his progeny, the people that came after him and subsequently in the scientific field, were able to use their fucking brains, bro. Their brains to just sort of think about this and figure shit out. It's not complicated unless you're a flurf. It's not complicated. It's really just learning how to do these things and learning from the people that came before you. You've heard of the saying, right? Someone can sort of help me put the saying into reality, but it's something to the effect of we we build on the giants that came before us, or something to that effect, right?
Yeah, we stood on the shoulders of giants.
Right.
It's the term.
And it could be more true, bro. Like it really is. And there's a checks and balances within that that phrase. Because if we're fucking wrong, the people beyond the current generation are going to correct it, right? It's just a thought. It's a really good segue. I'll drop the link over here, and then maybe you want to continue with it, Dan. But
Well,
they just
there's
have
another
no
application
concept
here
of-
that I wanted to point out to you too that I thought you might
Yeah.
find interesting. So until the 1950s, satellite was basically used almost exclusively for natural moons. But once Russia launched Sputnik 1 in 1957, the term was adopted for man-made objects orbiting a body. Interestingly enough about this, the Soviets called Sputnik a Sputnik, which is Russian, literally means fellow traveler, which is the actual application that Kepler had from 350 years from before.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So I thought that was
Imagine
I thought
that.
that was a nice little touch to add on top of that. So if you want to
That's
poke
neat.
fun at people because they don't know the etymology of the actual fucking word of something, and these are the games that flirts play because you don't know the word, so therefore you don't know your language. Yeah, what the fuck ever, dude. It's like just because I don't know where a word comes from doesn't mean I don't know what it means. You actually said it right. It's an orbiting body. That's exactly that's how it's used in modern terms. Who cares where the fuck it came from?
Yep, that's right.
So it means a loyal follower, which is what a moon actually is and what a satellite actually is. It follows around us as we orbit the Earth, and as the Earth rotates and it has its own little orbit. It's a nice little puppy dog that follows us around our orbit. No big deal.
Let me put it to the chat too. Just pay attention to this guy Santero, right? Some of you guys know him. He's a JJ acolyte. He pops in JJ's chat a lot. He's followed Roger. Scott Level Realms the same way. He kind of flirts with JJ a little bit in terms of being on his stream. JJ's been light lately, but the point is this: these guys are like in a little circuit, right? Santero is a Vlad faithful, but what he does is he'll pop on if he has comments to say with a Glober. He does this little thing where he will. A lot of the flirts do this. They do the cope laugh thing, the initial laugh, like this guy's so ridiculous, ha ha ha, laugh. And try to find something that you don't understand, or try to talk to you in this condescending tone of voice, right? It's all everything that you guys are sort of primed to understand. Just keep an eye on that, because he really does try a couple of different techniques to really just kind of throw off the entire conversation. I don't budge. JJ plays a great point guard, right? To Kobe Bryant walking up as the shooting guard.
Yep.
But JJ even kind of steps back for a second and starts getting he starts to lose his shit too. And they all sort of just have their jaw hit the floor after a few minutes when Santero fucking muffs the fucking field goal 27 times in a row. But you guys will see it. Just pay attention to some of the techniques he uses. You'll be familiar with it.
And to be honest, I was happy to see Scott Level Realm just step all over Santero to be like, okay, A, shut the fuck up while he answers the question. And B, fine, tell us what the root word is and where it's from. And he even got that wrong.
Yep.
So go figure.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fine.
You know what makes Earth flat is all
I'm saying is
observations,
that if
all,
you
all
are really
measurements.
interested in, sorry, JJ,
Yeah,
if you are really
you're good.
invested in something, at least you should try to know the meaning of the things, because this is very important, knowing the
Cool, I'll
meaning
update
of
my
stuff,
notes. Thank you. Yeah.
It's a pleasure, brother.
Come
You
yeah,
know
come
there
back when
is
you
no
want to
grudge
continue.
against you. Nobody hates you here personally.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Mhm.
Can I get back to the gravity thing right quick just for a minute? Can I see the
Sure.
experiment that actually proves an actual scientific experiment that proves gravity?
You better bring a Nobel Prize with that.
I know.
Fucking so disingenuous. You better bring a Nobel Prize for that. It's like, come on. It's so fucking dumb because it's like, we can talk about Cavendish. We can talk about any number of different ways that you can apply the whole mass versus, mass attracts mass in the Earth frame, or in the Earth reference frame, and break it down to Newtonian physics. But
yeah,
the fact of the matter is like, these collection of idiots seem to think that they can debunk Cavendish, debunk every other thing, whether we're talking about mass attracting mass with lead bricks, even if it's just a demonstration. Forget actually measuring the 9.8 meters, per second squared, and a spring scale where you can hang a weight on, put a large mass underneath of it, and all of a sudden it will actually increase the weight of what you're weighing and everything else, because again, mass is attracting mass below it. These are things that have been done throughout physics. I did it when I was in high school, and that was fucking decades ago. But these idiots think that, oh no, all this shit is just bullshit. It's all this whatever. It's electromagnetism, density, blah, 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 because they've never actually done it.
Yep. And the technique they're using is very simple. It's create a scenario which is impossible for this poor fool Glober cuck Zionist person to do live on stream. Like that's literally what they're doing.
And to be fair, I mean, here's something else too. It's like, because Roger, especially with his debate with Weiss, right? He brings up density and Archimedes' equation for displacement and all this other stupid shit. None of it that applies, and all of it that he actually uses gravity as a variable. He will claim up and down density, but yet you can pull up a short. In fact, I'll fucking do it right now because I love this video beyond belief. Hold on a second. Bear with me while I do drunk typing.
We've all been there.
Yeah, I just do it more often than not. All right, here we go.
Everybody
This
needs
is
a
the
little
short.
captain, huh?
We're going to pull this across. All right, here's your density tower. In the vomit comet, look, everything's all nice and neat. And what happens when you remove gravity from the equation? Oh, I don't know. Let's find out. 3, 2, 1. Oh, damn.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
That's not good.
That's a little awkward. What happened to your density tower when you eliminate gravity as your independent variable?
Are you telling me
go
that
fuck
density
yourself.
doesn't have a vector, Dan?
It's saying it has a vector. It's a downward vector. And what happens when you remove that downward vector? Everything mixes up.
Oh, density doesn't have a vector. It turns out that there's another
Yeah,
force.
because it includes
There's an
gravity in the
actual force at
equation.
play. Right. Interesting.
Now, here's the funny thing.
Oh.
You don't have to go in the vomit comet to do it. Although I would love to go in the vomit comet to do things like this, but that's beside the point. Plus, I want to see how much I can actually vomit, but that's neither here nor there. You can actually take a suitcase and put a camera in and design it the right way with a density tower, and you throw it off a balcony. And as if it's high enough, it reaches free fall. Guess what happens? It all mixes up. And it's not mixing up because it hits the ground, because you have a camera inside. You can watch it mix up as it does it. How's that work?
Good points. I have no idea.
Oh, it's almost like there's gravity or some shit.
Yeah, almost.
Hey, Dan, I just have to say I've got to sign off for the night here.
Okay.
But thanks for having me on. And yeah, so I just did some back of the envelope math. I'm able, with just a few of the observations I conducted this morning, to get an answer on the last time Artemis was closest to the Earth within 4 minutes of the time they started that TLI burn, which lasted 5 minutes. So I'm basically dead on accurate.
That's
so. Did they do the correction burn number 3?
I haven't heard. Maybe I just know that my observations were after they didn't do the second one.
Okay.
So they had
after the second one. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Can I ask you one more question, Astronomy Live?
Sure.
Are you planning to do other live streams for this mission? And if so, when do you project it?
I don't. So for the live streams, I normally only use my own scopes for that, typically because It's not conducive to do it with the remote scopes because I have to wait for the images to be uploaded to an FTP site for me to then download them. It just doesn't work well for a live stream format. I will do a video like analyzing everything, and I'm probably going to get some more data from iTelescopes as we go. But in terms of live stream stuff with the weather, like it's going to be the rest of the week, I'm probably not going to be able to track it here from here in Florida for the rest of the mission. But the other bookend of that is that with the data I've already got, I can already predict the end of the mission. I see that they're going to go around the moon, and I can see that they should re-enter the Earth's atmosphere on April 11th, which is exactly when the mission's supposed to end.
So, Astronomy Live,
Fantastic
I just quickly shared it's the telemetry feed from NASA.
Yeah.
And it looks like they already did the either they canceled or they did the correction number 3. And look, we
Okay.
have comms blackout compared with for 19 hours from now, and the burn propellant came within 5% of predictions. And here's the other thing too: is they're actually showing about 20%, give or take, an error margin of the far side of the moon being sunlit as they go around it. So suck on that, Flurfs. It's a sphere.
Is that from NASA? That looks like TJ's site. I need more space.
Yep.
Who's that?
Yep.
Is it TJ's?
Yeah, it's TJ.
Need more space? Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, sweet. Yeah. Just wanted to give him props because he did a great job putting that together. He did that whole UI, I believe.
Oh, did he?
Looks
Oh,
like a cartoon.
then he's my new hero. So, but like this blackout, I'm actually going to do a video on this because how and Icy Spin did this. He brought up a question, or there was a question that was brought up on a afternoon press conference, and he put it my way, and we talked about this on Max's stream briefly. Everybody who goes behind the moon has this large sphere of basalt between them and the Earth, and therefore line of sight communications, whether they be laser or radio, don't work. So how do you make it work?
Imagine that.
Yeah, go figure. NASA is actually working with a commercial contract. It's like $4.3 billion, and I think it's Infinite Engineering or something like that, to put up a constellation around the moon to be able to eliminate the blackouts for future lunar missions. Now, we're not sure if they're going to be able to have it done sufficiently to have 24/7 coverage by Artemis 4 because it's a phased rollout. It's going to be 5 satellites orbiting in an elliptical pattern over the South Pole, primarily because, well, one, the South Pole is hell for communications to begin with because of the where the Earth sits on the horizon of the moon, and two, you can't really do a geosynchronous orbit around the moon like you can the Earth because they have these things called mass-cons, which are massive concentrations of gravity, which if you did a geosynchronous orbit around the moon with a satellite, you would eventually end up into the moon. Bruce, you're gonna have to mute yourself because it's coming in.
Getting some feedback. Thank you.
So I'm actually going to do a video on that because it's really interesting to actually, for those telecom nerds that are in the chat, like Geek G and Marcus Leach, they actually developed a new standard that was released in 2025 in January for LunarNet, which is LunaNet, which is going to be basically a store and forward type of thing that doesn't time out like Ethernet does, to provide constellation for not only communications but also navigation and stuff like that. So I'm going to do a video on that, and I think it's going to be pretty effing cool.
That's awesome. I had heard something about that. Yeah, that because of the the time it takes light to reach the moon and back, you got to come up with a new protocol, right? Because existing internet protocols weren't designed for that kind of latency.
No. Yeah, it's measured in milliseconds, not actual seconds. So
yeah.
The math doesn't math in that case. So it's actually, I did a deep dive on it today. I'm hoping to put something together on that. It's going to be part of the reality check series. So it's going to be one of my 10 that are hopefully going to be coming out. And again, I might just take some days off and say F work and actually do some content because I haven't.
All right.
All right.
One last thing I wanted to say.
A pleasure to have you on. Thank you for all your insights.
Listen, bro, it was a pleasure to meet you, man. I really enjoyed the short time that I got to meet you, but putting a face to all of the times that we've kind of interacted online. I really enjoyed it. You're a super stand-up dude, and I hope to see you soon for the future missions. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I wish I could have hung out longer with you guys. Had a great time for the short time I was there, and hope to see you guys again soon for future launches.
Hey,
man. Have
I
a great
still have
night,
you on
dude.
the hook of Starry Live for give me a radio sound when you can find one.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I definitely. It's funny too. When we were at the launch, I saw one. I saw a weather balloon above me minutes before the launch because they're letting off a ton of balloons, checking the upper level winds for the
Right.
rocket, and so I look up and like, oh, that doesn't look like a plane, and I check Sondhub, and sure enough, that's a weather balloon. Yep. So
Yeah,
so I will work on getting you one.
Yeah, it's some more RF nerd stuff. I just got to make sure I don't
All right.
dox myself when I put it online because it's going to report my position.
Oh yeah, yeah. You power this thing up, it'll blast your position. So be careful with that.
And just do the
Yeah.
blur like Mike did. Mike figured it out. He just turned the blur up. The blur he just rotated the little blur wheel. So you'll be good.
I'll just stream it at 360p like all the flirts do.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right, see you
later,
guys.
bro.
All right,
Have a good
Astronomy,
night,
take it
dude.
easy. All right, let's get this off screen. Let's go back to the morons and let's see what they have to say because, they're always full of entertainment value.
They sure are.
We did this before, right? We did
No,
this.
but I
I
mean,
think
I've
we
been
did.
this wrangle dangle before with especially Cavendish.
You can't. None of them can explain gravity because gravity is like, unexplainable, right?
I
Icy spin.
question. Yeah. Good.
Well, no, I mean, there's
Oh.
several experiments, but you guys are just
Such
not going
as?
to accept any of them.
A
So why
downward,
We wanna
a
say-
downward
we
force.
need,
You
we
think
need
it's
an
a force?
IV and a DV in that experiment.
Demonstrable, measurable.
You can't switch them
No.
up. You got to start off with the. Yeah.
All right, let me stop this here because the middle school idea of a direct direct variable and independent variable is bullshit. So Bruce, you gotta mute button.
Bruce, hit that.
I know
mute
I don't
button, bro.
sound that bad.
I don't have the ability to server mute him. I would. I don't think he's aware of it. I need to server mute him, Dan. Okay, he did it.
There he goes. Okay. Yeah, I muted him and then I let it off so that way he wasn't server muted.
He left.
That's a shit move if there ever was one. All right, let's find out what other enlightenment we got here, and then I'll give you a chance to correct them.
You need, you know how hypotheses work, right?
Well, yeah. So one experiment that we can do is we can make a hypothesis that if gravity is real, then an orbiting body, right? Anything that we can see that's spherical in the sky. Let's just call it the moon, for example.
Well, you see, you can't manipulate those things, so we can't.
Here
do
we
that.
go.
Oh,
Here
we
we
most
go.
certainly can. Are you going to allow me?
No,
to
you
present
can't. How
further?
can you manipulate a heavenly body?
Well,
Let's
I will
see
tell
it.
you.
You
if
can't.
you'll let me.
Fallacy land.
Oh,
Yeah, you
okay, so
can't.
you guys
Have
are
to
setting
be
up an
fallacious.
impossible experiment, right?
That's
You
not
have to.
So why
You have to be
why
able
should
to
I
experiment
why
with
should I
something
present?
that tangible. It's not
There
tangible.
isn't an experiment because they've been trying to do it forever. They've never had an experiment that proves it.
Welcome
It's
to
a part
Flat
of
Earth.
the experiment. It's
I love JJ and his little additives there about it being fallacious because that's all he has, and because the trailer park doesn't explain, doesn't give him enough room to do the Cavendish himself.
Right. And it's sort of telling too through this little dialogue that we're having that they are trying to set up an impossible experiment. It's
Yes.
quite obvious. They all do this, but I made them make it explicit. And you heard earlier, way before Reds and the gang came on, that yeah, it's a loaded question, as JJ put forth. They're just trying to Roger's not happy if I go off script, right? Like he has this very setup. As non-clever as Roger is, right? The lack of cleverness of Roger is apparent.
Right.
Every now and then he can like kind of sort of maneuver a conversation into a realm where maybe someone else can attach to it, right? Like a Santero or a JJ or somebody that else is on the panel can really stick it to him, right? And so Roger tries to line that up. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
All right. So I'm sending this to Queebush specifically, but if anyone wants to check it, that is the I Need More Space site. TJ, he's the one who put in that one I had up earlier that showed the distance to the moon, the velocity. He did that whole UI, and he's pretty good on that, and it's right there. So if you guys want, you guys can click that. You can follow along. They are really, really, really close to the moon right now. So go figure. By last check, hold on a second. Let me just pull this up real quick. The distance to the moon is 41,850 kilometers or miles. Excuse me.
If any of you guys played like high school baseball and you're a center fielder, you can empathize with like tracking a baseball, right? That's what we're watching right here. We're watching the outfielder like track the moon, which is like, or the moon is sort of kind of coming into view of the baseball that is Artemis 2. Like it's pretty cool. Pretty cool that they were able to line it up as perfect as they were. And by the way, that is orbital mechanics. Doesn't work on a flat Earth because it doesn't exist on a flat Earth.
Because
so
there's a
cool
firmament and a snow globe and a dome and all this
Right.
other stupid shit that they have no proof of and no evidence of. But hey,
Yeah,
they never let evidence get
who's
in the way
putting
before.
tallies on that? That's right.
Observation. You cannot touch the heavenly bodies, man. You can just
I
observe
was
them.
trying to present an experiment, but I got interrupted. and I
Which
got told
experiments
that-
would that would be? Which one would that be?
Well, I see. If you, I mean, I'll put up that one for the for that short. Oh, hold on.
If you could give us 3 more minutes in this attitude, we would take it.
That's not muted. Okay. The radio call comms from Orion just butted in. My apologies. Let me put up the. I'll close it. All right, I'll find it for you. But if you want to ever like use that one, it's like a great one to use. Say, okay, look, you say it's density. We're removing gravity from the equation by using a parabolic arc and a plane. Therefore, it is an independent variable that you can manipulate.
Mm-hmm. I like to put it to them that time is an independent variable, and they fucking hate that.
Yep.
Real Cygnus tell the fans. They hate when you say that, oh, you know what? You can just wait a little while. And that's called manipulation of time, right? That's called experimental. That's a valid scientific approach to doing an experiment. Like, and it's simple. So, and they just completely tell you, no, you're fucking wrong. And it's like, oh, you have been through the school of Nathan Oakley, I can see. And so he's
Exactly.
conditioned you, like it's just so dumb. Like, just wait a while. FTFE gave an example one time about putting a kettle of tea on the eye, and he wanted to know how long it took for to achieve the perfect blend of to get the perfect extraction of tea, right? And so in that case, you're going to be looking at time weighted, right, to get the perfect amount of caffeine, all these things that you can measure after the fact. The independent variable is the time that you wait at a specific temperature. It's just as simple as that.
Yep. And the other thing is like, these, it is literally a middle school idea about the dependent independent variables. And this is actually something that that the other content creator said in his email to me, which was like, he wants to play on their playing field. He wants to go to their playground and say, what's my dependent variable? What's my independent variable? So I can shut it down. And my advice to him was like, no, don't shut it down. What you do is you turn it around and you do the scientific method as it is, which is you make an assumption, you make a prediction, and does it follow? And you make an error margin, and does it follow in that? If it follows in that, then it's evidence for your hypothesis. If it doesn't, it's against your hypothesis. There you go. Then you turn around and challenge them to say, if you think that my assumptions are wrong, because that is a part of science, you give me your assumptions and your math and your prediction. Let's see how it goes. And if your prediction based on your math and your assumptions is the same as mine, and we verify that that's what your assumption is, and you didn't just use globe math to get to a flat Earth assumption, then the idea is fine. Then we can throw this out as not being exclusive, which is exactly what Toon and I did when we did the Shiva experiment.
Mm-hmm. And that turned out great for the Flirts, didn't it?
Yeah, they're still all butthurt. But I mean, look, when Quantum Eraser goes out of his way to actually, call me out, I thought that was pretty funny.
It's
trying to
you've
write out
made it when Quantum Eraser has something to say about it, right?
When does he not have something to say about anything? But yeah, it took them like a good 3 minutes to figure out what my channel name was, because even though I said what my channel name was, and but because I was blocking the UN part of it, he's like, this channel name is fornicated. It's like, dude,
Yeah. And they all do
extrapolate the
this, right?
fact that
They're
the
like,
logo has letters that go past the circle.
even like Vlad to this day, he's come across Mike's radar on the Drunk Debunk show 1,000 times. But if you say Mike from the Drunk Debunk show, who that?
Who that?
What
Yeah.
you say?
I don't know who you're talking
The
about.
Drunk show. Oh, you mean that guy? Like, it's like, come on. Like, they're pretending like it's so insignificant, but on the contrary, it's fucking all they think about. Like, let's be real. Like, when they're coming on here, they're banning people, or they're waiting for the opportunity to ban people. Like, that's all they do. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so
Actually,
funny. It's
here's
adorable.
the thing. I'll put it in your chat for you. It's one of those things to back on. There you go. There's the link in the chat. So that way you have that. You can always just show that and be like one big F you, which is always fun. I enjoy those because they don't have an answer for that. And I find it funny.
I love it. Thank you.
Because it's like, okay, so you think it's density, then explain what happens when we remove gravity from density. What happens to the density tower? Oh, whoops. Okay. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
One of my favorites, if you recall, the propane tank where
yes,
yes, I love
where they
that.
use, where they use liquid nitrogen or something like that to pull it back over. Yeah.
Yeah, they had like 3 different colors of like blocks or something, like I don't know if it was
red,
it was
yellow,
Play-Doh.
blue.
It was Play-Doh.
Yeah.
Yep. And it just did the liquid nitrogen on top of the propane tank in the middle of the night, and you could see it come up. Like, there's no denying that refraction actually takes place. And so when a flat earther says that, like Mikey, by the way, Mikey is not a debate opponent, by the way. If you're ever going to have a debate with someone, like, and Mikey says, I challenge you, it is not going to go on your resume. Okay. Like, sure, jump in, have an argument with him, but it's pointless, right? You're not getting accolades. We're not going to pat you on the back, but do it for practice.
You're punching down on a kindergarten level at that point.
The point is he says that, you need refraction on a globe. Like, it's just like, Mikey, bro, you don't even know the first thing about what you're even saying. He's just agreeing with everything that someone else said. He doesn't know where it came from. He just knows that Earth is flat. He doesn't believe it, which, by the way, belief comes before know. He doesn't even understand the concept of a justified true belief. So don't even have a conversation with him about it, because it's pointless.
That's why I don't.
Anyways.
I mean, I go in there for, I'll watch his stream for content if I'm really dying for content, because it's so easy to, to talk about. Like him calling observatories to me is hilarious. I mean, that's just dumb.
The fruit is literally on the earth, people.
Yeah.
But let's be real.
You be passed out drunk and still pick that fruit.
That's right.
All right, let's see what else these dumbasses have to say. How long are you on here for anyway? You're only on it for a few more minutes, right?
Yeah, it's not much longer. And then they do a little, you know how they do. They do their little bitch and wine sesh.
Yeah, they do a
Santero
little
gets
circle jerk.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel bad for Santero. He draws the short straw in our exchange. And so he has to cry on JJ's shoulder for a half hour. And that's basically how it ends. So
that's perfect. That's a perfect ending. We're not going to have to watch that stuff. I don't want to put somebody through that much.
Yeah, forget that.
You might have
It's
PTSD
funny.
afterwards, and I don't want to trigger it.
Stupid.
But in for those who don't know, I don't usually debates. I don't go into Discord. I don't go into anything else, because it's one of those things where if I'm going to debate somebody, it's going to be something very specific. It's going to be a one topic kind of thing. And at the same time, it's going to be, or, maybe 2 topics, but it's going to be on a neutral platform, Webcast, Drunk Debunk Show, Red's Rhetoric, whoever they want to mod it. But it modern day debates, fine. I'm happy to have a conversation with Roger about radar and radio, or anybody else, or even things like fiber optic cables, or any other video that I make. And I'm happy to discuss it with them, and I'm happy to school them with them. But at the same time, I'm not doing it on their show where, like Icy is, where his volume's down low, no one can hear him, and they're all, can boot him at any time. That's not something I'm. To me, that's a waste of my time. But that's a personal opinion more than anything else. I would much rather just go watch stupid TV on streaming, or watch another debunker's video than deal with these idiots on that kind of environment. You
One
have
last
much
thing
more
I'll
patience
say.
than I do.
I want to give a shout out specifically to Real Cygnus in chat. Sig was here for this exchange. In fact, we're trying. Well, I had this idea that sometimes Roger goes on. He goes on at all odd hours of the night, and
Well-
if I'm around, right? Like, it used to be like Wesley would be like, "Hey, yo, man, do you want to like try and do this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's do this." But like, I got the idea that maybe if it's an opportunistic, if it's the right time, maybe I can record it from the end of, hey, we're trying to get in, and it's funny to see him kick us out like 64 times, and then like eventually he gives us the time of day, which was the case last night. I haven't edited it yet, but I have it. And Sig was like, dude, literally, you guys don't even know. Sig is A+++ in our community. He's always there. He's always ready to like just jump into all like whatever you want to do. He is fucking a top-notch individual. And I love the dude. But he was there for me last night. He was there for me the other night when we did the same thing, trying to kind of make it a thing, and it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Megan was there. I'm trying to think who else was there. Wesley was asleep, dreaming about sheep and donkeys and flat earth, obviously. But I just wanted to put that out there. Like, he was there. I really appreciated it, and it's a new series that I'm considering trying to put videos out for, because I mean, Roger's just ridiculous. He gets out of Arby's at whatever time he gets out.
Yeah.
And he waits until when it's midday for the UK to actually stream. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate it.
No,
from you, Sig.
and Gurney with his endless clips that I still have to farm all through because there's just so many for me to track. It's unbelievable. Also, Cygnus, I will be down in Southish Jersey this summer, so you and I need to get together for a beer at some point. So I don't know if you're in northern or southern Jersey,
Most
but at some point you and I need to get together for a beer because you're not that far away.
Oh yeah, and he's right. Calder crashed at the keyboard. I digress.
I can only imagine.
Sure, lay it out for me.
So if we look at an orbiting body, let's just say we look at the moon and we say, hey, I wonder if that thing's going around us, and the effects of what we would call gravity, right? Or keeping something in orbit.
You're way off, dude. That's not an experiment, dude. That's not.
This is called inductive reasoning. You are using inductive reasoning. You are
you're
not
using a fallacy to begin with.
Science is based in science.
That's not science.
Real
You're
science.
trying to prove it.
Real science
assume the
is
cause.
deductive reasoning.
No,
deductive.
you're wrong. You're talking
You
about
get
math.
no. You know nothing, brother. You are wrong.
Okay,
100%.
go ahead and type in, is science inductive or deductive? Go ahead and type it in.
No,
We're not going to type it in. It's not,
We're not gonna type anything in. We know
we're sticking with just the
talking
method,
about.
dude.
DuckDuckGo,
The
right?
method.
You notice, Dan, that they just can't even stand the thought of letting me expand on something as simple.
Yep. That was
crazy,
beautiful.
bro.
Like, why don't you just put in whether or not science is inductive or deductive? And it's funny because, like, literally they have a middle school understanding of science. It's like you're taught in middle school about having a dependent variable, independent variable, because you're looking for like a causation or like a causal relationship, and you're trying to get rid of, some of the variables. Not all science is like that. I mean, I remember talking to a physicist from CERN on X named Franco. And he's like, I have never used a DVIV in any of my experiments because it's not required.
Yep. They all come from the school of Nathan Oakley. So what happens is Roger Ledwell, his hero, by the way, is Nathan Oakley.
Oh yeah.
Someone pretended to be Nathan Oakley one time, and he cut it, right? He cut it from the stream. But he actually had an orgasm on stream. I don't know if you guys got the raw, uncut version of it, but he did. And it was, I got to tell you, his O face is not, it's not pretty. And that's likely why he cut it. But the point is that Nathan Oakley actually called him out the other day in real life on Nathan Oakley's stream. And I did not get to see the O face that he made for that, but I am fully aware of the fact that it was probably he probably slept for 16 hours. Let's be real. Like the dude was completely drained from that, I'm sure.
Well, he
But
was drained
what
on one
he
of his
does,
streams when he was saying that Oakley was sending him a couple of microphones, and he was so ecstatic with that mentality.
I remember. Yes, yes.
I
He
mean,
is
he
all
pressed-
about
I
some
mean,
microphones.
You could hear the release, and like he immediately started getting drowsy, and he vacated for like 5 minutes to take a nap.
It's like, hey, you thought like it's like you hear him in the middle of a stream and he makes some weird noises and you're like, I think you're going out, bro.
it's
But
like
then you
you
start to
hear him in
realize that like maybe he's like grunting or something weird. Like that's kind of how it played out for the first part that I mentioned. But I have to imagine that it was similar to like the IRL call out that he got from Nathan Oakley. So I mean, hey man, you know what? You know, if you're happily married, with your your beautiful wife, I assume, and your grandbabies, that you like to call them,
right?
Which is a totally Southern thing to say, by the way. But hey man, you live and let live. Like, Roger, you do your thing, right? But the point is that he loves Nathan Oakley, and so he takes what Nathan Oakley says and he etches it into he's not a complicated human, right?
No.
He does it as best as he can. He does the simple, like putting forth Nathan Oakley's thoughts and feelings and ideas into every sentence that he utters, and it sticks sometimes. And so that's kind of what is happening right now in the Roger Ledwell Foundry, as it were. But yeah, it's silly because they take this like IVDV thing so seriously, and they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, and it doesn't even branch into that part of the conversation. It immediately gets redirected into a more funny topic. So I'll just let it be from there.
Yeah, it's so frustrating when they start talking about the scientific method because it's like you guys have no fucking clue. They really don't. I mean, it's literally a middle school idea, and yeah, we'll just let them play. I had something else to say, but I'm just not even gonna go that route. It's not worth it. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I had someone who is a psychologist. I gave him some transcripts of some videos of Roger and had them give me. I'm sorry, a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. Give me a sort of personality output for it, and the email was prefaced was like, "My fucking God, don't tell me this guy is real." And then that was the entirety of the email, and it had an attachment, and it was his obviously because he can't provide any sort of medical advice or diagnosis without actually seeing a patient, but he had a lot of very specific things to say about his personality. Because let's be honest, Roger doesn't have a single original thought whatsoever.
Not even one. Yeah. Turtles all the way down.
Yep. Turtles all the way down, including his thought process.
But, deduction, not induction.
No.
Go,
no,
hey,
you're
bro,
confused.
go
You're
back,
talking
go,
about pseudoscience.
learning a little
You're
bit of
talking
No,
logic.
you were
are very,
pseudoscience.
very
It's the other way
easy,
around,
bro.
dude.
You're very
No,
easy.
you're pseudoscience.
Your logic is faulty.
No, it's
bro.
true. I can show you
Your
how.
logic is faulty.
Yeah.
Show me how,
And
Roger.
fallacious.
Since you
Oh,
won't
help
let me
me.
present anything, like why did you guys have me here? Just to like.
Well,
just
we
to
wanted to
say,
see what you had
"Ah,
to
you
say.
can't-" Well, I tried to
No,
say
you-
something, and then you told me, "Oh,
you're
that-
not following
We
the
could
science.
tell
Because
you
you are
no.
not following anything, man.
We
You
could
are
tell
just
you we don't want you here 10 times and you're still here, and then we let you
Yeah,
on.
you
finally,
come up
and you're like,
anyways.
why'd you let me on? Like,
Well, I didn't
you
expect
can't
him to
read
let
a
me
room,
on.
dude. You're in a wrong saloon, my friend.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were going to let me present, but I mean, if you're
Present
afraid,
what?
With that comment, JJ just openly admits he wants an echo chamber, pure and simple.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's it. It's not a debate. It's not anything. It's well known, it's well established, and he can't bring up any single talking point just like Vlad can't. They're like newbie flirts. They're like
Bro,
day zero flirts.
You should have heard they formed a committee and a subcommittee and a subcommittee on whether or not to allow, oh my God, the great IT spin into the foundry. Like, dude, like I just did it as a right of like I do it. Sometimes I just like will sit there and then I'll like get booted after 10 minutes because you're just sitting there. And then I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna fucking do it again. I'm carrying on. By the way, I had to like at the beginning of this, you guys didn't see it, but I had to like go back to my people and be like, It was Dirt. Dirt's a new guy in our community. He's been around since just
He's been
before
on Max a
TFE.
few times.
Fantastic guy, super smart guy. Yeah, super smart guy. He's got some working theories that we were actually literally talking about. I was engaged. Everything was great. Next thing I know, who do you think I hear in my headset is Roger Wedwell just fucking piping in like, oh, no, you're going to come on the live? And I'm like, bro, give me a second. I muted Roger. I said, Dirt, this fucking clown wants me on his show. Give me a second, bro. I'm going to mute this. I'm going to go back over there. He said, that's cool. Muted it, went back over there. But like, the point is like that they are, it's so silly, dude. It's so silly. And then they didn't want to take pot shots at you. He kept me in the back room for the first part of this, to like vet me to see if I was going to be able to talk about gravity. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck, dude? Like, it's so dumb.
He can't talk
I don't
about
even know where
gravity
to go
because,
from
I mean, look at his debate with Wes. It was like, what the?
Bro,
I mean, he
quizzed him.
played
I
someone
said,
else's video.
Before he brought me out, I said, oh, you mean, oh, gravity. You mean like, oh, okay. So do you remember, do you know a guy by the name of Wesley? And he goes, oh, I know where you're going with this. And I go, no, you don't. And he goes, I haven't seen Wesley in forever. And I go, yeah, but do you remember when you talked to him? He goes, yeah. I go, do you remember when you brought up all your sources? He goes, yeah. I go, and the source of your fucking material actually also had videos that I sent Wesley during the middle of your debate that said fucking gravity is a real goddamn thing, you idiot. And he was like, yeah, but we're not going to get it. It was so dumb, dude. It was like, and he's like, oh, okay, I'll bring you up for a few minutes and we'll see how it goes. Like, he's just so dumb, dude. He can't even fend for himself. He's a toddler. He lets everyone else take over the conversation. He was actually a decent moderator. I'll give you this, Roger. You were a decent moderator in this conversation. You gave some of them a little bit of shit and said, hey, back off, let them talk for a minute. For example, Scott Level Realm will talk till he's blue in the face at the highest decibel that a person can achieve. And you told him to shut the fuck up for a second and let me talk. So I appreciate that. But and JJ with his black circle here, I got onto him before the stream was over. Like, get a fucking logo, bro. Like, come on.
Exactly. Do something.
Anyways, diatribe over.
Yeah, let's finish this out, and then we'll go ahead and close the stream here in a few.
It's nonsense.
We're not
bro.
afraid of you.
You've
We're
already
gonna lay out
presented
an
it.
experiment.
This ain't the
You
first
don't
time.
You're just
Nothing
trying to
to
build
work
your
for
channel
you.
up on the backs of flat earthers. That's all you're trying to do.
I don't give a shit about my channel. I just give a shit about
You don't?
bothering you. In the
Then
back
why
chat,
is it
which you
still?
can't
Why are
stand.
you still making shows about flat earthers? Then why?
Elaborate.
Desperation.
Elaborate, Roger.
I just said why. That's all your shows are about. Period. I don't
have
make
shows.
shows about globies all the time. I actually cover other topics.
I just follow Wes around for clout. You know that, Roger.
I don't know.
Clout, baby.
I never
Wesley
see
says
Wes
hi, by the
anywhere
way.
anymore. Wes disappeared.
I know. Because
Oh, I know.
Because Wes gets all the
he's
clicks.
got a curfew.
Wes disappeared because he's employed, unlike you fucks.
Yeah. But I do
I'll
like
just-
what I get to say, like I get to like mention him and like just aggravate Roger because I know Roger misses him, right? And he,
Oh, yeah.
he says as much. I think he said it in the beginning part of the stream, so it was funny to refer back to him a few times. He's a good when it comes to Wes. Like I'm not going to be long on it. Wes is good people. He's
Yeah.
fantastic. I love being on anything with him because he's clever, he's smart, he's conscientious, he's polite. He's a good dude to just kind of be on a stream with. So I really enjoyed him. And I enjoy even more than that Roger cannot refute anything he says and he just cries about it and bitches and moans. So it's a what do you call it? Killing two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Classic
Well,
example.
I see the point of bringing him up by all means. I mean, obviously it triggers them like no belief. But it's funny, like Wes is everything. I'm not. So I'm not polite by any means. And this is why I don't debate because I get, I don't have the patience for this shit. I'd start calling people names just because are you fucking stupid would be coming out of my mouth like every other sentence.
Yep. And
This is
and
why
Wes
I
has
script
that
videos
skill
too,
set.
by the way, because when I read their claims, like immediately I want to put my head through the desk.
Yeah. Hey, head through death syndrome.
Yep.
You know, it's common for this type of thing.
That's why I had to put a new backdrop up, and I haven't shown you guys yet because I keep putting holes in the wall by throwing my phone and putting my head through it.
Hard to imagine.
Oh, by the way, I love down here in the 12 people that are watching this that Cavendish is a hoax. Duh. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Dear.
I'd like to see the explanation of that.
And the cloud.
Dazed and confused is the two
I
words.
do anything for clout. I do anything for clout.
CC.
Roger, what are your measurements of flatness? For the
6
flatness?
inches.
How do you measure flatness, dude? That's a good question.
Well, you can start by.
Please tell me how you do it.
You measure for curve, and if there is none, it's flat. Right?
There you
That's
go.
exactly right.
It's a lack of.
We've blown your radius of your so-called Earth out of the water so many times it's unbelievable. I just get excuses about refraction
How do you explain
indexes
the
and stuff.
horizon never rising to eye level? Like that is
It never rises to eye level. Okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's always right below, right there.
Yeah.
The fact that it moves at all, you guys want to claim it's physical and that it's actual geometry, which you want your cake and eat it too, because now you're going to say there's 2 different horizons. Make up your mind,
geometry
right?
is the study
You
of
can't
shapes,
find
right?
one; it's elusive, but yet it's physical. And the one that we can see moves hour to hour. It constantly moves. And then you want to claim like you got I got you by it don't rise to eye level, dude. The fact that it's moving at all. It's showing you it's not physical. Okay, it's optical.
Can you go plant a flag in the horizon for us, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, and guess what you'll see as you move backwards from that flag? More and more of the pole disappearing, and more of the flag disappearing, depending on how far back you go. Now, how is that going to work on the atmospheric attenuation aspect exactly? Because technically, if it's on a curve, the upper part of the flag is further away than the lower part of the flag, but yet the lower part of the flag is being hidden. And if the flag's only 10 feet tall, then what is the differential between at 0 ground level to 10 feet tall? What's the difference in the refraction value? Oh yeah, not. Okay.
Yeah. I actually missed that part
Yeah.
of the conversation just because of the YouTube delay, but were they talking about the moon flag? I can't remember exactly.
No, they're
where
just
we
saying
got to.
a flag.
Oh, a flag. Okay.
Just plant
I
a
think I
flag for
likely
us at the
just-
horizon, because they say the horizon moves because you have different horizons. There's a geometric, an optical, an RF, a radar, like all these different horizons. So yeah, because refraction value affects different parts of the spectrum differently, and they can't wrap their head around that.
Yeah, this is likely the point that I just said. Oh, by the way, did you guys know this? Secret, horizons don't exist on a flat Earth. I think that's where I took it. We'll see.
It's a physical place.
Horizons
It has
are
to be.
possible on a flat Earth. Did you know that, Santero?
A horizon is
They
not
are?
anything
Oh,
physical.
really?
You don't know nothing
What's the
about me
etymology of a
or
horizon?
nothing. Horizon is flat.
The horizon is
That's
nothing
why I asked you,
more
did you
than
know
a
that?
vanishing
It's flat.
point.
The
It's not
horizon. It's the
physical.
benefit.
Yeah.
It's the limit of
Horizon
Do you
the
know how
eye.
to do you know
Possible
how
on
to
a flat Earth.
paint? Do you know anything about designing? Have you ever
Do you
touched
know
on
anything
designing
about
software?
horizons and how they're impossible?
Yes,
on a
I
flat
know. I know.
Well,
everything
explain how they're
about that.
impossible.
Do you,
All right,
do you know about
hold
the?
on.
you
Let's
know,
hear them out.
It's an
Let's
optical
hear it.
representation.
Hold on. Time out.
Do you
So
know about
explain,
the?
please. Explain.
How
Elaborate.
about the
I want to
Monty?
know.
How about the Monty map that you
Wait, go
translated
back.
for
Finish what
Blad?
you're
That's
saying.
my
When it
map.
said that
It's
the
not my
moon is
map.
really far away.
How does
about
a
that,
horizon
Santero?
not
I don't.
work on a flat Earth?
There he goes again. He's off on another tangent.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have wanted to ask him about this. No, Santero's here, so
Yeah. Tell
Santero,
me. Tell me.
I mean, when you translated the Monty
Yeah.
map and the it was written in Italian, right? Correct?
Yeah.
A lot of it was. Do you remember when you
No, it
translated
is Italian.
La
It is
Luna,
classical
et
Italian.
cetera,
La
right? La
Luna
Luna
sì.
es like 275,000 kilometers away or whatever. Do you remember when you did that?
Yeah, I remember.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
got a
you
question
guys
for
It is
you
what
right
it
quick,
says.
Spicy.
It is what it
What do you guys
says.
believe in a map that says that the
I don't
moon is
believe
We
in
don't
a
believe
map.
in no
You
map,
don't believe in the
dude.
map, man.
Nobody
I don't
blames
believe in
Oh,
any
so
map.
you guys
Nobody
don't
I
believes
live
in
in.
that.
This is the most frustrating bullshit they pull, that we don't have a map. Oh, then you don't have shit.
Right? I do get the better of him here. He is on his heels the whole time, and he just cries and laughs and tells me I have no idea about Italian culture and how him and his wife have been together for so long, and I just don't know. Like, I'm like, bro, okay, well then explain why the fuck that you're actually just fucking gaslighting Vlad. Like it gets
Yep.
funny, but yeah, it's funny.
I actually had notes about this, about the Urbano Monte map, because I had asked you about this earlier today, because I was actually curious about something. I know Mike covered it and stuff like that, but there was something specifically about that, about, I was working on a project about the historical distances to the moon as we've measured it, and, you know, how we've obviously expanded upon that and got it pretty definitive in different parts of the orbit, because it's not perfectly circular. And, you know, whether it be laser range finding, RF, or other things and stuff like that, but how somebody from, you know, Urbano Monte's side was able to come up with a distance. And the humorous thing about that is that his distance is literally a conversion problem, because, you know, you have a Roman mile, a Milanese mile, all these things, all these different miles had different measurements. So therefore, we don't know what measurement he was using. So therefore, we can't say how far he was actually off. But using a standard mile, like say a Roman mile, and working backwards, we can say, well, he was off by, let's say, 15% or whatever it was. But if we use a Milanese mile or some other mild, you know, thing that wasn't a standard, he gets much closer. And again, this is something that's on a map that he translated, and you called him out on it, and all of a sudden he's going to be backpedaling beyond belief, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In real life.
I just remember,
one thing is,
Dan, you
Yeah,
and
go
I
ahead.
were there when Harold was, when Harold was making the biggest, is it pills I've ever seen in my life at the gas station for like Vlad, because he was on something. Like, you remember that stream? There were a couple
Yeah.
streams about the Monty map where we were just like, dude, we are here, and there's not
Yes.
a lot of other people here with us. And it was like, it was fucking, Vlad was, dude, man, Vlad was like, dude, he was in rare form. Bro was coked up, yoked up,
Yeah.
ready to just fucking go after someone's ass. And
That
it's
was a
just so fun to
complete
kind of tear that down
meltdown.
a little bit. It really was. It was a meltdown. But it was like,
Oh.
oh, okay. So, by the way, you're presenting these measurements that are fucking totally contradicting to what you guys believe. Okay, I'm gonna log that. I'm gonna put that on the shelf for a few minutes, and then if I ever cross paths with Santero, I'm gonna pull out my lightsaber and we're gonna go to war. So,
Right. And here's the other question I have for that too, is going to be this, is like, I believe that was the same stream that Vlad shot a load all over the new Flat Earth sea captain that wanted to take a bunch of flirts to go find Mount Meru.
oh, yes, Captain. God, it wasn't.
What
Jack
the hell was
Sparrow.
his name?
That's the
I
only
think
thing
I
can
subbed to
of.
his channel, actually.
Yeah, I think we're all sub to it
Oh
because
my God. I got to
I
find that
actually
channel
downloaded
again.
it. I've got it saved somewhere just in case he got booted.
To be
Yeah,
fair, if
and
you have
Vlad
it,
said he has his sea legs, like
Yes.
Lieutenant Dan, if he needed. He needed.
Right. He was looking for
Gotta be
another
there
captain
for
because
him.
he wanted two captains, and Vlad wasn't volunteering for captain. He wanted just to be a regular deckhand. And to be honest,
Yep.
I endorse this. I think they all should get on a couple of boats and go north and tell us how
Listen.
it goes.
I'm with it, bro. Dude, I am every Glober in our chat, every Glober worldwide would love to see them find the lands beyond the ice wall. I mean, come on. If you agree with something as simple as that, I better see an entire chat full of ones right now. Like, come on, bro. We've got to figure out what the fuck's going on beyond this dearth ice wall that we've been concealed by for our entire childhoods, our entire adulthoods, our entire later parts of our life where things are changing and we're not happy about them, but we're still here and we want to know the truth, right?
Right.
I get a one in chat for truth. Let's get a one in chat for truth.
That's right, because it's about
where
actually
I'm at.
doing shit and not taking anybody's word, right? I mean, because we actually do these things. And here's the funny thing. The idea that they don't have a map, this is the most frustrating thing, because A, we don't believe in a map. But then they say, well, AE isn't, you know, the AE map, even though it's been debunked beyond belief, is not to be taken literal. But it's a close approximation, is the closest acknowledgement I've heard. And then there's straight denials. We don't have a map. Well, why the fuck not? Because you've had 200 years to make one. It's not very hard. I mean, you take a theodolite, you take some measurements, and you start drawing. It's not difficult, but yet they can't do it. So go figure. But it's so frustrating, because if you want to call them out as saying look, this matches the globe. This doesn't match the flat. Like, well, we don't have a map, so how do you know? It's like, well, then give me something. Give me something to test. And they don't.
They've got nothing, bro. It's so silly and it's so sad and it's so juvenile and it's so immature. Like, there's just no bottom. I'm learning of new bottoms every week. The newest
Yeah.
bottom, by the way, is by the way, it's not Oakley anymore. Oakley held the title for 3 days.
Really?
As it turns out, a dick sucker of Oakley, I will come out and say it, confirmed, Tarrant, is actually okay with Professor Phil Bell being
Yes.
not a part of his planet anymore, and is willing to confront him with that fact, and more will come to light in the future. It's not a great situation. I'm a little aggravated about it thinking of it, but yeah.
And Woodcast covered a little bit of this today. He didn't actually mention any specific names. So he was talking about one of Oakley's streams in the comment section where they were all partying the idea that Professor Phil Bell had cancer and was dealing with that. And they're like, oh, good riddance kind of mentality. And
so silly, dude.
It was
insane, bro.
Yeah, it is insane.
Fucking...
And then Professor Phil Bell happened to be in the stream and actually joined up in the stream with us. I had to bail at that point because there was not enough slots. And obviously, Dave McKeegan is the celebrity in the room, not me by any means. I was trying to slow walk a Flurf through, how photons work. But after a while, I figured that was a lost cause. And Dave McKeegan would obviously offer a hell of a lot better personal experience than I could. But yeah, Tarrant is one of those absolute complete dirtbags. He's a piece of shit of a human being. And
yes.
If I didn't have to see him in any stream that I was watching, I'm happy. I don't watch the chats just because, there's any number of people that are just terrible human beings. Tarrant, his, absolute obsessive love interest, the blue waffle. There's a whole collection of them that it's just like, you guys are just really, come on.
I've had conversations with people that have emotional detachments from people like Tarrant that used to be friends once that are in our community. And let me tell you, man, I'm not a violent person, but it really does give me second thoughts for people like him. So
and I agree, because I have zero patience for that sort of stupidity, just because of my own family history and stuff like that. But just because it's like, that's just, why would you wish it on anybody? It's just so dumb. But the fact that that's what they resort to, it speaks more to their character than anything else, besides their science denial and everything else. It just takes it to a whole other level of what kind of a person they really are. Because I will say this, when I was talking to Lifting the Veil from TikTok on Whatcast today, when Whatcast brought up the fact that Professor Phil Bell had cancer and was dealing with that, and that all these other people were saying this stupid shit, Veil actually said, his name's also Matt, which is humorous. I couldn't say Matt during the conversation because I'd have two people answering me. But Lifting the Veil actually said, hey, I'm sorry to hear that. I wish you the best. I hope you can beat it, and things like that, like actual compassion. And he went on to say that anyone who says otherwise is a piece of, he didn't really say this, but he's implying that it's not people he associates with. Well, Whatcast and I will just say they're pieces of shit, but whatever.
Yeah. TikTok is really selective about allowing people to be on. So I think that Whatcast, even if he wasn't saying it necessarily on TikTok, has sort of conditioned himself to be, he's a polite guy, super polite guy, but I think that he even kind of errs on the side of giving them every benefit of the doubt that he can, just so that he's not kicked off of TikTok immediately when he's trying to do a live.
Oh, he smacks me around when I say stuff I shouldn't, because I don't know the TikTok rules. So when I jump on his lives, but this one was just YouTube, so we could actually be kind of very candid about it.
I got you. Yep. Okay, cool. I got you.
It's like I can at least translate it. I can check it. I can see it.
Those measurements.
So here's the question.
Those
for
measurements.
You.
Did we claim that he measured the moon?
Yes.
How did you do that?
You translated what it said there.
Did we claim that? Did I claim it? Did I claim it, or I just read what it says in the map?
Was
Can
it
you be honest?
Santero's map or Monty's map?
Yeah, no,
Monty's
but
map,
that's what I'm saying. I wrote the map,
Oh, you
or I
translated
just
it,
read the map.
and it said this is a projection of the Earth.
Oh,
Hey, I
oh,
see.
yeah.
How come you
Hold
can't
on.
be intellectually honest, dude? You can't act like you could still man our arguments, right? You know where we stand. You've been around long enough to know why we
poor
feel the way
JJ.
we feel.
You're so
Yeah.
weak, bro.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you. I'm asking you a question. I see. You ready? Hold on. So, how did Monty determine the distance to the moon? What was the
I have no idea.
scientific? Exactly.
I have no idea.
So how?
Oh, I can answer that question. He did it through parallax.
Yeah,
That's how he did it.
I wasn't interested in getting to the root of this. I just wanted to know why Santero was so happy-go-lucky about translating a map, and him and Vlad were playing patty cake the whole time, like they weren't having their worldview completely destroyed in front of their own eyes.
Yeah, for those who don't know, we're talking about the Urbano Monte map that Vlad is like personally used as a for cleanup after his little me time. He gets such a hard on for this fucking map, and the map itself is interesting. And Mike covered this. Is that
Tell you what, Dan, I'm gonna drop a link to the direct map so people can kind of pull it up
yes,
as they
but
want.
by all means, please do. The idea is that there's directions on this map that's a 2D of how to make it a globe map. So yes, locally in the small pieces it is. I forget how many pieces it is. It's shit. I forgot how many. It's a lot of pieces.
It's a lot,
and it talks about how to stitch it together into a globe. And then it also has like a pamphlet enclosed with it where it goes into some of the astronomical measurements that it did, including the distance to the moon. Regardless of whether or not he got the distance to the moon wrong, he had it at like 100 and some odd thousand kilometers or something, or miles, based on we don't know what miles he was using, whether it be Italian miles, Roman miles, Milanese miles, whatever. But he said it was 145,000 miles. It's sure as hell a lot closer than what the fucking dome is. And the fact that they brought this up and translated it, they just got melted and they just kept talking about it like it was no big deal.
Yep.
No, Bruce, Wayne, it's the Urbano Monte map. IC Spin's getting the link for you guys.
Yeah, I just put it there for you guys in the chat.
How did you
Why does that
determine
matter?
the 93 million mile
Trust me,
scientific
bro.
claim
Well,
of the
what does
sun
matter
being?
is that it's a projection of the sphere as written in Italian. The center.
Allora, listen.
We know this,
No, listen.
Well
I'm
aware
gonna
of it.
tell you. Do you know what it means, pala schiacciata? Do you know what it means
No, I'm
in
not
Italian?
but I know that
You know,
what it means. And I can look it up.
flatten. Not. You know what it means, flatten. Flatten. Pala schiacciata is like when you grab the dough to make the pizza, you make a ball and you flatten it. If you don't even
Hold up. So he's basically saying that the Urbano Monte map was a ball and they flattened it. It's basically what he's saying. He just owned himself.
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
You sure did.
And by the way, the distance to the sun is absolutely measured using radar by MIT, not NASA, not anybody else. And there's been more than enough people who have actually done that. And we can talk to you can put up a Terrence Tao video about the astronomical unit ladder and how he came across that as a mathematician. And you can learn all about that because it's a great video and you should all watch that if you haven't already.
even know Italian, listen to me. I've been married to an Italian woman for 13 years. I speak Italian daily. I know how to speak Italian. I know how to read in Italian.
Okay, well then.
So if you don't have no idea, you don't even know your own language, and you're gonna come here and talk to me, bro.
I don't know my own language.
You don't even know. You don't even know your own language.
Right now that it doesn't.
You don't even know that. You don't even know the etymology of your words.
Santero, is that what you're telling me? That it doesn't.
No, I'm telling you what it says. It says.
Sorry about that.
That doesn't mean shit. To be honest.
It doesn't mean shit. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, liars lie. Right?
I see,
we don't
bro.
trust any map, dude.
Okay, guys.
I think some maps are more accurate, like the older ones, but I
dumb.
don't trust any goddamn. I don't trust none of these
they
people.
didn't.
They're all
I mean, I wouldn't
deceivers.
accept that if I was a flat earther.
All right,
I don't trust any
boys.
That's just a contradiction.
I see.
Got
Go
Rush.
back and watch like my cartography series that I'm doing. I'm going to be doing more on it. I'll show you exactly how it's all done in mapping, and with some cultures projected it onto a sphere, others didn't do.
Oh, I can't wait, Roger.
Not all cultures thought they were on a sphere. There's people that thought that they were. They believed that they were, but they didn't come up with it.
If anyone believes that Roger could debunk a wet paper bag, by all means, tell me I'm wrong, because I honestly cannot think that Roger can do anything above a 6th grade level without hurting himself.
6th grade, bro. That's high.
I'm giving him the middle school because he took 7th grade twice and then he quit caring after that. So I'm assuming he might be able to remember up to 6th grade.
I'll tell you what. I'll defer to Sig's. What do you think a good Sig? What do you think a good grade level for Roger's? I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Roger's comprehension is. Are we talking 3rd grade?
In the 80s and 90s, by the way. We're not talking about, because my daughter had geometry in like 8th grade. I didn't take geometry till 9th grade, and I was actually in a class with sophomores and juniors. So, yeah. And Brenda, to your point, he asked Siri to do simple math, like what is 200 divided by 8?
Yep.
4th grade. Okay, there's a couple of people who are saying 4th grade max. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. He sat 7th grade twice and has admitted that multiple times, and he's actually gone out of his way to say that because he sat it twice, he quit caring. So I was trying to give him a little bit of a grace period that they wouldn't let him out of elementary school without knowing something.
He might can do 6th grade math, maybe, right? But his comprehension, his language arts, his ability to interpret humans,
right,
is 3rd, 4th grade. Can we compromise? I think that's a good compromise. For example, when he was trying to read the nominees of top left, oh god, that was not a great look for him. He failed miserably, but I'm happy to.
Oh my god, that whole stream. For those who don't realize, I don't have time to go find the clip right now, but Roger was talking about top left, and saying that we should vote for him, and 2, he thinks it's a gay award because of top and bottoms. That's where his mind went.
So gay. Yeah.
So, Sour Pounder's here.
Probably doesn't know the word, but I think he was implying that it was a bukkake of sorts.
Yes.
All men, I think.
But he would absolutely want to be on the receiving end of that, because that's how he can do math. He can count on his fingers and everybody else's appendages.
And Roger, you know what? If I'm wrong, allow me up on your show again. Wesley will be next to me, maybe. But tell me I'm wrong. Call me a bitch. Let's do it.
And Roger, should you ever want to have a real discussion about RF and radar, by all means, let me know. I still have your drawing from Ficatzoid that you agreed to over on the saved, because it's going on my fridge, about how a radar horizon works. Your dad taught you everything he knows, supposedly. You learned by osmosis, even though he only served for 2 years in the radar. And he apparently knows everything and gave you all that knowledge. So anytime you want to have a conversation, by all means, let me know. Chris Connolly has already been talking about me previously, but I've been off the radar for a while about Coriolis and artillery. Funny thing about that is we have a very large community of people who are experts that I go to. And even people who aren't part of this community who are experts that I go to help me learn stupid shit so I can debunk stupid shit.
Yep. Roger, go ahead and click the right arrow key twice so you don't hear what I have to say just now. All right, I'm gonna give you a second.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
They always use.
Roger, don't be a bitch. Okay, you're an absolute bitch. Let Dan have a conversation with you to put you in your fucking place. Okay, Roger. If you're reached this part of the stream, you have successfully clicked forward 2 times. Great job at following instructions. Continue stream, Rob.
Use a flat map to navigate.
They do.
And
Yes,
their
they-
projection is on
You
a
mean the
fucking
paper's
piece
flat,
of paper.
right?
Yes, of
paper is
course.
obviously
Because
flat, yeah.
everything you stand on.
Did you know that
is,
the Google
is
Maps API
horizontal.
uses spherical geometry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah. They also use elevation profiles too.
Oakley, and he
Yeah.
took me off the show.
Spherical geometry.
But did you know
You know they have
is based
open Google
on-
Maps, just know that
Did
you're
you
using
know
code.
spherical
Dude,
geometry is based
dude.
on Euclidean geometry, which is the universal
is.
one? Did you know that?
Oh,
Do
whoops,
you
sorry.
know that if you have a X, Y, Z coordinates, they never meet, they never form a ball? And do you know
No,
it's
and they-
it's not possible to navigate using the X, Y, Z on the surface of a fucking sphere because it doesn't make sense. You always
You know that
need
you're
to
just
use
saying
the
words.
Oh my God, why is there dip angles then? Why?
Yeah.
God, these dumb fucks. Dude, these guys couldn't these guys couldn't join the teacups at Disneyland without being able to fail the height test.
I just let him talk, bro. He's got a lot of good comments, right?
I'm just
They're
gonna let this
very
run and we'll
insightful.
just laugh about it afterwards because
All right,
I
sounds
don't
good
want
to
to
me.
pour another drink. I'm just gonna finish this one while they talk.
you
Let it
always
ride.
need
No, we're
to
not.
use no.
Not
I'm
you,
just telling you how
Roger.
it works. You
No,
don't even
he's
know
not just saying
anything,
words
bro.
neither. He's
Blowing-
actually
he's
he
just
has a
blowing air
valid
out of his
point, dude.
face hole.
No, he's not.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro,
all
you-
maps, all
Bro.
coordinate
He wants to
systems.
get one. He wants to get one over on me because I proved to him that he is
You
a
don't
fucking
prove
liar.
shit
He's
to
saying-
me, man.
if
You
he's
don't even
saying that it
you
doesn't
don't know
stand for
nothing
projectile
about me.
globe, he
I
knows that
ask
he's
you
lying,
something,
and
you
he's
don't know
upset
shit.
about that. He's upset about it.
All right,
see?
guys,
That's
I'm
why he's
gonna
laughing
have to end
like a
this.
little
I
bitch.
have a
Little
a wife
bitch.
that's
We can do this.
gotta
We
go
can
to
do
work
this
in
at
the
one
morning.
about bitch.
You're laughing like a little bitch. I'm not saying you are a bitch, but you're presenting as a bitch. Right?
Icy Spin, you've been a good
Identify.
you've been a good sport so far, but all maps are drawn
Let's do this
flat on a
again, Roger. I
Cartesian
enjoyed
grid,
this.
dude.
JJ,
Yes.
I miss your avatar. I hate the black. The black is a bad look.
Put the
You can get
J
that
up.
avatar.
Get the JJ's
It's
back.
not
man.
me, man. I'm all glitched out over here. I'm getting cut off
I
every
see
10
that,
minutes.
yeah.
But
All right, let's do this
I'm
again,
sorry.
guys. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me out, Roger.
We'll actually
too,
get into mapping and Cartesian grids next time if you want to get into it and show you how they're all made.
For the next time, at least try to understand the meaning of the words, and then you can come and talk to me
Oh,
about
La
languages and
Luna
stuff. You
isn't
know?
the moon? Or is that what you're
Yeah.
telling me? La
And
Luna. I think I
Paleschiachata. What
know.
about Paleschiachata?
Fine,
Oh.
I'll make a video
Oh.
just for you, Santero,
Oh.
so you'll shut your
No,
fucking
you can
mouth
make whatever
if
you
me
want.
to.
I will never
have a
make a
great-
video about you, man. You are not the
Oh, that's
sport for
cute.
me. You are not a
I
sport
know.
for me.
That's so sweet. You're so nice.
I
All
wipe
right,
my
y'all have a good
ass
night,
with
guys.
your face, bro.
Ooh. That's
What?
hot. All right. Y'all have a good night.
He's
guys.
hot.
you too.
Wow,
Night,
way
Ash.
to make it fucking weird at the end. Wow. All right,
Yeah.
I'm done with these idiots.
He's got
yeah,
no concept.
Yeah, we're done with all these people. All
The
right, I'll
funny
move
thing
you
is,
guys.
the unfortunate thing for Santero is he wasn't able to get his payoff, right? That's why there's 45 minutes added to the end of that fucking
There's
stupid
10 minutes
ass
of him
thing.
crying, right?
Poor thing.
Oh my
He'll
God.
figure it out one day. Yeah, God
My
bless him.
God. Well, I'll tell you what, Icy, I appreciate you coming on and going over this with me, and as well as everybody else who's here going over the Dubay and Weiss and Sargent and all their stupidity and watching them shit their pants while the Artemis rocket went up, even though they hoped for an explosion. Granted, great pieces of shit that they are.
Fucking A, dude.
Just, dude, anyone who wants to be a flat earther, it's like, I want to take them back. Like, here's the people you're going to have to deal with. Are you okay with this? Because there's a humanity effort here that's like missing.
Clearly, yeah. They, you know what? A guy by the name of Buck Sodbuster. You guys know Buck in the
Yep.
side chat. He said something to me, recently that kind of hit me a little bit, and it's very relevant in this exact moment. That a guy by the name of Neil Constantino, or Constantino, I think is his name. He is the lapdog of Nathan Oakley. And my friend Buck said that he would divorce his wife and never see his kids again for Nathan Oakley. And I'm like, really?
That's
Like
priorities,
that,
bud. That's some severe
yeah.
priorities there.
And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? What? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, get out of here. That kind of hit me for a day or two, and it stuck with me. So it's. I mean, like Dan says, like some of these guys are in deep, You guys have been part of conversations where you make the conscious acknowledgement halfway through the conversation that this person is in too deep, right? Like, so you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, it's sad, and it's sort of the reason we do this for entertainment, right? It's funny as fuck, but at the same time, it's sad. There's people like Mikey, there's people like Dearth that are knowing about the shape of the Earth. There's people like Witsit that are doing their comeback, and people are yelling at him in chat apparently about how he's a shill, which is fucking fantastic. Because the dude ignored his own fucking eyes. He did not borrow anyone's eyes for his observations. He used his own goddamn eyes, and he still ignores reality. So it's crazy, bro. Like
I
crazy.
tell you what
So,
clicked it for me was DP Debunk's video on Steve when Steve's kid was talking to him and stuff like that. And so this is Steve from UK, for those who don't know. But it's almost as if, and this is something I'm actually working on, a multiple part series. Right now it's up to 10. And it's a case study about flurfs. And it's because a flurf on TikTok used a document that is like the classic cited study about cognitive abilities of a child to perceive the earth around them. And it's about, when they're at a young age, stage 1, stage 2, it's what they see, what they feel. So therefore, this is what they draw. And flirts never get past that, except for the grifters, obviously. And then like the second segment is going to go into like, the whole 3D spatial awareness and being able to think in 3D and visualize things and how they're unable to do that. And then, from there, it just cascades on and stuff like that. But the idea of it is that they look at their failed relationships as a badge of honor. It's almost like an admission ticket into the cult. And I cannot understand why that is there. Why that is the case. And it looks like we have a flurf in the chat. Welcome, Flat Out King. You're right. I never landed on the moon. However, you know what I did do? I did do an Earth, Moon, Earth communication that verified the distance using time and speed and radio management, and the radio waves to do this. And guess what I found out? I found out the distance. So unless your firmament is over 240,000 miles away, it's not there, bud. Get over it. Get over yourself. No.
Shout out King. Get an argument, bro. Listen, sharpen your tool. I'm not talking about well, we'll stay off of that. Sharpen your tool that is your noodle. Think outside the box for just a moment. Try to get out of your indoctrination that is all this garbage that's been clouding your judgment for so long now. And get an argument. Think about how you could measure flatness. Think about how you could actually show that Earth is not a sphere. That is legit.
I see. Hold on.
And then
I see.
come
I'm
back.
going to interrupt you because I it's a troll. Because he basically said if Artemis was real, it would have been live streamed on Twitch. I mean, come on. No one's on Twitch. We all know that.
Yeah. Fuck you,
That's
get
just
out
a
of
troll,
chat.
basically to the point. So I'm not a liar. I never once said I went to the moon, but I did say I sent communications to the moon and back. So until you can prove otherwise, I'm all here. So yeah, Twitch is that's a funny line. I'll give you that. That's a good one because
don't time
the
him
Drop
out,
the Bunk
guys.
Show
Let-
left
let-
Twitch just because there's only 1 or 2 people there. So that makes sense.
Yeah. We want it to hang. We don't have the printed timestamps in chat. So let flat out King highlight his trolliness, and we can all say ha ha, very funny industrial nerd. Right?
Yeah, there we go.
You know. But,
It has, that was going to be my first guess. Is going to be industrial nerd, just because it's like it's like the same tone, and the Twitch comment was the giveaway.
Yeah, so let them live. Let the comments live in their existence for all
Everybody
time,
knows the
so
rules.
that-
Nobody gets hidden unless I do it,
They get it.
unless it's
Yeah,
something
they
that's
get it.
egregious. And
Or if
obviously,
Steel City comes in with a 2, or Charles,
yeah,
comes
well,
in
that's
with a
that's a different
2.
story. But like Lindsay, Big Fish, a couple of those people were ready to click a hidden on the blue waffle when she showed up, and waited for me to catch it. And luckily, she only got 3 comments in before I caught it. So, but everyone knows whack-a-mole, fair game.
Yeah.
But hidden, there are certain rules that goes with that. You guys all know that. You
Yeah.
guys all know me enough by now to know what I allow and don't allow. Because I am kind of a big free speech guy. I do believe everybody has their own opinion and entitled to it, even if they're wrong, because some of it's kind of fucking funny.
Yeah, and I think Toon's right in line going with what you said is like, hey, if they're gonna be vile humans, let's document it, right? Like let's have it on the record. We can refer back to it and say, hey, this is when they said that bullshit. Unless they cross a line, right? And I think you're right there with me, Dan.
Yeah, I industrial nerd, if it's you, go ahead and say it's you because I want to know if I'm right, because the Twitch was a giveaway.
He changed his mind. He's no longer a flat earther. How
Oh,
sweet.
okay.
Did you see
Finger was on the button, big
deGrasse
fish.
Tyson man pussy AI?
What?
I don't know what to respond to that.
I can't say that that's high on my list of things to look up.
Yeah,
I
if
guess I'll add it to the
anyone's got
bottom of the
in their chat
list, and
history,
eventually I'll get
it's
there.
Calder. If you
Like
reach
right
out to
after.
Calder, go to Discord, DM Calder. I'm just joking, by the way. Get a grip, bro. Whoever you are.
Oh, it's not you. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm sorry. Then you don't get grace. Then in that case, well, Chad, you guys can have at it. Play whack-a-mole at your leisure, by all means. Even if it is industrial nerd, you know what? You're a douchebag. You deserve it anyway for whack-a-mole. But anyway, I'm assuming Flat Out King's talking about an AI picture that someone made of him petting a cat. It would be my guess. But we've been going now for shit. I got to do math here. 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
Too long. There was a serious coke fest going on from Artemis. It was fun to watch. It was fun to dissect. It was fun to listen to just the excuses being made. And it was fun to share a few drinks with you all tonight with my new Spirited Seas rum. I thank you all for that, for the super chats, and just for being here and listening, providing your input, and as always, being part of the community. You're entertaining beyond belief, and this is why I do this. And I will be doing more now that work's gone. Icy, do you have a chance here? I'm going to take a little page from Max's. You have some final thoughts on what you'd like to tell everybody before you cut out and I stop the stream.
Nah, it was fun. I had a good time. Opportunity presented itself. Sig was a good wingman. Megan and Dirt were on the stream. We were all watching garbage anyways, and Roger's stream popped up, said, hey, let me see if I can sit in his chat for a minute. Just kind of worked out. He is a doofus, and he comes in with a big chest, and inevitably it doesn't work out in his favor. And but it was fun. I had a good time. He'll never come back to the globe, because the globe is full of satanic atheists, which, by the way, I'm not exactly sure how that works. But satanic atheists that believe that everything just bang into existence. And that's where we're at. Thanks for having me on, Dan. I really appreciate the invite and the messages, the kind messages you sent to me earlier about this little segment that we had. It was a pleasure, and I love everybody in the chat. Make sure you hit that like if you haven't already. We're all having a good time, but
and no one has to leave yet. I got final thoughts to provide and some information. So you guys don't have to leave just yet, but I wanted to end this part of the stream, so to speak.
Yep, my time is done. I've appreciated it, Dan. I'll step out and I'll watch the rest of your stream, and have a good night, man.
All right, you two, I see. You and I got to get together at some point too, because we need beers also.
Yep, absolutely.
Or you drink beer, I'll drink rum, or your choice. I don't care.
I'll have whatever you're having. Have a good night.
Then you're gonna have fun.
All right, bro.
All right, I'll see you later, bud.
All right, bud.
All right, guys. It's been a fun stream. The amount of copium that's been going on has been huge, and I'm here for it because whether it's CC saying it's a balloon, Dubay saying it's a balloon, whether it be Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent hoping it blows up. I mean, look, this is who flat earthers are. This is who the Flurf daddies are. These are the people that they follow, and they make these kind of comments and these kind of opinions normalized, and can't have that. But all being said, it's great that you guys have been here. I'm going to answer a question from Flat Out King. Unfornicated does not mean virgin. If you actually look at what the if you look at the about channel, it'll give you a little description of where the name came from. So from the Urban Dictionary, unfornicated means to unfuck a situation. So when somebody denies science, they're basically fucking up science, and I'm here to unfuck it. I can't unfuck themselves because you can't fix stupid, but I can fix their stupid shit that they say. And that's why this channel's here. So that's kind of where everything is and everything else. But I do have quite a few things coming up, and I know I've alluded to a little bit. The next major milestone, like I said, is going to be the Lowell Family Festival with Mike from the Drunk the Bunk Show. We're going to do some fun stuff. Right now, I'm planning to do a cloud chamber to show some radioactive particles, basically alpha and beta particles and muons through a what they call a cloud chamber, which is alcohol and dry ice. We might do a couple other things. We might do the flashlight through a vacuum chamber. That might be something interesting for kids to see and for parents to see. Let's see, what else? And the vacuum chamber could be something else too. We could throw a cell phone in there and call it and see what happens. So go figure. There's a couple different things. Thank you, IC, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, Dubey's was highly comical because he is coping so hard. He has to point at every little thing to say this is wrong, and be wrong about everything, which is humorous. Actually, let me transition this because you guys don't need to see that screen. I'm just talking to myself over there. Actually, let me hang up that call because that's just dumb. But no, I mean, there's a few things that I want to start doing a little bit more on. It's just because flat Earth is such low-hanging fruit. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not going to ignore it. But I want to address some other things that are going on as far as the conspiracy world. That's more in line with what I'm, with my line, which is telecommunications. Things like moon landing hoaxes, things like challenges from FLIRS. Going into stuff like that. I mean, it's something I kind of pride myself as I kind of stay in my lane. You're not going to see me talking about orbital mechanics very much. I'll talk about moon orbital mechanics because mascons are pretty cool, in my opinion. And the fact that they affect trajectory so difficult and make things so difficult for some sort of a NASA thing. But the LCRNS, which is the lunar project to basically eliminate the communications blackout around the moon. That's kind of what I'm going to be looking into. I hope to do that. And hopefully, maybe I'm able to teach something. And if you learn something, trust me, my bad, wasn't intentional. Yeah, Sour Pounder, I'll be doing the ping test ones too, because we'll be discussing underwater cables and satellites. Because flat earthers seem to think that because we have undersea cables and we have new technology, newish, let's talk about the grand scheme of things, of satellites, why is 95 to 99% of the traffic still under undersea cables? And it comes down to simple economics, as well as things like maintenance and stuff that I do on a day-to-day level. So one of the things I can do is, because flat earthers don't claim a map, I will have to claim a map for them. And using the AE map, and Walter Bislin, thank you, Walter, allows me to identify different ideas or different endpoints for cables. And I can log in to routers and do a ping test to show you what the distance is and what the latency is. And from the latency, we can derive the distance. And from the distance, we can show it's a globe Earth after all. And the flat earth is going to have a real big problem within the next year and a half, because Google's putting in a new cable between South Africa and Perth, Australia, and from Sydney or New Zealand, I forget which, to like Santiago, South America. So they're going to have to figure out those distances real quick. But I'm going to give you a hand, okay? I'm going to make it easy for you. You take your flat map, right, where it spans out in the southern region. If you kind of fold it into a sphere, the bottom part gets much closer, and those distances will match. It's amazing how that fucking works. So, but yeah, I'll be doing that. I mean, part of it is the undersea cables, I'll actually be doing a ping test as part of the actual demonstration in the video, and I'll actually show you kind of like how we do things when we talk about fiber optic deployments. We talk about things like Slack and for maintenances and being able to pull up cables from undersea. And to be honest, I've actually have experience with undersea cables because in New York City, we actually put, there was a bridge here called the Tappan Zee Bridge that they actually replaced. That bridge was up for quite a long time. It had a shit ton of fiber optic cable underneath of it. And when they took that bridge away and built a new one, we had to find new ways to connect parts of New York and New Jersey with the other part of New York, because the Hudson River runs kind of like right up, not necessarily in the middle, but through parts of it. And so we actually deployed undersea cable between across the Hudson River. So I'm actually pretty well versed talking to the ship captain and talking to the technicians involved as far as what goes into that. It's actually pretty fucking cool. Yeah, Sydney to cable Santo is a huge cable. Actually, here, let me bring that up for you guys because it's an interesting thing. Oh, look, here's everything I need for my thing anyway. But don't look at my tabs. You'll spoil the video. But if we look at the undersea cables, this one here. So let's see this cable right here. They've changed the date now to 2028. Okay, so you got 2 years on this cable. This is going to be a rather long cable. They don't have the distances yet because, again, there's going to be topography. There's going to be canyons. There's going to be slack involved and things like that. But, whoops. This other one, French Polynesia, excuse me. Gimme. Come on. There we go. The highlight cable, this is 2029. So they've moved out some of the distances because laying undersea cable sucks. It's hard work. But the one I will be using is actually this one. Is the Southern Cross Next cable that goes from Hermosa Beach in California all the way to Sydney. Now, here's the beautiful thing about this. This has been in since 2022. Let me phrase that. It's been operational since 2022. And it is approximate length of 13,700. This is the measured length as opposed to what they installed. Now, I can do a ping from a router right next to the endpoint here at Hermosa Beach. And I can do a ping right next to the Alexandria router there. And that ping will be measured in milliseconds. And from the milliseconds, I can derive the speed of light, and I can tell you what the distance is going to be. And guess what? Within a margin of error, it's going to be pretty fucking close to what a globe says. But if we look at what Walter Bislin says and what the AE map calls for, and here's a hint, it's going to be about 25% longer. And it's not. And the funny thing about telecom companies are, they have these things called master service agreements, MSAs, which says that this span of cable will have this much latency. And if we don't meet it, you get free service. Go figure. Oh, you couldn't see my map. I'm sorry. Here we go. My bad. So this is the map. This is the cable I'll be talking about here, which is the Southern Cross Next. This is the new cable going in by Google, the Highlight cable here, which is going from Guam, the Marinara Islands, through French Polynesia to Valparaiso, I think it is. So it's near Santiago. And then the other one that's going in, that's going to be hold on. Right now, that's slated for 2029. Now, that's 2029 as far as when it'll be operational. The cable has already been laid. So here's the actual footage. But the problem is it's not operational. I can't do pings on this yet. So I can't tell you what the length is going to be. I have to use operational cables that allow customer service on it. But this one here is the one I'm really looking forward to, because this one is going to ruin a Flat Earther's day. Yeah, not to mention very expensive is the understatement. I mean, we're talking about I mean, this one alone is 17,000 kilometers of fiber. So if you put fiber on a pole, you're talking about $4 to $6 a foot. So you're talking about this, it's a little more. What's it stream super chat? Well, why the fuck not? Because hopefully his chat isn't going haywire right now. Cool story, bro. What is the shape of Earth? The idea that Witsit thinks that he can shave and all of a sudden start talking about current events in the Middle East is pretty fucking humorous. So, yeah. So, I mean, I got a few things coming up. Artillery and Coriolis harp, some Bluetooth transmitters in vaccines. Let's see, live stream from the moon, why we don't have one, and what the logistics are going to take to do that. In-depth math. It's going to be a math heavy one. I'll warn you now about Larry Basinger and how he was able to listen in on the lunar communications between the astronauts on the moon using only a home-built radio or modified radio and antenna, and the transmitter from the astronaut was only a half a watt. Go figure. But he's still able to do it. And the people who actually made the radios for NASA, Collins Radio, was so impressed they had him come in and tell him how they did it. So he is a legend within the radio community. And because of him, there's actually other ones who listened in on other missions, including 2 independent ones in Long Island in New York, who listened in on, I believe it was Apollo 16 and 17, or maybe they're both 17, I forget. Professor Phil Bell, nice to see you again, my friend. I greatly appreciate seeing you in my chat. It was a pleasure listening to you trying to slow walk somebody, as I did, about various things on Whatcast today. Hopefully, I didn't say anything stupid. I'm sure if I did, you would be the first one to correct me. But I'm sure most of the chat would have corrected me earlier, too. So I'm assuming I didn't say anything stupid. Big Fish throwing a little shade. Maybe he's trying to appeal to an even younger audience. Well, that'd track, wouldn't it? Is the 75 R32M cannon fire in space worth bringing up? Help me out. I don't know what you're talking about, Sour Powder. Sour Powder, can you give me a little more context on that? Can I just look that up directly? Because I'm okay with that too. R32M. Oh, Jesus Christ. Help me out here. I'm pulling up a camera. Oh, Russia fired a traditional gun in space. Oh, yes. Actually, that's a good one. I want to restart up the declassified files. So that's going to be like some obscure military history that kind of makes sense. I already did one on the USS Liberty. I want to do one on the USS Vincennes because I want to show that I don't pull punches regardless of who's doing it. I was basically called a Nazi in my comments section for the USS Liberty, which I thought was mildly entertaining. But I'm very much aware that I will not pull punches when the USS Vincennes and the U.S. Navy was way out of line shooting down an Iranian airliner. But I want to give us kind of like a backstory about that and what actually happened. There's a psychology component. I also want to talk about Project Diana, and that was the first radar shot to the moon, and why that came about. That came about because they wanted to use radar to track ICBMs, so they weren't sure if they're going to be able to do that. But bouncing radar off the moon showed them that it could be done. So that's good. Lindsay Bowe, I do not need more rum. I've had by far too much already, and I do have to work tomorrow. There was another one I wanted to come up because that same apologetics who accused me of being a Nazi on my USS Liberty video brought up a little known event called the Turkestan. So let me give you just a quick update on this, and we can talk about the stream ending. So about a week before the USS Liberty, there was American pilots flying in, I believe it was Hanoi Harbor or something like that. So they were greeted with a bunch of anti-aircraft fire on their way into bomb target. On their way out, the pilot thought, well, I'm going to give them some of their own shit for them. It was planning on doing a strafing run across some anti-aircraft positions. The problem is that as he was going across the position, his fire carried over the anti-aircraft cannon and ended up killing a sailor on a Russian ship in the harbor on the Turkestan. So what does this actually mean? Well, two things. One, it was not a sustained attack like the USS Liberty. It was an accidental attack, of which case we know it was accidental because it was one time. I seriously doubt a pilot was going to take shots at a single sailor on top of the ship that they didn't know what it was in the North Vietnamese harbor. Two, the wing commander of that squadron destroyed the tapes of the gun run tapes. So it shows the reticle, it shows their firing and everything else and things like that. So they destroyed those tapes. Well, that commander actually getting a court martial and getting demoted, and I believe maybe even kicked out. I'm not sure. But the pilot didn't face any sort of repercussions because it was accidental. Contrast that, because it's nothing like if you watch the USS Liberty video, which was a sustained attack. Who have never released they've only released a couple stills from the gun footage, and never the whole video itself. So the U.S. destroyed the video, so therefore they can't do it, but they held somebody accountable, which is not what happened on the USS Liberty. Two different things entirely. But yeah, I want to bring back the declassified files. If there are subjects that you guys want me to cover, by all means, you can reach me on Discord. You can also reach me on email. I don't hide my email, and it's very difficult, but it's unfornicated@gmail.com. Now, just in the event that King's here, Flat Out King is still here, and he doesn't necessarily he doesn't know how to read the genesis of the Unfornicated name. It literally comes from the fact that I had to do presentations for officers who did not like swearing, even though they were in the Navy. So instead of saying that we have to unfuck something, we would say we have to unfornicate this mess or this tangle of messes that we were dealing with. So I thought, what better name to talk about conspiracies that were basically taking science and mashing it up into one big ball of stupidity than Unfornicated. And that's how it came. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the community. Get yourself a membership. Let's see. I'm actually going to be doing, I got something for you guys here. For those who are still here, I have a project in mind. Stop me if you heard this before. A zipper and Velcro cannot hold in a pressure differential. Have you ever heard that? Aldebaran, that's something else I could do. The original Unfornicated Suno outro. Which one was that? Was that the blues singer, the woman's blues singer, I see? Or is that, are you talking about the one that that Monkey made? So zipper can't maintain a pressure differential. Zipper and Velcro cannot maintain a pressure differential. This comes from moon landing deniers who say that we didn't go up in space because a suit has a zipper to get into it and has Velcro to close the flap. Therefore, No pressure differential. So, all right, I'll check. Send it to me on Discord, I see, and I'll play it. Because otherwise, I was just gonna play the intro song, and the outro. For those who missed it, I did a little bit of a parody for Space Oddity #2 in honor of Artemis. But here we go. So for those who don't know, I'm a certified diver. I'm a advanced diver, rescue diver. I was working on my dive master before I had a kid, so it sort of got in the way. And then but I'm also a dry suit diver. Now, the interesting thing about a dry suit is it has latex seals, a zipper, and a Velcro, and layers. Now, while it's not a direct comparison to, say, the PLSS of Apollo 11, they share some similarities. So I thought maybe it might be a good description or a demonstration of sorts to say, I'll jump in my dry suit, I'll fill it up to 4 PSI gauge, meaning I'll maintain a 4 PSI differential between my inside my suit and outside my suit. I will be a little ballooned up, but I'll still be able to articulate my arms and legs and walk around. I will not look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man because I have a restrictive layer of Corda on the outside to prevent snags. And we can put that stupidity to rest. Now, I've never inflated my suit to 4 PSI gauge because the relief valve is set to a much lower percentage, to a lower pressure. Usually when it reaches about 1.5 PSI, it'll start blowing out. But my suit comes out with a lockout, so I could probably inflate it to about 6 PSI before I damage something. So the idea is I will do that as a demonstration, do a little citizen science and show people that it's not as scary as you think it is. But it does run a little bit of a risk because fuck if it doesn't just play into the whole everything's underwater trope that we all hear too many times. Cool. Let me pull this up. Let's see what I got here. I got one from Icy. Oh, yeah. I will. Yes, I remember this one. I will play that one. Yeah. Wow, that's going back. Dude, that was like the first one. That was before I think that's the one you made for me before I started screwing around with Suno myself, and I'd ask you how to do stupid things. Donnie, why are you gray? You've been here more than a few times. I'm sorry. That was an oversight by my point. You get a wrench or a shield or whatever they call it now. Yeah, Stay Puft Dan. That's something that's definitely going to go through. Well, 85, I'm actually going to, part of this is going to be, I think for the members only stream is I'm going to go into how I set this all up. That means going to the dive store, doing a pressure test, getting the seals looked at and all that fun stuff, and basically doing everything I possibly can to work up to this demonstration, which includes me jumping into a pool with it on, and a tank. And maybe that'll be the intro to the video is me climbing out of the pool in my dry suit, but we'll see. Yeah, Donnie's got some love now. Yeah, Dougal, it's one of those things that if you hear more, you're going to hear more Easter eggs in it, and it was intentionally done that way. Because, well, there's just so much derp you can fit in a song, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I figure, I don't really have much for members except that they get to maybe do some polls about what I'm going to cover next. They get priorities if they send me messages, and they get sort of use of emojis. But I figure, that's right. If you remember, you also get a 10% discount to use on the merch store. So, there's that. Let's see what else I wanted to mention. Oh, there will be some more merch coming out. I've been working on some stuff. Actually, while we're talking about it, oh wait, hold on. I need to go back to my notes here. I don't want to forget this shit. See, this is what happens when I drink. ADHD kicks in override. Here. Soviet gun in space. Declassified files. All right. I got that one. Sour pounder, I will add that to the list of things to do. I think that'll be fun. Yeah, probing time. Valid, very valid information there. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is not a survival guide. Algorithm, also a certified diver. So you're Patty, I'm Nowie, and I'm also SDI. So I did some of my technical training in SDI, mixed gases, equipment, repair, and dry suit is all through SDI. So, yeah, I figured it'd be something for me to offer, people kind of behind the scene. I'm also going to do some more behind the scenes things so you guys can maybe, if you guys are interested, you guys can see some of the things that goes into when I start doing stupid shit, like how my process works. It's not just going to be a stream of me researching stuff that would be boring, but, kind of go around and see how I, do a time lapse of the last 10 minutes before I start a stream of the chaos that goes around. I'll wear a GoPro or something like that. You can see me going to make coffee or making a drink, forgetting that I did something and having to go take out the trash or walk the dog before the stream starts and hurry up and get back. Maybe you guys want to see my cockpit. I have 3 screens here, a couple lights. I don't know. I want to start doing some stuff for membership though, because it's, it should be something that somebody wants to do and feel that they get a value from, and just, a 10% discount from the merch store doesn't necessarily cut it, in my opinion. So I want to do something of value for those who have received memberships, bought memberships, or whatnot. But yeah, do I have anything else that's coming up? Let's see, we have the case study on Flirts. Like I said, it's going to be like a 10-part series. It'll be like a whole year of shit. We have 7 reality checks going through. Reality checks is going to be, I've said this before, but it's going to be basically a single claim, dragged through the dirt, shown why they're wrong with receipts. That's the hard part. It's not just a talking head video where I say they're wrong, but I actually showed them why they're wrong. And, kind of do a demonstration on stream so they can see that. The lunar net is going to be one of those things, why we don't have a live stream, how Larry Basinger was able to receive undersea cables versus satellites. I got a couple other ones I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, free energy bullshit. That's always a fun one. Of course, we dive heavily into Feynman lectures for that, about the electric potential of the atmosphere, as and voltage versus amperage, and why that matters. Let's see. And a few things. Hold on. Let's see. I'm seeing if I have anything in my desktop here. I'm going to be doing my very first TikTok, because TikTok is a dumpster fire. So one thing that TikTok does is allows people to say stupid shit in a short amount of time. So flirts are gallivanting all around TikTok, showing this one document. Let me show that document here. Downloads. Shit. You know what? I'm just going to look it up again. Hold on. Do. There we go. So they love to show this, and they show nothing more than a title page. And what do we know about reading comprehension? Well, flirts don't understand shit, because this is a 35-page document, of which probably 30 has math. So because 30 has math, they're not going to do it. Interesting thing, this is about a direct energy weapon application at 1.3 gigahertz, and it's about specifically frying electronics in tanks and other vehicles, and as a form of maybe crowd control for bases and stuff like that. It talks about mounting this on a vehicle, and why this does not say a single thing about flat Earth, because the ranges that they're involved in is only at 100 to 1,000 meters. So the maximum that they tested is actually 1,000 meters here. And they want to see how basically lethal was, depending on what the orientation was of, or what the polarization was of the antenna, vertical, circular versus horizontal, and how much energy they can get on target. So within 1,000 meters, seeing that the wavelength on this is 8 centimeters, or I'm sorry, 23 centimeters, and that the curvature over 1,000 meters is 8 centimeters, it's kind of like you can treat it as flat because the wavelength is actually bigger than the curvature. So who the fuck knew? Yeah, exactly. First law of Flurf. DM again. Hold up. Icy. Thank you so much on that. Here we go. Icy coming in huge. He fixed my sweater for me. So here we go. To deceive. Thank you, Icy. I appreciate that. Thanks for the use of Gemini. Very much appreciated that, because we all know NASA means to deceive. Yeah, absolutely the first law of Flurf. It's let's put it this way. This document, if they actually understood what it meant, proves a flat Earth as much as their hot pockets in a microwave proves a flat Earth. In other words, it doesn't. So go figure. But yeah, if there's anything else you guys want to talk about, now is your time, or forever hold your peace. I'm otherwise looking at dropping off. We maintain about 30 viewers most of the time, so I appreciate those who's hung around for most of it, part of it, some of it, none of it. Well, none of it. I don't appreciate any of you, but that's whatever. Let's go ahead and get this off the screen. But yeah, there's a few things in the works. I just have to sit down and do this, and I'll be honest, I've lacked motivation to get things done. And like I said earlier, there's nothing worse than listening to your own voice. Oh, I know what I'll do. Let me share with you a quick design that I made for something for new merch coming out. For those like Roger, I present to you Densa, confidence without competence. Soon to be on shirts and coffee mugs. Give it to your favorite Flurf. Yeah, Mystery. I definitely want to go to. I want to go to Canberra. I also want to go to Parks. I've been to Goldstone, but that was long before I was in a debunking community. That's when I was still in the military. Really cool dish. I would love to go to West Virginia and swing by that dish. That's, I don't know, the size of. Well, it's huge. I don't know. I don't even think of it. But I do again. Hey, Dave, thanks again for the hoodie. You're my best friend now. Thank you. I appreciate that. But actually, here, hold on. I mean, let's talk about merch real quick. As with anything, if someone has a merch idea, by all means, I'm willing to look into it and put it on a shirt. And if I use your design, I will send you a brand new version. So this is this will be the shirt I'll be wearing to the little family festival, because why not? Yeah, that's actually what I should do. I need to go down to Australia, go hang out with PhD Tony and DP, and we'll go figure out the train tracks and take a drive, or take a train ride across the bight there, where it's all flat and level. So yeah, I'll be releasing this after the Lowell Festival. I had a couple other designs I'm working on. Let's see. Densa. This is like I said, this is kind of a favorite one of mine. I like this one. My problem is I'd wear this And then people would think I'm talking about myself, which really isn't that far off base. But like I said, if you have a design, a design idea, run it by me. I'm happy to take a look at it. We do have for members. It's been 3 or 4 months now. We will go back. There's an Unfornicated collection. So this is open to, these are ones that are designed only for members that they can come into. This includes the blacked out hoodie and t-shirt, which is just with my, I guess, catchphrase on the way out. Here, I'll pull this up so you guys can see it. It just says uncensored, unapologetic, unfornicated. It's black on black with just a red dot. And then there is also, so there's the blackout version that's actually all black. And then there's the Unfornicated version, which is with the red dot. And then on the back, it has the Unfornicated logo, which is our not so secret society hiding in plain sight. You want a day t-shirt geek? That's fine. I'll let you know as soon as I release it. I've been having a problem with artist block, so to speak. I haven't been coming up with ideas lately, but I got plenty of stuff on there. And if you don't like it, that's fine too. My style's not for everybody, but it, I do have one of these on order because I need to have one for stream. Because ever since somebody caught my Unfornicated mug and said, look, I'm a Freemason, not getting the joke, it just made my day. Yeah, Unfornicated means virgin. You're absolutely right. Take a drive out across the Outback Steakhouse. I think the only steaks we're finding out there are going to be kangaroos or dingoes. Oh, heat sensor coffee mugs. Yeah, I would love to find those. I got to find that. I would love to be able to do one of those. I think of myself more as Unfornicated. Exactly. '85. I actually tried kangaroo, crocodile, and something else when I was in Australia. I forgot what the other one was. It was some other meat of an animal. I also had something very interesting when I was in Hobart, Tasmania, what they called a carpetbagger steak, which was a steak that was slit in the sides and had oysters in it. That was different. Oh, it may have been emu. I don't remember, to be perfectly honest with you. Probably was something that stupid. But crocodile wasn't bad. Kangaroo was weird, odd. I might try it again. Who knows? Emu, not emu. Yeah, look. 85. So I was in the Middle East and we had shawarma. And when you buy shawarma, you have 2 choices, chicken and meat. You have no idea what the meat is. You can only assume camel is one of the probably more prominent choices. Emu pies are great. Really? I'll have to try that. Have had rattlesnake. I've had that in the U.S. Wait, rattlesnake, coon, and possum pie at Zimp's Kitchen, Patterson, New Jersey. Okay, dude, Patterson's not far from me. I don't think I'm driving down to Patterson for that, though. Dougal. Tasmanian Devil is delicious. I had the last one. You mean the last one before they became endangered? Swear it was a sign in the 90s. Dude, it's Jersey sickness. It would not surprise me in the least. Oh, Tassie Tiger, he means, yeah. So funny thing is my My dog, I haven't even really shown her on stream because she doesn't like being sitting on my lap. Well, she doesn't like to sit on anybody's lap unless I'm on the couch. So unless I do a stream from the couch, you're not going to see her very often. She was on Matt's stream, on Whatcast stream today, but she's like a tiger stripe brindle, and she acts like the Tasmanian devil. And in a rush to name her so I can get her vaccines and stuff done, I went with the name that my daughter and I agreed on, which was Remy, which was a female version of Remus from Romulus and Rome. My daughter was big into mythology at the time. And I missed out. I could have called her Tazzy because she kind of looks like a Tazzy tiger with the stripes, and she acts like the Tasmanian devil. So she's half and half. Yeah, dude, you kind of you kind of fucked up the punchline, but I'm not gonna lie. 80 followed you, and so did Sour Pounder, and they were happy enough to correct it. So I give them enough. I'm Norwegian enough to know that lutefisk tastes like. I'm not Norwegian enough to have liked it. Yeah. I had a friend who's Norwegian who loved it and wanted me to try it, and I asked him what it was, and when he described it, I told him no, thank you. He actually was a fisherman in the Boston area. He was up in he was out at Gloucester, and funny guy. Could drink me under the table like no tomorrow. Big fish, you're not wrong. Cane toads is super tasty. I think it would definitely solve a problem. But I will say this. 85's got a channel. I didn't know that. 85, you have a channel? Holy crap. Yeah, tell them the damn carp are great too. Yeah, no shit. 85 is 85, except spelled out in a very Aussie way. Oh, did Chi-Town Cubby send out another thank you? Or hello, or whatever it is that his things go through? Look, that whole Foundry thing is just a collection of derp that I can't, dude. There's not enough rum in the bottle for that. Maybe there is, but I don't know. But back to the start of the stream. I highly recommend the Spirited Seas, either as a dark and stormy or as a, let's call it a Mariner old fashioned, little simple syrup and an orange peel. I have a couple other rums I'm going to be trying, so I'll give you guys reviews on those. I know you're here for the rum too. We have a El Dorado 15-year-old rum that I want to try. We also have a Appleton 12-year-old rum that I've been drinking. What else do I got? I have a Four Roses small batch for when I want to drink bourbon. Not very often. Usually on blues nights when I'm not streaming. Put on the records, put on some blues, kick back, have a little self-care time, and just chill out and get away from derp. It's a good thing. Everybody should do it. At least once a month. Yeah, Sour Pounder. I did some work when I was on one of my deployments with the Aussie SIGINT guys. So because we have our own network, we decided to meet up. And when we were in Hong Kong, at this place, it was an Aussie bar. I don't remember what it was called now. It was in Kowloon, actually, across the bay from Hong Kong. It was right near Planet Hollywood. Shit. I don't remember what it was called. Maybe it was an English pub, but all I know is we drank a lot of beer that night, and they brought me back to the ship. That's all I got to say. I've been a crook and haven't posted in a while. Look, 85. I haven't either. It's I've been slacking. I openly admit it. Favorite blues artist from Connor. Ooh. So, I kind of divided up into, let's say, called classic blues and modern blues. Classic blues, look, you can't go wrong with B.B. King, Buddy Guy, um, Miles Davis, Coltrane, all those ones. For modern kind of like the jazz noir and stuff like that, Morphine is a more modern one that I like. There was a album somebody recommended for me. I have to go grab it to find it. Actually, no, hold up. It was in my email because they sent it to me through Amazon. It was a friend of mine from California. Hold on a second. I'll tell you who it is. I just got it today, and I'm looking forward to listening to it. Do. I will say one of my favorite albums is Miles Davis, Kind of Blue, because it has Coltrane in it when they were still collaborating with each other. But let's see. Whoops. So modern blues is going to be Danielle Nicole Band or Tedeschi Trucks Band. Those are my more modern ones that I like. But the one that I'm excited to listen to that I haven't listened to yet, maybe it didn't show up in my deliveries. Huh. Okay. Let's go back. Oh shit! One of the items I ordered has been recalled. Look out! I think it's my power bank. But like Blues in Orbit with Duke Ellington is always a plus to Ella and Louis Armstrong. Their album is also great. Wild is the Wind is the one that I got by Nina Simone. That is the one that I'm really interested in listening to. I can't wait to listen to that. So, but more modern ones, Samantha Fisher, old stuff, Danielle Nicole Band, and also Tedeschi Trucks. Yes, Aldebaran, you're not wrong. I see you're trying to get me to where I get fired or I die of lack of sleep, one of the two. Hey, I heard about the Drop Bears. That was part of the collaboration I did with DP Debunks on the Dingo Fence, which was his most unviewed video of his collection. Yeah, don't tempt me. We'll go all night. Fuck it. So Connor, if here's what I would say: if you're new to blues, it's a kind of it's a weird thing. I mean, you can go way classic and go down to like we're talking about oil can guitars, cigar box guitars, one string guitars back in the days. You can go all the way back to like Muddy Waters. I don't go back that far. I appreciate like some of the more Chicago blues. Not really big into Memphis blues or Delta blues per se. Few specific people I like, but Nina Simone is one I'm definitely looking forward to. Like I said, like modern time is like say within the last 10 years. Danielle Cole is one of my favorite. I've probably seen her probably half a dozen times. Samantha Fish, her older stuff, not her newer stuff. Her newer stuff's more like rockabilly, 50 style. Although I think she started getting back in the blues. I don't know. I haven't really followed up. And Tedeschi Trucks, their first album, which is called Relevator, is one of my favorites because you can't go wrong. I've seen Susan. I've been a fan of Susan Tedeschi since she was a solo artist, and one of my favorite songs by them is or by her specifically is Midnight in Harlem. So I highly recommend them. But if you want to go some of the classics, Buddy Guy, BB King, Miles Davis, Coltrane, you can't go wrong with any one of those either. Yeah, I started way back when, and the funny thing is, the coworker got me started on this way back when, and he used to listen to some of the old blue, Delta blue kind of guys and Chicago blues, and the only one I remember specifically was Muddy Waters. He had a bunch of other ones too, but I went a little further along, like Duke Ellington and Louis Armstrong and stuff like that. So it was a little different. Forget UFC with machetes. I like the octagon with the armor and broadsword. Those guys are fucking nuts. See, Cygnus is a Duke Ellington fan. He's talking about Sir Duke to just the other day. I was listening to Kind of Blue the other day, and I was basically resetting up my living room. Sat down with a Four Roses bourbon, put on that album, and just turned up the volume and annoyed the shit out of my neighbors for about 35 minutes, and it was highly enjoyable because I went right to bed and slept like a baby. Unbuckle. He was a legit MMA fighter. Now he does MMA and armor. Yeah, dude, I came across those on my stream. I don't know how I get some of these things on my timeline on YouTube, but I do. And my first thought was like, wait, what? And I actually watched it for about 15 minutes. I think I watched 2 fights, and yeah, I give him all the credit in the world. I won't be doing that. Calder's machete story. Oh, Strike Force. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. MMA is MMA. It's UFC just kind of force everybody out. The movie Machete was pretty good. I know that. But some jerk off with a machete at work. Wow. Calder. Not cool. It's a knife, not a machete. Machete. Big band leaders and composers. Wow. I admit I have not listened to any big band in a long time. My grandmother was big into big band, and I used to listen to records with her when I was much younger. I used to know all of them, and she had her favorites that she obviously pawned off on me. I don't recall any of them now because names are the absolute worst for me. If you ever have that friend you do trivia with, and it's sports or history or something like that, I'm your guy. If you want to talk about music and who played what song and who was in what band, I am the absolute fucking worst person to put in there. Like, I'll hear a song and think it's Whitney Houston and it's Tina Turner. And I know it's Tina Turner, but my brain just can't make that sort of like connection. It's weird. Names and me do not get along well at all. There's a reason why my ex-wife is named Danielle, which is the same name as I have as Daniel, because it made it easier for me to remember. Ella Fitzgerald is also one of my favorites too. So is Etta James, even though she doesn't, I mean, she's kind of blues, but kind of more soul and stuff like that. Okay, he sent me a video on my server. Did you tag me in it, Calder? No, you didn't. Then how am I supposed to fucking find it? All I got is a full capsule. Where did you put it, Calder? The music for Kind of Blue was never written out. The musicians created the music in the moment. Yeah, that's exactly why I love it, Algorithm. It's just like you have masters of their individual instruments just playing together. Like I mean, Coltrane on sax and Miles on trumpet is just like, you don't get any better. Even though I'm more of a guitar guy and like BB King and Buddy Guy, I can still appreciate all those other instruments, even though I can't play a single thing. Funny thing, Mike from the Drunk to Monk show can play guitar. I can't. I never learned. I don't have time to learn. Something I wanted to do, but never got around to it. But what I do, and like DP also plays guitar. He plays blues guitar of all things. Is I make cigar box guitars, even though I don't know how to play them, because I hand them to friends of mine who do play and tell me how they sound, and I make adjustments from there. So whether it's the material of the boxes, it's the capacity of the boxes, different ways I use the pickups, whether it's a piezo pickup or humbucker or something like that. I make them. I make 4 and 6 strings. I give them to my friends and say, how does it sound? And then I either sell them or I don't, or they hang up on a wall. Zoo crew chat. Okay. Oh, here we go. Let's pull us across. All right, let's back this up. So this is Calder, obviously with his phone, chasing somebody out of his store. Dude. Seriously, Calder? Is that his real face or is he wearing a mask? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't put it on screen. My bad. See, look, this is what happens with rums going on there. Hold up. Sorry. Somebody picks up a machete and just looks at him. It looks like Calder's like, nope, I'm done. Oh, that's funny. That's funny shit. Pulled a hammy after that. Once built a guitar out of a sheet of metal when I was an apprentice. It works too. Yeah, I mean, you can make a guitar out of everything. It's just the pickups that do it. I mean, I've seen people do it with oil cans. I've seen people make it out of license plates. You know, and the thing about it is, I mean, actually, no surprise that no, I can't play. But what I find great about it is the math that goes into it. So the math is always fun. So, you know, learning about how to make a fretboard and tone woods and, you know, the woodworking behind it. And at the same time, how different strings make different noise and how different volumes of cigar boxes make different different sounds, how the material of the cigar boxes make different sounds, you know, whether it's a paper box or a wooden box, you know, the measurements, all that fun stuff. Yeah, Calder, don't be doing that shit again. Just let it go. That's a little too crazy. Use a machete attacks here in Melbourne, a big problem. Wow. Yeah, that's it, dude. Well, I'm a guitar owner. And here's the funny thing. When I make them, it's like, I've only made a couple. And when I make them, it's like, you know what? There's a lot of effort into this. I don't want to sell this. This is like, you know, I just put all this time and effort into this shit. Screw it. I don't want to do anything with this. I'm going to keep it. When I worked in retail, we would chase shoplifters. Wouldn't do it now. That was back in the 90s. Yeah. Dude came back the next day. Wow. Yeah, Connor, it's that's the funniest part to me. It's like I literally cannot play a single chord, and I'm to a point where it's like, you know what? I got my brain filled with all this stupid derp, so I've kind of run out of room to learn new tricks. He came back 3 times. Oh Jesus! What a Stradavius said. Oh, that is nuts. Yeah, don't be doing that. Don't look. If someone's got a machete, that's not necessarily worthwhile. Let it go. That's all I got to say to that. Dude, I'm sad that this highlight cable is not going to be done until 2029 because they already have a cable length, and I would love to test that. Oh well. $331 worth of suspension tools. He's a Freemason. 33 is in there. That's fun times. All right. It's almost 2 a.m. It's time to go. I'm gonna have to get up and take my daughter to school tomorrow. So, all you who hung around for this 6+ hour stream, 6.5+ stream, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad I could share my derp with you. Glad to have a conversation with Astronomy Live, Red's Rhetoric, the Drunk Debunk Show, Icy Spin. It's always nice to hang out and discuss, some of the butthurt that's going on, the copium, but at the same time, try to learn new things because now I got some projects to do. Yeah, I appreciate you guys all being here and hanging out with me. It's been a while, so I figured I'd get caught up, let you guys in on all the good stuff. There'll be more. Definitely be more. I will be doing more live streams. I'll be doing more videos. Now that my project's done, the main project is done. I still have some more cleanup to do for today and tomorrow, since it's Monday now. But I hope it's not going to be too taxing. And I hopefully to maybe find a fuck to give in the couch so I can get back to doing some motivational videos for you all to do. All right. Only caught the end of it. We'll go back. The intro song is probably the high point of it. That's all I can say. The rest of it is just pure derp and pure copium on that. And we're going to play the old school Unfornicated song, which I'm going to have to pull up again because I think I closed the window, Icy. Or is it right here? No, it's right here. Here we go. All right. Yeah, the intro song, not my favorite. I'm going to work on it some more, but the lyrics were spot on. And again, that was due to Marcus Leach in a comment in Discord. It's amazing when inspiration hits. As many of you known, especially if you're in different time zones, I've been on the phone with, or not on the phone, but I've been on Discord with CMS at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning because I have some ideas about visuals on his next project. I've talked to Tori Hanzo about something else that was going on that I wanted to get done because once I get an idea in my head, I can't just go to sleep. I have to go work on it. And just writing it down in a notebook doesn't do it anymore. So, probing, I download a lot of stuff, but I still love the, I love the feel, the crackle, the dirty sound of a record player, no matter how good like the, what do they call it? The cartridge is and the needle is in the shape. No matter how clean it sounds, you still get that dirty sound of a record player, and I love it. And since I'm, fighting tinnitus and losing my hearing, I enjoy things like that when I can before I lose it all. So I hope everyone had a good night. I hope everyone had a happy Easter, happy Passover, or whatever holiday you celebrate. Again, here in my house, it's the Some Random Guy won hide and seek in a cave day, or as someone also put in there, the original zombie day. I hope you had a good weekend all together, and we will see you guys in the soon. So typical outro does apply. As always, stay unapologetic, stay uncensored, especially here, and stay unfornicated. And we'll see you guys on the next time. So let's play the song. Old school song from the first and second live stream of Unfornicated.
it all. Truth, the light that paves the way. Gonna clear the mess today. Unfornicated and bold and true. We're digging deeper, we're cutting through. Misinformation don't stand a chance, and the light will take a stand. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Echo chambers can't confine. We're the seekers drawing lines, flipping stories one by one. Battle's hard, but we've begun. Unfornicated and bold and true. We're digging deeper, we're cutting through. Misinformation don't stand a chance, and the light will take a stance. Light it up, let the truth ignite. In the dark we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and play the intro song again if you guys want to hang out and hear it again.
Light it up, let the truth ignite. Bump the myths where they don't belong. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Light it up, let the truth ignite. In the dark we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Coming from your room. We've checked the feeds, we've checked the memes. This launch is a cartoon. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Your rocket's just a balloon. They filmed you in a warehouse. There's no rocket ship. There's no big plume. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm strapped in, feel the shake. The tower falls away from me. You can't deep fake this quake. Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm way above your room, rising through the blue so fast it turns to velvet soon. You say it's all projection, but the windows say you're wrong. I'm floating past your story, and it's been wrong all along. Major Dumb, our charts all show you splashed into the sea. They dropped a capsule from a plane. You're still on Odyssey. Flurf control. I hate to break it, your script is out of date. The engine's burned, the booster's turned. I watch the coastline fade. You talk about a snow globe sky, a ceiling painted cold, but I just watched horizons curve in every shade of gold. Oh, Major Dumb to Flurf control. The world's a swirling sphere. Clouds wrap round in lazy bands from pole to stratosphere. You say it's just a clever CGI veneer, but your world's become an island, and it's really, really small from here. You said there is a crystal shell, a cover hard and bright. I'm flying where your ceiling sits, yet nothing blocks the light. No glass, no grid, no glowing dome, just darkness deep and clear. Your dome was in your browser tabs, not hanging over here. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Our live chat says the pictures are all lies. Agencies just sell us tales, they're demons in disguise. Major Dumb to Flurf control. Your fears are getting loud, but I'm looking at an ocean that wraps behind a cloud. If stories had you cornered, I'm not here to shout you down, just asking you to tilt your head and spin that view around. Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'm circling slow and clear. I see the night chase after day around this shining sphere. You swore there'd be an edge, a wall where colors stop, but every orbit proves you wrong. We're living on a drop. Flurf control to Major Dumb. Your signal's getting thin. If space is real, if globe is true, where do our stories spin? This is Major Dumb to Flurf control. I'll bring you souvenirs around Blue Earth in every shot, and maybe calm your fears. Flurf control.